Hey guys, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're watching from, maybe even good evening. I want to give a special thank you to Keisha, who sponsored coffee this morning. I put it in my insulated tumbler here from Justice Served TV, but you can tell I bought it. So big thank you to Keisha for that. Definitely need the caffeine after court went very late last night. I think they went to 7 p.m. local time. This is one of those days, you guys, if you missed day 2, sometimes we say just jump in and watch live with us and go watch what you missed later. Today's one of those days, if you missed day 2, make sure you go and catch up on day 2 before you watch today, because yesterday, Najee Jackson testified. Other than that, you guys, we're going to get you guys on the screen. We start about an hour late every day so we can skip some breaks. And I think court started late anyway, so let's get into it. We've got you guys on the screen. Hope everybody is doing well. And as usual, let me know if the volume's good. Let's see what happens today.
Assist some of the jurors to get in through the regular Thursday line, so they're all up now. Anything before they're brought in. Okay, all right, let them stay. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Fenney.
Sergeant Fenney.
Got 2 in the restroom.
We're going back to law enforcement witnesses. Autry's fake accent says, what in the fresh heck is in store for us? I just don't know at this trial. Thank you, Tara, saying the volume is good. Good to know. It's been one of those trials where the attorneys' microphones don't seem to be picking up their voices very well, but the witnesses are like booming on the stand with the volume. Very good microphone on the witness stand. Not elsewhere though. Hey Megan. Hey Jaso. Yeah, court, it looks like it started late. There was all this downtime, and even when they were showing the court, it was just like empty. So nothing was happening during that little blurb. Mrs. Lynn says this is a complicated trial. I agree with a lot of complicated opinions, viewpoints, weighing of witness credibility, and different dynamics in the courtroom. Just a lot going on. Also, for anyone that missed it, Blaise is out on bond. He had a $2.5 million bond. I'm assuming, I don't know how Tennessee works, but maybe he only had to post 10% of it. Something like that. But yeah, so he's got 2 first-degree murder charges, 2 felony murder charges, but bond was granted. Yeah, and Beto's got it. And Beto with the quickness in the chat. Hey, Granny Mo. Oh, and LexiTheLawNerd is in the chat. While we're watching this, I'll get the links to LexiTheLawNerd's daily recaps. She is doing daily recaps of this trial, so make sure you follow her over on X if you use X, and check the description. I'll also drop links in the chat if you're watching live to check out her day 2 recaps. Very helpful if you're trying to make sense of the details or just catch up. Okay, is there like a lot of downtime here? I'm just sitting here waiting. All right, here they rise for the jury. So here we go. Also, I did clean up, I denoised the 911 audio volume. So it's a separate video. If you go over to my channel page and want to re-listen to that 911 call without some of the background noise, it should be a bit easier to decipher who is speaking when.
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. You'll step up to raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Sergeant Fenney. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Certainly, it's Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Fenney, F-E-E-N-E-Y.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently on an injury on duty pension. Had a few shoulder surgeries. I should be returned to work soon, though.
Okay, and where does that work?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro Nashville Police Department?
15 years.
And what was your assignment prior to going on leave?
I was a overnight supervisor for the Hermitage Sea Detail Patrol shift.
Okay, and can you walk the jury through a little bit of your background with Metro Nashville Police Department?
Certainly, I spent 10 years as an officer before I got promoted. Some of that time was spent on a flex team in South Nashville on midnights, and then I went to a burglary unit for about 5 years where we investigated residential burglaries, and then I got promoted to sergeant, and as a sergeant, I was on the sea detail shift of Hermitage.
And were you on duty on February 27th of 23?
I was.
Okay, in what capacity were you working on that day?
I was the senior sergeant working, so I was the acting lieutenant for the evening.
Okay, were you on sea detail?
I was.
And what are the hours for sea detail?
9 to 7:30.
7:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the 27th, can you walk the jury through what you did when your shift initially began?
Certainly, when I came in, I had a message from the previous shift that we had request to speak with the supervisor from the homicide division. I made the phone call to the number provided. It was, I believe at the time, Sergeant Chris Dickerson. He has since been promoted a few times. He advised me that they had an individual in the hospital and they need to execute a search warrant at her residence off of Lebanon Road near Spence Lane, and was asking for assistance from patrol. So we had marked patrol cars and uniformed officers present. I immediately sent 2 patrol officers to the scene, and I advised them to wait until supervisors arrived before they conducted any further police activities.
And on the 27th, did you respond to 1522 Lebanon Pike,
I did.
apartment 107?
I did.
And is that here in Davidson County?
It is.
Okay. And would it have been customary for the domestic violence team to have already held that scene?
Yes.
Okay. And for whatever reason, that was not done, but once it was determined a homicide, were you called out and did you follow protocol?
We did.
Okay, can you walk the jury through what protocol you followed once you got to that apartment?
Sent 2 uniformed officers to immediately secure the outside of the location, the residence in this instance. Then we waited for the homicide detectives to arrive with a signed search warrant from a judge. We require a search warrant at that point because there's no one there to give us permission to access the property, so we have to get a search warrant from a judge to legally and lawfully search it. Once we had the search warrant in hand and we had the investigators from the homicide division and our technical investigative services, or now CSI, on scene, we knocked on the door. We had after receiving no answer, we had a key to the residence. We made entry, cleared the residence, and allowed them to continue their investigation.
Okay, and we're on the 27th, were you wearing body cam?
I was.
Sweet. We're gonna watch a video, guys. See if that camera moves again.
Just
kidding.
your body cam.
I have.
And if we needed it for the jury. And we needed it for the jury.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark Sergeant Fenney's body cam as the state's exhibit number 15 and publish it for the jury, please.
Okay.
All right, so there shouldn't be volume, but just in case. Because you never know.
Sergeant Fenney, does this look like your body cam?
It does.
Okay. As we play it, I want you to walk the jury through what you were doing, why you were doing it, who was there, things like that.
Certainly. So the gentleman who's speaking right now is Lieutenant Gibson over the Homicide Division. I had also
Hi, camera
spoken with
guy.
him a little bit about the situation of what was going on that evening and how we were conducting a search warrant
Slowly going to the tissue
for an
box.
ongoing
Go to the screen.
investigation. He'd advised us that there was an individual that was at the hospital that that had a case that was being investigated as a homicide.
There we go.
We did not know the method of the homicide. All we knew is that it was a homicide investigation. The other sergeant present is Josh Hargrave, who worked with me on Hermitage Midnights, and then the two uniformed officers present are Eric Ziegler and Philip Parker. Both of them are relatively new. I gave them instructions that once we went in, that they were just simply there to help us clear the residence, make sure that there's no one inside that could be a threat to any investigators. So our primary goal at this point is this would not be considered a very hostile environment to our knowledge, but we still take the precautions necessary. So we're just going to go in and make sure that there's no one inside the building at this point. Lieutenant Gibson has a key to the residence at this to making our presence known, that we are the Metro Nashville Police. We're here to conduct a search warrant. That way, if there is anyone inside the house, I'm documenting the time with my watch, audibly speak it into the body camera as well. That this time we've made entry to it, and we're giving anyone that could be inside the residence, after multiple announcements, that we are the police and we're there with a search warrant to make themselves known before we enter, just in case there is someone in there. We don't run into a situation that could turn into a use of force situation or be a surprise to anyone. We want everyone to know who we are and what we are doing.
Sergeant Fenney, up there at the top, is that the date and time stamp for when you're executing the search warrant?
It is.
So it's February 27th, around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So, I'm blocking the caption, sorry. Just for clarification here, we heard yesterday from two witnesses who went together as a group to go to this apartment, and the impression I got from Miss Stephanie Patrick was she felt compelled to go to the scene because the police weren't doing anything. And then we found out that she didn't actually even speak to any law enforcement officers before going on this excursion and going through the apartment complex. And while she may have meant well, that's problematic now, because that type of scene contamination is something that the defense can and should weaponize. Weaponize probably isn't even the right word. It's not even weaponization. Correctly point out that the scene wasn't properly sealed. Other individuals who weren't even law enforcement were in and out of the scene. And there's no integrity here in what we're going through, and the law enforcement officers are now able to go and search. There is not this huge gap of time where the law enforcement officers are not doing anything. This is very early in the morning on the 27th, and this incident occurred the night of the 25th. So, in my mind, if it was weeks, if it was months going by and police weren't doing anything, I can kind of understand a family feeling compelled to take some action and make sure somebody was going to do the right thing to get justice for somebody. But I'm not sure I can have that same characterization and perception if this timeline is just from the night of 2/25 to the very early morning hours of 2/27. I don't know. Does this date, knowing this date that law enforcement officers are going in here, impact your viewpoints at all? And also, big thank you here, Deborah here with the super sticker. Big thank you, Deborah. And Caitlin here becoming green, becoming a member. Welcome aboard. And let me know your thoughts on this. I had this impression that they waited like a week, 2 weeks. I don't know.
So we're giving an ample amount of time to anyone inside the residence because of the time of night that it is. If there were someone, say they were in bed, give them an opportunity to get dressed and let them know that we're coming in, and if they want to come speak with us, they can. As you see, there's no sense of urgency at this point, so we don't need to rush in there like we're going after an actual individual, because we don't believe anyone to be in the residence. Once an ample amount of time is given, we'll go into the residence. We're looking around just for any sort of weapons that could be present. We'll document that. We'll audibly tell the other officers that are going in there. So if we see knives in the kitchen, is obviously a place that there would be weapons. We're looking through, making sure there's no one inside any of the rooms. At one point, as we're walking through here, I do observe a handgun. Again, we were not told the method of the homicide. We just knew that it was a homicide investigation. So whether or not it's evidentiary, it's good to announce that, but it's also to let the other officers inside know that there is a weapon present in a certain location. So we're just doing a very precursory search of the residence to make sure that there's not an individual in there. Our role in this is to do just that and to have uniformed officers present, so it's obvious that the police are inside. So we're going to take the precautions that we can to make sure that everyone remains safe. Once we've completed our search, that's when the homicide detectives who are in plain clothes and our CSI unit comes in and does their investigation. So once we've completed the search, I instructed the 2 officers present to stay on the outside of the perimeter and just limit who has access to and from the apartment. Make sure that it's someone that has business being in there with law enforcement or law enforcement adjacent with our crime scene detectives, because not all of them are sworn personnel. So you can see we searched the residence. We didn't find anyone inside. So we're turning the scene over to Lieutenant Gibson of the homicide unit at this point.
Sergeant Fenney, you did not collect any evidence, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay, can you walk the jury through how you would collect evidence when you're executing a search warrant, what precautions you take, things like that?
So anything that we're going to touch, we're going to want to have gloves on, first of all, to rule out any DNA that could be left by the officers that are responding. In this situation, we're not collecting any evidence because there's no one inside. It's a secure scene, and we can hand that over to our CSI unit to do all the evidence collection. But depending on what kind of evidence it depends on how it's packaged, and we'll leave that to those guys. They process it in the lab as well.
Okay, and do you photograph anything and document it if you were to collect evidence?
We would.
I wonder if you'll give me 1 minute. Are those more questions?
Or any questions?
Yes, thank you. Sergeant Fenney, did I understand you say you did see a gun in the apartment?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was in the bedroom,
Do you know where in the bedroom?
maybe next to the nightstand. I don't recall.
So on the body camera with audio on it, can you hear you announcing that there's a gun?
Yes.
Oh,
Is that something that other officers note also?
I would imagine they took a mental note of it, but I can't tell you what exactly they did.
So you're the only officer on the audio of that body cam that says something about the gun?
Yes, because I was the only officer that went into the room when I was clearing it that saw it.
Okay, so you're the only officer that goes in the room and notes the gun?
At that point in the search warrant, yes.
And that's actually on the audio of the body cam?
Correct.
Which we can't hear on this one?
Correct.
Were you present for the rest of the search of the apartment?
I was not inside, no.
Where were you positioned for the rest of the search?
Out in the parking lot.
What was your role during the rest of the search?
I still had to supervise a patrol shift, so the rest of the search, I was outside. I had nothing to do with the interior of the residence.
Did you leave before it was completed?
I did.
So you were essentially assigned to the entry team, and then once that was done, your duties were completed?
Yes, I left the 2 uniformed patrol officers on the scene, so if the plainclothes officers and the investigators needed any assistance from a marked uniformed patrol, that they would be present. But I also instructed them that if they had to do anything else, to notify me.
So you were available if they needed help?
Yes.
But your recollection is there was no help needed for the rest of the search?
Correct. We had 94 square miles of coverage that we're responsible for, so I can't sit on one scene all night.
And this seems like an obvious question, but of course your body cam doesn't show the rest of the search.
Correct.
Are you aware if there is any body cam that shows the rest of the search?
I am not.
Are you aware if there is policy related to body cam footage during the search of an apartment?
At that time, there was none.
There was no policy, or there is no body cam?
At that time, there was no policy that required you to keep a body camera on while you're conducting a search for residents. Typically, your crime scene investigators do all of that with a digital camera.
Okay. That might record the actual
Yes, but
search.
as to whether or not that exists, that's not in my scope of the investigation. That's not my role.
Are you aware if there's currently a policy related to body cams during searches?
I'm not up to date on our current policy. I've been on IOD for 2 years,
Oh, wow.
so
You're probably ready to get back, huh?
should be starting back soon. So,
Well, congratulations.
thank you.
Were you provided any information and related to sort of what the nature of this entry was or this search was related to before starting the search?
I was given information by the homicide unit that this was something that should have been done the previous day by the domestic violence division, and they failed to do so. So now they were having to come in later than they would have liked to conduct the search warrant, which is why I instructed my 2 officers who are relatively new to not touch anything and not get overly involved, because this would be going to trial in a few years, and it was less than ideal circumstances for them.
What part of it was less than ideal?
Well, when you're a new officer and you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know what you need to be looking for, you don't know what you need to announce, you don't know what you need to pay attention for, because whether or not you can recall something, 3, 4, 5 years later, is when you're brand new, those are things that you don't understand what to look for and what to do. So that's why I made sure that myself and another sergeant came out and were of the search warrant.
Your understanding that this search should have been done the day before?
I can't speak to why the domestic violence division failed to follow policy and protocol, but I just know that they did, but I can't speak for the actions of another person.
You had indicated, I think on direct, that something about that scene not being secured. Did you have some understanding related to that?
It was locked when we got there. We were there to secure the scene with our 2 officers present, that as far as the outside of the perimeter being secured, it's an apartment complex. It was, as soon as we were made aware of it, we sent 2 officers there to make sure that no one entered or exited the residence. So, but from the time that we sent 2 officers there to whenever the incident originally occurred, I can't speak.
Did you have information about whether anybody else had actually been to the apartment?
No, not at that time.
You didn't actually have that information?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any information about whether anything had been removed from the apartment?
Not at all. Like I said, we were given very limited information, and I would prefer to have kept it that way. So I could tell that there was an issue somewhere, and I would let them work that out amongst themselves.
Generally, the information was that this should have been done the day before, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
You need to redirect.
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right, no redirect on that. All right, guys, put your theories about this gun in the chat. I tried to look. People are like, what's the relevance? I think there's a few reasons it's relevant. Big picture wise, if there's somebody saw something about a gun, and it seems like the defense yesterday, when they asked Nigea Harris, did you see a gun? Nigea Harris said no. Did you know Benning to have a gun? And she said, I don't know. That defense question might have come from what defense was aware of on this body cam audio. And maybe this officer was mistaken in what he saw. But there's somebody saying that there's a gun somewhere in the bedroom area. He's the only one that goes in this room. And maybe it's relevant just for the sake of they have no idea what's going on with the scene. And they're not making correct observations. They're not trying to be accurate. They're not trying to, hey, there's a gun sitting here. Maybe we should do more to document that. Follow up on that. Right? That's a big picture problem. Narrowing it down to, could a gun have relevance in this case, as a fact in this case? Well, if there's a holster, maybe this guy mistakenly saw a holster, said it was a gun out loud because he didn't go close and examine anything. Maybe that's relevant. Some people in the chat were suggesting, well, maybe the gun was used to make the victim do the coke. Maybe it was the coercion, the force element. Maybe if it's something where Lauren was not so nefariously. Maybe Lauren was given, why am I saying Lauren? Jade was given a firearm by a friend to protect herself when she just moved into a new apartment in a new area, but maybe she wasn't legally supposed to have that gun. Maybe that's the reason somebody wanted to go in there and get something out of there. Even if that gun has no relevance to the incident that happened that night, maybe it's the reason somebody wanted to go in there and contaminate the scene. And then that goes to credibility of witnesses. Like, there's several possibilities that might not be directly causally related to what happened to Jade Benning that night, but it goes to this issue of the scene not being contained. We didn't follow the proper protocols, and people were in and out of there for one reason or another. So maybe it was a Halloween prop. Like, that's another viable possibility. Guy just didn't know what he saw. So there we go. I think there's a lot of reasons. And they don't redirect. Moving on to the next guy. Jason Terry. Or Mason. And if NJ didn't see it, maybe because it wasn't there and this guy didn't see the right thing. Maybe she didn't see it because she has a credibility issue. Maybe she didn't see it because she was too focused on something else. There's a lot of possibilities.
I do.
Yeah, maybe put it there to make it look nefarious after the fact. Another possibility.
Sir, would you please state and spell your name?
Jason Terry, Jason Terry.
And Mr. Terry, what is the current state of your employment?
I'm a retired Metro Nashville police officer.
And when did you enter into the retirement stage?
Approximately 3 years ago, it'll be 3 years in July.
Congrats.
How long were you with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
23 years.
And without me doing the math, when did you start?
I started in 2000.
When you started in 2000, what were your duties, responsibilities with the police department?
I initially started out as well, I worked patrol for approximately 5 years before becoming a detective in the sex crimes unit. I was there 4.5 years before transferring to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. From there, I was a detective in the auto theft unit for almost 5 years before completing my last almost 6 years in the crime scene unit.
And in February of 2023, what branch of the police department or what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And how long would that have been that you had been in the crime scene unit at that time?
At that time, about 5.5 years.
During those 5.5 years, had you responded to few or many crime scenes?
Quite a few.
Now, what does the crime scene unit do?
What we do is when we get called to the scene, and here in Nashville, most everything we can, if we're requested, will come out unless we find a reason not to. But generally what we do, we'll come out, we'll assist detectives or patrolmen, help identify possible evidence, that we'll then document the evidence. We'll collect it and then help preserve it by the way we package it and by the way we take it down to our property room for storage.
And to work in the crime scene unit or CSI unit of the police department, do you undergo any specialized training?
Yes, initially the training is for the ones like me that were sworn officers. We have both sworn and civilian crime scene technicians. With the sworn officers, it's pretty much initially on the job training because we have to have a minimum 3 years of service before we can even apply. But once we're in there, we get sent to the National Forensics Academy, which is a 10-week intensive course in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's held by the University of Tennessee. There's 10 weeks of crime scene investigation training, everything from different ways of fingerprinting to evidence collection to photography. We also are required, I believe it's within 2 years of being assigned to the crime scene unit, we have to become certified by the International Association of Identification. We are tested, we have to apply, and we have to pass in order to be certified as crime scene technicians.
And did you accomplish all that?
I did, yes.
Now, as part of that, are there certain protocols, rules, for lack of a better term, that you would follow in entering and processing a crime scene?
There are. It's dependent on the scene, but there are some protocols. We have certain standard operating procedures depending on what kind of scene it is, things we do.
Now, do you as a crime scene investigator always know the facts of what caused it to be a crime scene?
We do not. Generally, we depend a lot on the information the detectives give us. Unlike what you might see on television shows, we're not the ones sitting down interviewing witnesses and victims and suspects. And we get our information from the detective. We go through the scene. Now, as we do that, we're still open-minded. If we see something can be helpful. But at the end, that scene belongs to that detective. We're there to assist, and we're more supplemental.
And are there some crime scenes that you respond to where it's obvious that an item might have evidentiary value?
Yes, it is.
A shooting scene and there's a weapon.
Yes, sir.
Might be something to collect, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the other hand, responding to a shooting scene, there may be an item that's totally irrelevant.
Quite a bit, yes, sir.
And would you collect something that you've already realized is totally irrelevant to that crime scene?
No.
And is that a judgment call that you make in consultation with the lead detective?
Right. Generally, the way it goes, the detectives, since they've done the talking to everybody involved, there's a search warrant involved. They're the ones that developed enough probable cause for the search warrant. They know all the context of what's going on. I get called in code for a scene, help identify certain things. They help put that, whatever you see, into possible context.
Now, as a crime scene investigator in 2023, were you wearing body-worn camera?
We were assigned them because, like I said, we're a sworn officer, but the basic function of a body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. So we weren't required on scenes or in that because we dealt with officers 99% of the time. So we had body-worn cameras, but we weren't required to have them on at a scene because we weren't interacting with the public.
And therefore, you'd be filming, you're collecting evidence or packaging it,
No.
doing anything like that?
We would not, no.
However, when you do go to a crime scene, is it recorded in another method? Photographs?
Yeah, that's one of the means we document it. There's several different tools we can use, but the one, almost every crime scene I've ever worked, we photograph the scene. That's our main way we document a scene for future reference.
And when you go to a crime scene, would the detectives and or other officers normally be there ahead of you?
Yes, of course.
And as the crime scene investigator, do you have a protocol or standard operating procedure of how you view and assess the scene on a step-by-step process?
Everybody, it probably varies slightly, but yes, I had my own unique process. Like the way I'd write my reports, I'd speak with the detectives, see what they had, see what they required of me. I would then usually maybe walk the scene with them or go through the scene and initially take photographs because that's how the scene was when I arrived. And then after that, I would go back through, depending on what kind of scene it was, and collect any evidence that was observed.
Now, are you initially the one who would enter the apartment or the scene first?
No.
When you were working as a crime scene investigator, Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, in February of 2023, were you requested to come to a location at 1522 Lebanon Pike, Apartment 107.
I was.
And you recall approximately when and where you were when you received the request?
When I received the initial request, I was on a separate, as a death scene in South Nashville. Because I wasn't off that scene yet, we were running short that night. I believe I talked with Sergeant Chris Dickerson from the homicide unit who was requesting us. Spoke with him just about what they had, what they were needing from us, because if it meant we needed certain equipment that we use, which is only kept at the office, I would have to go from South Nashville to Madison, where our office was, and then go back to Hermitage, or there on Lebanon Pike address.
Thank you. And referencing crime scenes, does the nature of the crime scene and or the request for assistance determine on how many crime scene investigators might go?
It can. There are certain specific crime scenes which require a supervisor, even if they're not working, we have to page them out. It's always, I work the midnight shift, 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning. And if you had one of those types of crime scenes, say an officer involved shooting, aggravated assault on an officer, a homicide, which was known to be a homicide at that time, we'd have to do, there's certain protocols we have, and you would have more than one, hopefully, that would come out, because there's several different things that you would do more administratively with regards to that scene.
And because of the nature of this incident and call, how many individuals from the crime scene unit responded?
One, me.
And when you left the other South Nashville scene, was there still work going on that one?
I don't recall. I believe usually when it's a death scene, non-suspicious death, once the medical examiner who usually calls us out there, I'll clear with them. You don't need anything else from me. Once they say they don't need anything else, I'll leave.
And did you go directly from that scene to the
I did.
Lebanon Road?
I did.
And you recall approximately what time you arrived at 1522 Lebanon Pike?
I believe I originally had the call at 1:35 in the morning, and I arrived there a little after 2 a.m.
And were you familiar with that location?
Oh.
Have you been there previously?
Familiar with the location, and I'd actually grown up probably less than a tenth of a mile down the road from that location.
So when you arrived, describe what you observed with respect to law enforcement presence.
Right, there was multiple law enforcement there, police, different bosses within the homicide unit were there. I said the main point of contact I had was with Chris Dickerson. I arrived on the scene, they identified, Detective Reese has been the lead detective. Initial thing I'll do, I'll get out and immediately write down on what we call an ID work form. It just denotes the date, time, is usually the initial photograph you were taking, the series of photographs for that scene. I fill that out, and before I even get in, I meet with, Detective Reese meets me, take possession of a comforter and a washcloth that were in a double bag trash bag. Note the date and time that I accepted that property, placed it in my van and secured it. Then I've gone into the scene. Once I go into the scene, there's several detectives in the scene. I talk to them, find out again, confirm what exactly they need from me, what exact steps are they looking for. In this case, it was to collect certain items that they identified and to photograph the apartment, which is what I did.
Now, I'll ask more about this perhaps later on when we get to the actual physical items, but with respect to receiving that comforter in the plastic trash bag, where did that transfer from Detective Reese to you take place?
It was in the parking lot before I walked in.
And was Detective Reese therefore already out in the parking lot with the bag?
It was, yes.
And I believe you said you took it and secured it.
Yeah, I did.
And did you have a vehicle crime scene investigation?
I did. It was a marked Metro Police Department suicide crime scene van. I think they were Chevy 1500s.
And did the item or items remain in the vehicle, locked in the vehicle while you processed the apartment?
Yes.
No. What did you do initially upon going to apartment 107?
Initially, like I do always, I go in, confirm the information from the detectives in there, what they wanted from me. They pointed out the items that they wanted collected. I then took the camera and began my process of photographing the apartment as requested. Usually I'll start right through the front door and just try to tell a story, taking photographs of the entire scene and walking through, taking overall photos, generally at first, and then going back through and taking mid-range and close-up photographs of whatever evidence there is. But that's my initial step, is to photograph the scene as I find it.
Had you ever been inside apartment 107 prior to that early morning hour?
No, sir.
And upon stepping across the threshold or looking
Oh. Okay, that's the feed. No! Court feed. No! Just stuck on his smile. What are you doing, Terry? Why is he sitting like this? Ah! Law crime. Alright, looks like they come back for like a second and then it goes... Alright? Okay, and then it goes on without an issue. So let's see.
Mr. Perry, if you will see those before.
Alright, so when it came back, the camera pans to the judge, and I don't know if that's because the judge just said something, or if, you know, maybe when he's trying to fix the camera, the camera person's just moving around. Unfortunately, missed like 30 seconds.
See those before.
The shuffling paper is because the mic on the witness stand is picking up so much. Comforters are like kind of like a quilt, but they're usually like filled with puffy. It could be like polyester puff if it's like a more affordable kind. It could be filled with down. It could be like a feather comforter, and they're usually a lot more like warmer, thicker.
Yes, these were the photographs I took that night.
Respectfully request they be introduced as next number exhibit, which is requested public statement to the jury.
Okay. 16.
Terry, you referenced a few minutes ago about there being, the first photograph would be usually the work order. Is that what we're seeing here?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And what is the information contained on that document?
What it contains is the date and the time the series of photographs begins, the complaint number for that particular incident that I'm out on, what type of call, the 10 code for that. Victim, I didn't have the Ms. Benning's information at that time, so UAT means unknown. The address where we're at, the scene, and who requested us, along with my name.
Now, with respect to the complaint number, I'm sure you may have heard a little about that before, but is that a unique identifying number?
It is. Complaint number is specific to each individual incident that the police department gets called to, or they do a report on, or most everything they have to do with. The 23 just denotes the year, and the rest of it, like in this case, 120532, is the 120,000 plus complaint number issued so far that year.
And what, if any, significance does that have with respect to your work as a crime scene investigator and the collection of evidence?
Everything I do, all the paperwork I submit, including the evidence that I collect. It's all packaged and stored at the property room under that complaint number. All the paperwork is associated with that complaint number.
And I believe you said earlier that one of the things you do is speak with the detectives to have an idea of what might be relevant in the nature of the call. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's definitely the complaint number. We always want to make sure we're on the same page, the complaint number they have, because everything they do gets tied into that complaint number too. Just make sure we have the same complaint number.
And based on getting that information, were there items that you were looking for based upon what the detectives had advised you?
Yeah, correct, yes.
And next photograph, what are we seeing here?
This is just the initial external photograph of where Miss Denning lived, the building.
Is one of those her bedroom
Just a
windows?
close-up of the sign denoting the building and what apartments are in that building.
And if we're standing looking at that 1540 in the apartments, where would the person be who is taking that photograph?
Outside.
And it's the parking lot.
Yes, correct. That's just a close-up, still outside of the apartment number.
Now, do you recall it was 107 on the first or second?
It'd be on the first level, first floor. Just a photograph of the external door going into the apartment 107.
I think we've already covered this, but was the door open or closed when you first walked up to it?
When I walked up to it, it was unlocked, yes.
Okay. And so did you pull it back to take this photograph?
That, I don't recall if the bell, if the door was propped open. I believe it was shut when I first arrived and took the photograph. I don't recall.
And the reason I ask that is once you entered, were there officers inside as you were taking your photographs?
There were, I think a couple of homicide unit detectives were in there.
Right. Now, we go on to the next photograph. What are we seeing and where are we in the apartment?
Yeah, this is immediately as you come in the door, the first photograph. Captures part of the kitchen because the apartment, the way it's set up, you walk directly into the kitchen, the door. So that's the first photograph I take, as if you're walking into the door, this is what I see. Again, with a little better flash, just kind of working my way around the room. Same location, just shifted a little bit more to the right.
And with respect to the counter or the island area there, were there items of interest to you?
There were, yes.
And what were those?
The items of interest that had been identified to me by the homicide unit were the two bottles, the Minute Maid and the V8 splash bottle there in the middle. This glass, which was half filled with clear liquid, and this glass, which was empty.
They didn't pull this out to examine it. This was like this when they arrived. Right? The whole chat's like, oh my God, the lemonade moved. Like, they didn't move this out to examine it. This is how it... What? Who took the lemonade out of the fridge? And wasn't there only like one... Were there two glasses? I could be mistaken on the number of glasses. What are we doing? This isn't even just... This is no longer good faith. Because why would you take this out of the fridge? If this was not law enforcement that was taking this out to look at it, which maybe they shouldn't have been doing that before they took these pictures. If this moved here, between the time that the friends took the fridge picture and any law enforcement stepping into this building, this is a setup. Why would you do this? This is crazy. I can't
With
believe
respect
that.
to where that Minute Maid and the other
And when did we move the kitchen the camera to
Before
the
you
kitchen?
entered, were you aware of where they were located?
I was advised that those bottles had been placed on the counter by the homicide unit who had removed them from the refrigerator.
The homicide unit moved them?
Clear. Not good.
Oh.
So now the homicide unit moved them?
This is just a photograph of the island at the center of everything.
And when I asked a few minutes ago if there were homicide detectives inside
Yes.
while you were working,
There's one of them there to the right.
The homicide unit puts a glass and
at
stuff
that
in the
time,
fridge.
based upon the information you had, did the paintings, for lack of a better term, there on the island have any significance to you?
No,
Did you consider them to be evidentiary matters to be collected?
not from the information I had at that time, or just from looking at it, I didn't see anything of value.
Move on.
There's the camera.
And in this, again, you're saying you're panning or taking views from different angles, is that correct?
Yeah, it's just where I stand in the same spot initially, and I'll just kind of slice the room up like a pie and just go around from one corner to the other corner.
If they were going to
And,
test it, why didn't they take it?
You made pie, that never said the word pie, that made me think, did you see any food?
There was on top of the stove and the pan, there were cookies, baked cookies.
Did you notice any security camera surveillance inside the apartment? Now, I direct your attention to where Detective Mathis.
Yeah, I had to think that for the second. Just, yeah, right there in the corner, right there. Right next to Detective Mathis's right elbow.
Could you circle that?
Sure.
Did that appear to be activated or?
No, from what I recall, no.
All right, so the camera was not on. There's our confirmation.
Reference the cookies?
Yes.
Are they in this photograph? If you could circle.
Sure.
According to that guy.
And to the right of the cookies, did that also appear to be food items?
It did. I don't recall looking inside. They're right there, the Tupperware containers.
And again, with the same sort of question, did those have any evidentiary value with respect to anything that you knew about this case?
No, sir.
And close-up view of what previously looked at, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall whether there were any dirty dishes in the sink or?
I don't recall any, no.
And again, more of a close-up of what we've already discussed, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, in looking at the cookies, does there appear to be one missing?
Appears to be two missing.
Two. And where is this? And is this still Detective Mathis in the background?
It is. This just shows just down from there, the position of where the trash can was in relation to the rest of the kitchen. It just shows a more complete photograph of the kitchen. Photograph of the kitchen island just from the opposite side. Close-up of the glass that was identified to me by the homicide unit and the clear liquid inside.
And was that one of the items that were later collected?
It was, yes. This photograph of the Minute Maid bottle and the V8 splash bottle, again, that had been identified by the homicide unit as things they wish collected.
So the pink lemonade looks like it's filled like right up to here from this angle. Like you can kind of see it coming through the other side. Right? So it's just above halfway full.
Close up of those same two bottles. That's a close up of the empty drinking glass that was also identified by the homicide unit as something they wanted collected.
Other than what we're seeing here on the island, do you recall whether there were any other drinking glasses on any other counter or elsewhere?
I'm sure there was. I don't recall seeing any that homicide believed warranted my attention, or I didn't see any that had any liquids in it or looked to be recently used. Just a close-up of the same glass.
Now, to the left of the, as we're looking at it,
Mhm.
glass,
No.
does there appear to be a piece of paper?
Right there, looks like it's instructions for the card game Uno. It's just an overall shot of the living room area. This is a shot from the living room, looking into the bedroom.
Do you recall how many bedrooms there were in this apartment?
There's two bed, two bath.
And which one are we looking into now?
It's the only one that had a bed in it. I assume that was Miss Denning's room. It's the one, if you're facing, it's on the right of the living room if you're facing the living room. This was the initial view. As you walk through the door, you're right in the door frame of the bedroom.
Yeah, so no comforter.
And again, like before, this is to my immediate left, and I will rotate around with the photographs, just basically corner to corner.
Blinds are down.
Now, with respect to the blinds, were they in that condition as in being pulled down and closed when you entered?
Yes, what you're seeing in these photographs is how it was when I first witnessed it, when I first saw it. Again, just the opposite corner, showing part of the bed and the window. Again, just rotating around, a shot of the bed. Again, rotating around to the opposite corner and showing the door to the walk-in closet.
With respect to the glass, the drinking utensil there on the end table, did that have any significance?
No.
And in fact, did you collect anything from the bedroom?
No, the only thing I collected was there on the island, per
What?
what homicide instructed and what they wanted.
I want to ask before we leave the,
I'm sorry, but why wouldn't you like collect this cup just in case? If you think she ingested something pink that was contaminated, you see pink lemonade, why wouldn't you take this cup to see if maybe something was put in there? Just in case, right? Maybe that's far-fetched, but why not?
nightstand, in any area of the bedroom, did you see a weapon?
There is one. This shot doesn't show it. I think one of the shots me coming out of the closet will show it, but there is one.
And where was it?
Like I said, you can't see it, but you'll see it in a different photograph. It's right in there. It's a pistol in the holster.
I believe we will, as you say, get to it in a moment.
Yes, I photograph in the closet and turn back around and take more photographs. It's just the door to the walk-in closet. Just from the door view of the walk-in closet.
And did you, for lack of a better term, search that to any extent?
I visually searched it. No, I visually searched it, looked through it. Again, the homicide unit detectives were the one executing the search warrant and it signed off. So
Were you directed to collect anything from there?
No, sir. It's just the closet floor. Just working my way up to the, what's on the hangers in the closet and the tops of the closet. It's just me coming back out of the closet facing the bedroom. And again, just a photograph of the nightstand.
And,
Should be the next one.
yes,
And there, it's just an overall of the nightstand and what's around, and
There's
this
the
is what we was talking
candle.
about earlier.
At least the wick looks like it's been burned. So we have that. Got some peanut M&Ms. Got a watch. No one took the watch in this case.
excuse me, circle that.
Right there.
Okay, okay, we're
Did that
zooming in.
have any evidentiary value as far as you were concerned?
No, it wasn't a shooting scene. There was no allegation that anyone had been shot or any gun had been used. Someone's private weapon, didn't make any sense. There was no reason to collect it.
Was anything illegal about it?
No.
Now, the item, see an item, I guess it would be in the photograph down,
Mhm.
white straps.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, you know?
I believe it was an Apple Watch or an Apple-esque type watch.
And again, at that time, based upon information, did it have any evidentiary value as far as being collected?
No, nothing was said to me, no.
Now, the bottle with the yellow top,
Mm-hmm.
you recall what that was?
It was a supplement. I don't remember exactly what the supplement was off the top of my head.
And the item to the right of the yellow top bottle?
Looks to be a candle next to a half-eaten package of peanut butter M&Ms, a Sharpie pen, and an adapter.
Now, you walking out of the closet, correct?
Correct. Again, just a different series of photographs there, just from a different angle. Again, that was at the door, bedroom door facing out. Just to the left, before you walk out, there's a door on the left. Was the bathroom in the bedroom. That's what this is.
Recall how many bathrooms there were?
2.
So this is the one off the,
One off the, what they would call the master bedroom, yes. Just as you walk through the door, just a photograph of the tub and the initial photographs of the bathroom.
and appeared to be anything out of the ordinary in the bathroom.
No, not at all. Again, just same series, just different angle. Same bathroom, different angle.
Yes, Mr. Terry, when Detective Reese gave you the plastic bag
Mm-hmm.
comforter, did you open it up and look at it?
I did.
Right then?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was within the white bags, trash bags?
There was a blue comforter and a yellow washcloth.
I'll say, did you, in looking through the apartment, see anything similar to the washcloth that was in the bag?
Yeah, it looked similar to those up there.
We'll move on.
Just close up of the sink in that same bathroom.
Again, anything strike you as being unusual or
No, just
evidence?
it's spotless, but very clean. That's the only thing. This is from the door of the Miss Denning's bedroom facing the other bedroom through the living room. Just the other bedroom, from the door, looking in. Again, just rotating around the room. This is the corner of that same room. Again, just rotating to the right, covers the right corner of the room.
Did you go through any of the, like that hamper or look at the magazines there?
Just cursory glance, I know that one had something to do with pregnancy and becoming pregnant.
Was there a, you may have already answered this or said this, but was there a bed in that second bedroom?
No, there was not. 2 chairs, like some baby clothes and lots of, which we'll see here in a second.
And are we still in that second bedroom?
Now, I think we skipped some photographs there. Because this is facing the bedroom from inside the walk-in closet attached to the second bedroom.
So did you spend any great significant amount of time in that second?
Yeah, photographed it from a couple of different angles, yes. There we go. Photograph from inside the closet, or from the door leading into the attached walk-in closet.
Let's go back there for a second. Did you see in that bedroom or that closet any items that would be associated with a baby?
Yes. You have a couple of baby odors. I think that was a walker. When you'll see on additional photographs over here on the side, you're going to show some boxes with, I think, with diapers and some formula.
It's just
The bathroom attached to the second bedroom and the second walk-in closet. Same, just the toilet, counter. The walk-in closet, again, just showing what's on the top shelf.
okay. I believe you reference Pampers or those.
Yeah, there's some Pampers over here. It shows the far corner from the bedroom looking into the walk-in closet. This was on that shelf that I just took. You got some wipes, some formula, diapers, different items relating to child care, infant care. Again, just some items on the floor. Looks like something else from Pampers down in the box below. This is the walk-in closet from the bathroom facing back into the bedroom. That same corner just shows what's on the shelf. And what shows below. Looks like that was a walker / car seat for an infant. Just more of a close-up view of those same 2 walkers and baby carrier seat.
Did you look in any of those tubs or the ice chest?
I did not know.
That's all. So, finish the photography part.
Yes, sir.
What comes next?
What comes next is to do the evidence collection.
And are there any procedures or protocols that you adhere to in collecting items of evidence?
Yeah, you always want to take whatever precautions you can, such as wearing protective gloves, making sure they're separated, having whatever mode you're putting it in. In our case, depending on what it is, it's usually a paper sack. So have that available.
And did you follow that process and procedure in this case?
I did. This was a little unique in that you had fluids Normally, when it comes to any kind of fluids, we'll just do a swab of it. In this case, I thought it was more important to get a larger sample of it. So the clear liquid in the drinking glass, I put like in a little plastic vial that we have that's specific for liquid collections. I did that, then I collected everything else as a whole, but I mean, it was in separate bags. You denote the time and the date that you actually take possession of it, that you take custody of it. You make sure that's marked down also.
And is that actually placed on the bag or the, wherever the evidence is placed in?
It is, along with the complaint number, where it was obtained from, what exactly is in that individual sack, and date, time.
Council has seen these items before, but I can bring the box over if I want to look again. Okay, thank you.
I apologize if this may take a minute, but if I could have these items passed up to Mr. Terry one at a time. And actually, let me pull it over here this way. I can't show you which one. Particular order.
If I could ask this, I don't, maybe we'll get over here anyway. Mr. Terry, you're being handed
Thank you.
an item package in a
A
paper
little loud out below.
bag. Can you look at that and tell us about the markings and identification, whether or not you recognize that?
Yes, this was the packaging for clear drinking glass, and I have it denoted on the bottom inside the box. That wasn't recovered at the scene. That was just the means of safely packaging it within here to make sure it didn't break.
So it was a glass.
Yes, yes, sir.
No, I would ask that be introduced as the next number exhibit.
So,
This is the glass that previously held the liquid. The reason I know that is because I put that on the bag just to differentiate the other one that was empty when we found it. One thing I didn't talk about earlier is the way we know is, again, complaint number, type of call I'm out on, the address where it's recovered, date and time it's recovered, and exactly what's inside the box. This tape is done by the lab, so is that, but the initial tape is called integrity tape to make sure no one has opened this. After I sealed it, the way you know that is from the integrity tape, plus I put my initials and the date that I sealed this.
Number would be exhibit 18.
This looks to be the Minute Maid pink lemonade bottle, which at this point was empty, and the V8 Splash fruit medley bottle that are in here, and they would have been put in separate sacks within this sack.
You recover something that has liquids in it. What is done with
The liquid, it's, once it's packaged like everything else, packaged and put in the property room, because the detective decide what testing is needed, what they want to be looked for. Because this is, at the time we didn't know exactly, or I wasn't aware what drug or if a drug had been involved. It's packaged in the way that we would normally package any type of drug, which is in a clear bag, and it's double bagged for safety.
I believe that would be easy. Yes, these three and do them individually, but safety. Terry, you're being handed three packages. I want to deal with them individually.
Sure.
So necessary sequence with me taking those and see if you recognize.
Yes, these are the vials of the various liquids that I recovered.
Let's start with the one in your left hand.
Sure.
What does that contain?
This is a sample of the liquid from the water glass, the clear liquid from the water glass.
All right, ask that be produced as exhibit 20. Now, we can go ahead and get it, just so we don't get. And the next one.
This is the sample I collected from the V8 splash bottle.
Does it contain the appropriate markings and identifications?
It does, like the other bags. These bags are specific where they were basically, to open one of these, you basically have to disintegrate it. I mean, it rips open, it's not a clean rip. So when we seal it, we still put our initials on the back just to show that when it was sealed.
All right, ask that be produced as exhibit 21.
Okay.
And then the third.
Third one is a sample of the liquid collected from a Minute Maid bottle.
Same identification, same complaint number.
Same identification, same complaint number, same information. My name's on it, it's definitely my handwriting and initials on that.
Okay. Now, talk about the item you received from Detective Reese.
Yes.
Did you process that, or you said you looked at it, saw it had a comforter and a washcloth. Did you process it with respect to packaging, repackaging there at the scene?
At the scene, no. It was transported as is to our office, CSI office on Mott Drive in Madison.
And what, if anything, did you do with those items there?
With those items, we call them drying cabinets. They're just the big cabinets that you put things in that has air that circulates around, that helps dry wet items. Because, from my understanding, there had been substance on the comforter, placed it inside the drying cabinet to ensure it was dry, because if you turn in articles of cloth or most anything and you package it wet, it can mildew and mold over time, which can compromise and contaminate evidence.
And with respect to the trash bags,
Those are packaged separately. They came with the comforter and are packaged separately.
if I could ask this item, the next witness.
Yeah. This contained the yellow washcloth and the white trash bags, and they were packaged in here separately. It's just not, everything's free-flowing, contacting each other. They're packaged separately within this one package.
All right, ask that be introduced to page 23.
Okay.
And work my way around with this item. I'm not approach one.
Okay.
Okay. Now, does the big box have anything really to do with this, other than?
No, the big box doesn't. Inside is the bag. We have gloves. I'll pick it up, pull it out. I don't have any.
You wanting to?
You need me to
Well, I
lift
think
it
the
up?
paper bag, we're not gonna ask you to open it and get down to the actual comforter.
You want gloves for the bag?
Yes, sir. So it's like I lift it out.
What is the significance of any of the red?
That's
The
a
red,
question.
these bags are used to package things which might contain a biohazard, blood, semen, anything, any bodily type fluid or anything of an unknown, that's what that's for, because they're labeled on here, biohazard on that side.
Hey, Dowel operators. This case is wild. I can't even explain it, but there is a quick case background in the description if you want to catch up on what's going on.
This is the bag and where we place the comforter for packaging, just due to its size. On here is the same information as the other bags, complaint number, type of call, location, date, time collected, and what's exactly in here. Also have the complaint number written on there. No, you can't see it on here. My name is on the integrity tape and initialed also.
Introduced as the next one, exhibit 24. And council has no objection, that the outside box has no relevance, but might leave it in that for the sake of. Thank you. Permission to ask that this small photographs be passed to the witness.
All right.
If you just take a look at those and see if those correspond to the markings and labels on the comforter and trash bag exhibit that you previously discussed.
It is.
Or if I could just,
You need the hard copy?
yes, just to put these on,
Okay.
if I could publish these briefly. What is this photograph of?
It's a photograph of that same bag I just showed you, containing the blue comforter.
Of the markings on the bag?
Yes.
This,
Yeah, that's just something placed on there by our property room. Basically, the information provided on here is the same thing that I place on the, that entered into the property sheet that accompanies the property.
Can I ask you about the property room? You talked about a drying cabinet at the Myatt Drive,
Mhm.
your office.
Yes.
What is and where is the property room?
Property is behind the East Precinct off Trinity Lane, huge building behind there.
And is it what it?
It is what it says. It's hours, and on our shift, working midnight, they have an officer, what they call officer's workroom, that contains various and numerous lockers of various sizes that we can store the recovered property in and lock it up, and they're the only ones that have keys to the locks.
And is the property then remain there until it's needed, either to be sent for examination or court?
Yes, that is where it stays.
It's just a photograph again, the labeling of the comforter. And does that show the date and time you received it from? Detective Reese?
Yes, it's worded the exact same as I listed this item, the blue comforter on my property sheet.
And the outside of the trash bag that's previously been introduced, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And here you can see perhaps a little close-up of the labeling for that bag, is that correct?
Just the property label that's placed on it is the property room, containing the same information, containing the washcloth collected from Detective Reese at 02:19 hours on the 27th of February.
I don't know if I could return these to clerk. There's the next number exhibit, 25. Collection, packaging, processing, is that your responsibilities in this case?
Collecting and packaging, yes, I do not, the only, if you want to use terms such as photographing, the actual processing, I do not do.
So after your job is done, it goes to someone else.
That's correct. Whatever requests are made from the homicide detectives,
Cross time.
it'll follow the property to the lab, and that's where the testing is completed. At this point, once I have everything turned in, packaged, paperwork complete, my involvement in the case ends until usually I don't hear anything about it. I don't get notified of results. Usually the only time I know that a case has come through fruition is when I get notified 3 or 4 years later for court. And that's where I learn the result of the testing and anything like that. But as soon as this part of it is done for me, that's, my involvement is over.
You're on to the next call.
Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to ask about, we went through a lot of photographs of that apartment.
Mm-hmm.
2-bedroom, 2-bath. Throughout looking and photographing that apartment, did you see any alcoholic beverage
I did not, no.
or any alcoholic beverage containers?
No, sir.
Did you see anything, drugs, any?
I don't recall. I can't remember if there was no, I don't believe so. No, I was fixing to say, I can't remember if there was a pill bottle on the nightstand or not.
Supplement.
You said it was a
Did it look
supplement?
Yes.
Okay. But with respect to, have you worked scenes where there have been drugs?
I have, yes.
And have you worked scenes that really didn't involve drugs, but there were drugs there?
Yes,
Is that something you would notice and document?
yes.
And as far as any drug paraphernalia, right, pipe, blunts, whatever, did you see anything like that there?
I did not.
I don't know if this comes with a medication or not, but did you see an EpiPen or anything
No, I did
like
not.
that
No, sir.
there at all? And I believe I already asked about body-worn camera and videoing
Yes, sir.
while you're there, but do you do that while you're packaging the evidence?
No. Again, the purpose of body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. It would only be on if I'm actually out performing police duties, a traffic stop, or I decide because I'm a sworn officer, I would answer a call, back up another officer, then it would go on like normal, but not there, no.
Those are my questions.
All right, questions? Mr. Taylor?
Cross-examination.
See exhibit 16 and exhibit 25.
All right, they want to see some exhibits. All right, it looks like Miss Hollis is speaking to someone. I don't know if they have additional counsel sitting over here, but it looks like she's requesting something be brought over. So maybe they're going to work with some additional exhibits. Also, big thank you here. I see a ton of new members. So Caitlin had became green this morning. I see Megs Ladon became a new member, and I think you've been a member before. If not, I'm just thinking of your name because I think it's one of the greatest names on YouTube. So thank you for becoming a member. We also have, maybe it's Edie, maybe it's Eddie. Edie Haney becoming a member. Big thank you. Florida Man Outdoors also saying, look, I want to be green too. So you've been asking some great questions and sharing great thoughts in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sunshine for You One, thank you for being a member for a year. Holy moly. Says this is the best chat in these YouTube streets. I agree. You guys are so helpful. You guys are so insightful. You guys are so thoughtful. And, sometimes maybe things get complicated with these cases, but overall, even through disagreement, everybody seems to engage and learn from one another. And I think that's just such an awesome thing to have here. So I'm honored to be here. I know it seems like I'm on screen, but I feel like I'm with you guys in the chat and just happen to be up here. So I love it. I appreciate it. I do think it's the best chat in these YouTube streets. And DB, holy moly. Let's get some holy molies in the chat, or some DBs. This is Cat's Unemployed Fund. No better law tuber in the game. Thank you so much, DB. This is incredibly generous. I'm glad you're getting into this one with us, because you popped in and you're like, hey, this case seems like a good time. Seems clear cut. Seems like there's no mess. Big thank you for the generous support here. Sheriff Chuck with the 5 gifted. And you guys know, if you're members, there is a Sheriff Chuck emoji you can use to say thank you. Show some love to Sheriff Chuck for giving these gifts, always supporting the channel. And he's had some really witty commentary, as always, but especially for this trial and what's going on here. So love having you here for this trial especially, and as always. Aaron Hack, I think you came in here with the Dolly Talk raid. So again, hey to everyone that came over for Dolly Talk. I dropped Dolly's link. If you're ever looking for something to do while you're working or doing housework, Dolly does a daily courtroom roulette show with a great chat. You get to hop around all different courtrooms around the country and see what's going on. Super awesome, and always there if you're looking for something to keep yourself busy. Aaron Hack, thanks for coming over, and thanks for bringing in 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Always love to have you around, and maybe we'll gather an Aaron gang in the chat today. Chicken with the 2 says, I don't ball like DB, but here you go. Chicken, I'm just glad you're here. Very glad you're here. Always miss seeing you and always love seeing your picture in the chat. And Ariel, celebrating 10 months, says, heck yeah. Love it. Thank you, Ariel. And Moses, celebrating 14, says, I'm broke, so I have to post free stuff. Well, thank you for hanging out, guys. Hanging out with us is always free, so never feel like you have to throw anything in. Just know it's always appreciated. And Moses, thanks for being a member for 14 months. Other People's Drama with the 20 says, thanks for helping me get through maternity leave. You know what? That's right. You did tell us. Hope everything is going well. 12 weeks. That is awesome. So, happy 12 weeks to the baby. And while you're working from home, hanging out with us, I appreciate that you are giving us your time. So happy to get you through maternity leave. Thank you so much for the support. And look at all the love in the chat here. We're going to see some love because we mentioned a baby, and people love babies. Most people love babies. There we go. Yeah, tons of holy molies. Thank you, chat, for celebrating every time someone joins the chat, becomes a member, just says something funny. I love the group impact here. And let's get to it, guys. Let's see how this cross goes. I've got Joshua Brandt here on pause here, waiting for his moment.
Morning. Is Officer Terry still the appropriate?
Mr. Terry, Jason, either one's fine.
So, I'm going to say Officer Terry because it still feels appropriate here in this setting.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Officer Terry, you clearly have a lot of experience as a trained officer doing these kind of investigations. And part of your training experience, you're trained for thoroughness in these kind of investigations. Is that Fair?
Yeah, based upon the information that's provided to me, yes.
Sure, you're provided information and then you're trained to execute on that information in as thorough a manner as possible, right?
We try, yes.
And part of that is to gather anything that might be potential evidence, right?
Based on the information we have, yes.
Sure.
Yeah,
And this is particularly true when we know it's a very serious case, right?
potentially, yes.
And at this point in time, in this case, you had been communicating with Detective Reese, who's a homicide detective, right?
Yeah, and I talked with Sergeant Dickerson from homicide.
Who's also from homicide.
Yes.
Right. So you knew that this was potentially a homicide investigation.
Potentially, yes, just due to the, yes,
They were treating it as if it might be a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
yes.
Usually homicide doesn't get involved if this is something that might not be treated as a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Not necessarily, if it's something of importance, of something they need, the homicide guys are generally considered the best detectives around. They will, something an unknown such as this, initially, it can go to them, yes.
But the information you have is that they were concerned about it being a poisoning. Is that
Possible ingestion of poison, or in this case, a drug.
that might have been something like a homicide, right?
It could have been, yes.
So in that situation, everybody's kind of trying to do their absolute best job, right?
Yes.
Preserve the most evidence possible.
Preserve what we can, yes.
And so that information that you had was, we look for anything that could be related to potential poisoning, right?
Based on, yes, what homicide detectives have told me.
And of course, you're taking directive from Detective Reese. Is it Sergeant or Lieutenant Dickerson?
I don't know what his rank is now.
Right. Chris Dickerson,
Thank
right?
you. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're taking directive from those two in terms of what you should be focusing on.
Right, correct.
And obviously, if you see something that sticks out to you, you're going to collect that as well.
Yes, I'm gonna ask about it. If it fits in with the information they have, it's a relative, I'll ask that.
And you have some, in particular, since you're a very experienced officer, you have some leeway to collect additional things that maybe appear important to the case, right?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely talk to them about it because they're the one executing the search warrant. But yes, of course, I would talk to them about it.
So your kind of limitations are you don't collect anything without their approval.
No, I don't need their approval, but like I said earlier, it's their scene. It's their responsibility regarding, because they're in charge of the investigation. And I would talk to them about it. Let them know we have this might be something we need to collect or we don't. I would talk to them about it if there was any kind of conflict. That's a really good team over there on the homicide unit. I've worked with them several times. So that wouldn't be an issue of communicating, but I would definitely want them to know I'm just not going to arbitrarily start grabbing stuff. So that would be discussed with them.
But ultimately, they give the yay or nay on what you're collecting.
They can. I mean, I can collect it anyway, but yeah, they can give the yay or nay because, like I said, they're the ones that have all available knowledge that you can at that time because they've talked to everyone involved. So, I trust what they're saying.
So the information that you have is potential poisoning, potentially drugs were involved, and we need to collect things that could be related to that information.
Right, and potentially a pink liquid.
Pink liquid.
Yes.
And you knew you were directed to collect the clear glasses, right?
Yes.
And the pink liquids.
Yes.
Before we get into the specific things that you collected, I'm going to put a kind of pin in that.
Yeah.
Did you have information that people had already been to that apartment before you had been there?
Yes.
What information did you have about that?
That just, I think, family and friends had gone in previously, documented what they saw inside and collected a comforter and packaged that comforter.
Was it your understanding that that was kind of in coordination with law enforcement?
No, not with us, no.
In your experience in working homicide cases, serious cases, is that kind of what you want in a scene?
No, it's not preferred, no.
What would you prefer in a scene?
I would prefer that we have the initial access, just if for nothing else, how things are collected, packaging, the order in which it's done. That's much more preferred. It's much more way to keep everything secure.
What concerns does that raise for you?
Several different concerns, but just generally the security of the crime scene.
When you say security, what does that mean? Because that sounds like a specialized kind of term.
No, security of the crime scene just means that the crime scene itself remains as pristine as possible.
Pristine, like nothing's been moved, nothing's been touched inadvertently?
Correct, yes.
Because you want to see an exact snapshot of how something that's supposedly a crime scene was at the time, right?
As close as you can.
That makes your job, your ability to collect and preserve evidence, you can do it exactly how it was at the time.
Yes,
right?
as close as possible,
As
yes.
close as possible.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Did you have access to any videos or anything of what happened when people were at the apartment before you went?
No,
Were you given a description of what occurred when the people went to the apartment?
just a brief description regarding, what exactly they did, yes.
Were you told how many times people went to the apartment?
No, I was just told that once, but I don't know if there was other times.
What? Well, that's not good. We know more than that. The silence.
If you were processing the comforter, which we know was removed prior to your presence, how would you have handled the comforter?
After photographing it and doing the same sequence I would do with everything else, it would be placed probably at that point leaving the scene, just because comforters are somewhat difficult to package, and even the oversized bags, that wouldn't be done on scene. More likely it would be packaged on scene in a biohazard, one of those big red biohazard bags, and put in that and secured for transportation.
And are biohazard bags specialized?
Yeah, they're just, like I said, the big red bags that have biohazard on it.
So does that mean nothing can get in or out?
That's a trash bag, yeah. I mean, it still has to be secured, but yes.
Is it different from like a store trash bag?
I'm not sure of the quality of it. To me, they might feel sturdier, but I really don't know.
Is it closed fully, like you tie it fully off?
You have to tie it fully off, yes.
And that's your protocol?
Yes, right, yeah, that's what I would do.
You then put it inside of like a paper bag that's sealed?
Well, no, not for transport. I would just put it inside there, and generally, depending on the possible biohazard, and if there's a lot of liquid, if not, I will place it on some butcher paper that I kept inside the van, or absent the butcher paper, use some of those, the evidence bags, lay that down and set it on top of there.
If there was any kind of biological material like chunks of vomit, to be blunt, is that something you would collect independently?
No.
That you just leave that on the comforter?
I would leave that. At best, I might do a swab, just to be on the safe side, but that would lay us down the comforter.
I want to talk about, Your Honor, permission to publish photographs from Exhibit 16 to the release. I want to ask you a few questions about some of the photographs that you took.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know which letter this is, but this is a photograph of Detective Mathis in the island, it appears.
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware if those bottles were already on the island when police officers arrived at the scene?
Way it's described to me, and as I indicate in my crime scene report, they were placed there by the homicide detectives.
So potentially homicide detective, Detective Reese, and whoever he was working
Whoever
with,
was there, yeah.
went into the somewhere and took them out.
Yes.
You know where they took them out from?
I believe it was the refrigerator, from what I was told.
You didn't actually witness that.
No,
You don't know where in the fridge they took them out from?
no.
You don't know, do you know when they took them out?
No, not exactly, no.
You indicated you did not take samples of any of these food items, is that
No,
right?
I did not.
So we didn't take samples of these cookies. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we know what's inside this bowl right here? And this is a photograph, a close-up photograph of the food.
Yeah, I believe from looking outside it was gravy. I think the other one had some noodle-ish type thing in it, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Gravy.
If we had information in this trial that this was a chicken Alfredo dinner, is it possible that was Alfredo sauce?
Yeah, it was possible, yes.
But you did not take a sample of the Alfredo sauce.
I did not, no.
And you did not take a sample of what looks like it could be spaghetti in here?
No, I did not.
And do you know what's inside these foil packs?
I don't recall, I'm thinking breadsticks, but I can't specifically recall.
So in a case that is potentially a poisoning case, none of the food items were collected.
No.
And that means, so far as you know, none of the food items were tested today.
They were not, no.
And that was a decision that Detective Reese made?
Well, collectively, they said, based on the information and the pink liquid being talked about, that they identified these liquids as what they want to collect.
At any point in time, did you have a discussion with Detective Reese and say, out of an abundance of caution, maybe we should collect a little bit of this?
I don't recall having that conversation, no.
Just to orient everybody and the court reporter here, this is a picture of the island facing the sink.
Yes,
And next to the sink, do you see a sort of a pink cup with a top on it?
yeah.
Uh-oh, did we not check
Yes,
that?
circled right there, thank you. Do you recall ever looking inside that pink cup?
I don't recall, would be something I would have done, but I don't recall that, no.
And my understanding is you did not collect that pink cup?
I did not, no.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with Detective Reese about collecting that pink cup?
No,
Do you recall attempting to take any kind of swab or anything out of that pink cup?
This is
No.
crazy.
And just because we're talking about swabs a little bit, it is potentially possible at crime scenes to get very, very trace amounts of evidence from surfaces, from cups, from
Swab
other places.
anything?
Is that right?
yes,
Sometimes, especially in drug cases, I mean, drugs can leave like very, very small amounts can be found places, right?
correct.
Did you swab?
And so that was not something that was ever collected or tested. So far as you know.
No.
Crazy.
And this, to orient everybody, this is the picture kind of the bed and the nightstand. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And on the nightstand, I think it was mentioned earlier, there is another cup, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember ever looking or investigating the cup specifically?
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything inside.
Do you remember if you took a swab of the cup?
I did not.
Do you remember having a discussion with Detective Reese at any point in time about whether that cup should be collected?
No,
And so that was never an item that was collected or preserved or tested so far as you're aware.
no.
Similarly, this is we noted some kind of supplement or something on the bedstand.
Mhm.
Do you remember looking inside the supplement bottle?
I did. I do remember looking inside. I don't remember it seeing anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, and there's no pictures in there, right?
No, there's not.
Do you know, down in this nightstand, there is a green item.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that green item is?
I don't recall, no.
Next to the bed, there's a backpack.
Yes,
At any point in time, did you look inside the backpack?
I did.
Okay, and there's no pictures inside the backpack.
No.
Um, So that's not something that was necessarily preserved,
The backpack?
yeah,
No,
based on your investigation?
no.
This window, and this is in the bedroom picture of the window, you indicated that the shades were down. That's exactly how it was when you got there.
Yes.
Do you know, when you look out that window, what you're looking
I believe it's the balcony based upon a floor plan I've seen of those apartments over there. I believe it's the balcony.
Do you know what
Look
is
out the balcony.
behind the apartment complex?
That I do not. I'm trying to remember which side that was on. It could be, depending on which way it's facing. I don't
Is it
know.
a business?
If it could be, if it's on, if you're looking at the front of the building from the parking lot, it's to the left. There are businesses through there.
What? This seems so critical because if you have a camera, and I don't know, did NJ not tell law enforcement that she moved a camera, but point out like, hey, there's a camera facing the window outside, so maybe you can look and see if Blaise at any point in this very short time window, because they're taking selfies together, and within 60 seconds, a call is being made by Jade's phone to NJ. And then 911 is called, and the first responders get there within 10 minutes of the dispatch from the 911. It's a very small time window, but maybe it's possible that Blaise was able to take anything incriminating, whatever glass or baggies were used, and go outside and get rid of things in a bush somewhere. Wouldn't you think it'd be relevant to check where this camera was facing? And if you were NJ and you knew that there was a camera facing something outside, go check and see if somebody disposed of something, because I'm telling you, my friend was poisoned. She ingested this pink drink. There was this pink drink that was there when we went for dinner. Why would you not tell law enforcement this? Why would you not, as law enforcement, just think to care about these details? Like, how do you not know where this window faces?
This photograph of the closet, I understand when you testified earlier, you looked inside the closet, but you did not do a thorough search of the closet.
No, I did not.
So here we have some little sort of like a jewelry box kind of thing with drawers. Is that right?
Appears to be, excuse me.
You didn't look inside the jewelry box drawers at all.
I did not, no.
We have sort of several clothing drawers that are maybe closed. It's hard to tell if they're closed or open. You didn't look inside any of those.
I did not.
Up top here, it appears that there are several boxes stacked up, maybe shoe boxes, kind of 2 rows deep at least. Is that correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Did you look inside any of those boxes?
I did not, no.
Here there are like sort of cloth tubs almost. Did you pull any of those down and look inside any of those?
I did not, no.
I know that you've done a lot of investigations and probably some drug investigations. Are there a plethora of places inside this closet where drugs could be hidden?
It could be, yes.
So there was a question about, well, you didn't find any drugs in this house, but is it common for people to leave all of their drugs just sitting out every time?
Oh, no.
And this is a better picture of all the boxes that are up there, shoe boxes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Just to confirm, you didn't pull down and look at any of those, right?
I did not.
This bathroom, there's a number of drawers and cabinets in here, is that right?
Yes,
I didn't notice any pictures inside any of the drawers or cabinets. Did you look inside there?
yes, that would be normal. Open the drawer or open the bottom, yes.
Was there anything like a medicine cabinet or anywhere inside there?
No,
So even like things like Tylenol or Band-Aids or first aid kind of stuff, that wasn't in any of there?
I didn't notice any. They didn't have the traditional cabinet that you open from the mirror, that type of thing, no.
Did you find any spot in this apartment where that stuff was kept?
No, I don't recall it, no.
And here, and I think this is just a different angle, here we have like a cooler and some tubs.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
And you didn't look at any of those, did you?
No, so, I mean, the one on top, it was open, but other than that, no.
And there was one thing at the beginning. I've got no exhibit pictures, I flipped around. This is the picture in the kitchen facing Detective Mathis.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And there was a question here about this surveillance camera.
Yes, sir.
You did not collect that surveillance camera, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you provided any information prior to doing your work here that there was some concern about the surveillance camera?
No.
As part of your job as a crime scene investigator, do you occasionally have an opportunity to take fingerprint samples?
Yes.
And what does that process kind of entail?
Fingerprint samples involve just, like I said, it's fingerprint powder on the surface, depending on the surface. Seeing if there's any ridges and details, and then lifting them with lift tape.
And you can't always get fingerprints from every surface, right?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
Sometimes, I mean, it looks like that in TV shows a lot, but it's often very tough, isn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
But potentially, if there was an allegation that that an item was moved by somebody, that could be a candidate for a fingerprint sample, couldn't it have been?
Not, could it be, based on your question, yes.
Okay. But at no point in time were you asked to collect that security camera, were you?
I was not, no.
And so far as you're aware, that was not collected or processed.
Not by me. I don't know if it ever was, but not by me, no, sir.
I think I can straighten out our exhibits. One second, I have another couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 25C. This is a label
Yes, sir.
from the property room.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, it indicates that it was received on 2/25/9/30.
That's the date of incident as listed on the 110 form is the property sheet. Because you have to list the date collected and the date of the incident. And that initial complaint number was for that date and time. I don't know why it's listed that way in the system.
Right. Yeah, that's not what it says, though, right? It says received on,
Yes, correct.
and you don't know why it says that?
No, no, sir, I do not.
Your Honor, I think when you received the comforter, was the washcloth in the same bag as the comforter?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you read the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need this?
Like the same Officer Terry then, but.
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Terry, with respect to was the washcloth then tucked in with the comforter?
I believe so. I mean, I could see it in there, so I knew it was in there.
Counsel asked about the collection of evidence and you're trying to do your best job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And wearing gloves is one of the main things, correct?
Yes, sir.
In collecting evidence.
Yes, sir.
Ask about drugs and scenes of homicide. I believe you said was the previous caller you've been on was drug related?
It was a death scene, and one of the things I recovered was, I believe it was a mirror that had some white powder on it.
And have you worked overdose deaths?
I have, yes.
And at those scenes, do you see paraphernalia and drugs?
Yes, if it's an overdose scene, generally the last drug they took or a portion of it or the packaging of it is going to be right there.
Anything like that whatsoever in this scene?
No, sir.
The counsel asked about the backpack that you looked in it.
Mhm.
Do you remember what was in it? Was anything?
I don't recall. It was nothing that stood out of being of value, so I don't recall what was in there.
Okay. Now, one thing as well, that goes back to kind of doing the best job with gloves. Unlike TV, perhaps, but do you wear like biohazard suits?
No, I mean, there are certain criteria and protocol where we would, but 99.9% of the time, no, we do not.
Okay. And were you wearing one of those suits, biohazard suits at the previous incident that you went to?
I was not, no.
All right. And at this scene?
No,
I don't
sir.
have any pictures of you.
No, sir.
Okay. And did you change clothes from one scene to another?
No, sir.
Okay. And one of the things about wearing gloves, would that be to try as much as possible to avoid contamination?
Yes.
All right. Can that possibility be 100% humanly eliminated from any scene?
No, we can try our best to make it as unlikely as possible, but I cannot make it where it's impossible.
I believe you said that folding the comforter into a bag is one of the difficult things.
Very difficult, yes.
Right. And as you're doing that, do you have to?
You try your best not to make any direct contact with the comforter for a lot of different reasons. One, you don't want to contaminate it, anything on it. So it's one reason the more things are handled, I think, I don't want to mess anything up. And two, in a situation like that, I believe when I folded that up and put it in, I needed assistance from one of the other crime scene investigators to fold it up. Generally, you're holding it outside your body, trying to fold it up, roll it up in a correct way, in a tight enough way to make sure you can get it in the mouth of that sack. If not, there are tools there we have to actually build our own bags for these comforters.
Going back to do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
That's my question.
Any other questions?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
I know that this is not like everyone's wearing a biohazard suit for your part of this, but you were aware the scene was contaminated before you even got there, right?
Well, it depends, what's your definition of contaminated?
Well, it was in one of the detective's reports, I think that's his word, that
That's which detective, and that's a term. Somebody just being inside to collect an article does not automatically mean contaminated scene. You look up any definition of crime scene contamination, if you can find one, and most everything in there has to deal with unintended transferring of physical or biological to a scene, or the unintended alteration of a scene. Their act was
He's trying it.
purposeful. It was as the best way they knew how because they thought it was their only option.
you don't know if contamination occurred, do you?
I do not know, but you can't, that in of itself does not automatically, somebody's presence there does not automatically go, that's contamination.
Gotcha. But it could have been.
Could have, yes.
And the chances increase when there's civilians coming around the scene, right?
Civilians, first responders, basically medical examiners, anybody who goes in that scene has a potential, yes.
And this was not a case where we believe that someone was shooting up, we had information someone was shooting up drugs and there were needles and a bunch of drugs laying out. That wasn't the allegations, right?
No.
So you would have expected to find a bunch of needles and drugs laying around on the floor, right?
Well, if it was drug-related or drug poisoning, I would expect, if it was self-administered, I would expect some paraphernalia, a baggie or something to be there.
That's not what you were investigating at that time.
No, at that time, there were a lot of unknowns, suspicious. I believe all I knew at that time was pinkish liquid, the phone conversation that was had between Miss Denny and her friend, and that she was transported on life support. Believed it was poison, in this case a drug. That's why I
Denny?
labeled it as a possible unknown drug. On
Did
the
he just confuse witnesses? Why did he say Miss Denny?
vials I collected, that was the extent.
And despite all those unknowns, there were still at least 2 cups you didn't collect, right?
Yes,
And several items of food that you didn't collect, right?
but collect some samples. Yeah. And all the reason I correct that, our partner will not accept food products in that sense. But yes, you're
But
correct.
despite those
Yes, sir.
unknowns,
Yes,
there
sir.
were at least some food samples you didn't collect.
Sure, yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that's it from Mr. Terry. Did that help move you closer to the state meeting their burden or farther away from the state meeting their burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt?
The jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break.
All right, they're going to do a lunch break. Little boopity boop.
Who will the next witness
Nicole Dowel.
be? Who is it?
Nicole Dowel. Your Honor, with the Metro National Crime Lab.
Okay.
Finally, Crime Lab.
And
Not even sure.
You're requesting her to do what?
I'm sorry.
You're requesting that she introduce what?
She's gonna look at states exhibit 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we'll be in 15 minutes.
Kind of a small number of items. Right. We'll jump some of this recess now that we know that there's no other housekeeping. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm losing my interest in hearing from the crime lab if they're only going to look at, what is that, 7 items? I mean, maybe they have, like, they just didn't collect anything. They didn't collect anything. And F for Dread says, integrity of the evidence, maybe. And to be clear, At for Dread sent this before this little colloquy we had about, well, here's a bunch of reasons, speaking generally, but I'm hoping the jury hears me out and takes away from what I'm saying that this particular scene wasn't contaminated. It was fine. It was fine. So At for Dread already called this out before we got there, saying, how about the integrity of the evidence? So wait, the people was in and out prior to them collecting any evidence pertaining the cup and liquid in question. Correct. Correct. And then they don't recover any of the other items. And what I also think is kind of unusual, well, I do not think it's problematic for the state to ask questions about generally in your experience, what would you expect to see if you had an overdose? I kind of felt like the way the state got into that questioning on redirect, it got into it so quickly that it almost seemed like he was saying he collected a mirror with powder from this location. And that's not the case. He was speaking generally already at that point. But it was a little bit, if you jumped in without paying attention, it could seem like they did find evidence of cocaine powder somewhere in this crime scene. And that's not the case. Like, and now we're going to hear about a crime scene tech that's only going to look at 7 different items. And maybe, I believe those are 7 individual items, but maybe some of those exhibits are also like the chain of custody bags. I don't know. So, oh my goodness. Moses says, so I just looked it up. A lethal oral dose of cocaine can be as little as 20 milligrams, but the most cited dose for cause of death via oral ingestion is 1 gram. So I wonder how much was in the drink. And we heard during opening arguments that it's somebody who looked at this case said that this was a higher dose than they'd ever seen with an overdose. But it wasn't specified if that's the highest amount they've ever seen with like an accidental overdose, which is what I assume that they mean, right? Which, again, even if the determination that all of us decide the state ends up proving that this was an intentional amount ingested, still doesn't point to whether that it was criminal in the sense that somebody else forced or tricked somebody into ingesting that amount, or who that person, if we do determine it was criminal, necessarily was that provided and slipped in that dose. And in the chat earlier, someone was like, what if there was a drink left? It was supposed to be for Blaise. Like, there are more possibilities that seem to be floating across people's minds, and not less, not a narrowing towards the person on trial. So the state's got to do a lot of work. This looks like their case to lose. Although I think juries sometimes, maybe oftentimes, are inclined to start with the perception that the person in the defendant's seat is guilty. And maybe even though they agree that, yes, we understand how this works, we can be fair and impartial, maybe some jurors, maybe all of the jurors think that it's actually the defense's job to prove it's not their client. So, which isn't the way the system works, but maybe practically that's sometimes how it goes. Thank you, Moses, for the information. And we're still waiting to hear more on this amount. Also, big shout out to Kelly over on the PayPal with the tip. Big thank you, Kelly. I didn't see a comment along with it. I'm not sure if a comment can be left that way, but wanted to read that out and let you know I appreciate it big time. We also got a sticker coming in here. Hold on, I gotta see what the sticker is. I wish StreamYard would let us put the stickers on screen. That would be so cool. Aha, it's 2 clapping hands like high-fiving. That's right back at you. High five right back at you. Thank you so much. And we're going to time travel past this break. Enjoy the Tennessee seal while it lasts. Oh, they came back from this a little bit later than expected, I think. Yeah, Rachel's saying makes me think that Blaise doesn't do drugs. You know, I mean, I'm seeing some comments on the chat like, did he even drink? And what's his opportunity for coming and obtaining cocaine? Do they have proof that he had the means? Means, motive, opportunity. Where's the means?
Cities, Miss Dowel,
She should be able to.
Sheriff Chuck says the defense should have used the term tampered with or compromised and not just contaminated, and that this is way beyond contaminated. Hopefully they call Detective Reese.
That we may go closer to 1 before we break or even after, depending on what witnesses, just since there's a ceremony, we may need to extend the lunch hour or down the hall.
I agree, Allie.
All right, you'll step up, raise your right hand again.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Oh. Gotta have a cough before every witness.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Dowel. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Nicole Dowel, Nicoledowell.
Ms. Dowel, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory
Okay, how long have you been with the crime lab?
for 12 years.
What is your current assignment at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist in the drug identification unit.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through your history at the crime lab and what kind of positions you've held?
Sure. I was hired in 2014 as a forensic technician, and then in 2015 I was promoted to a forensic scientist.
Can you describe your job at the crime lab?
Yes. My job is to analyze submitted evidence for the absence or presence of controlled substances.
And what kind of training have you had for your job?
I had to complete an internal training program that consisted of assigned readings, lectures, observation of senior scientists, practical exams, and a competency exam.
Okay, what's your education background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And are you required to have ongoing training?
We're not required, but we do. I participate in continuing education by attending seminars and workshops in my specific discipline.
Your Honor, this one I would like to pass the
Okay.
witness up.
Thank you.
Ms. Dowell, what did I just thank you?
My CV.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court as an expert in drug ID?
Yes,
About how many times?
approximately 8 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to tender Ms. Dowell as an expert in drug ID.
Any questions? Okay. Or again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dowell will be allowed to give an expert opinion in her field, and a lay witness or untrained witness would not be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon her testimony as you choose. Okay.
Yes, sir, and at this time, could we mark her CV as the
Okay.
state's next exhibit 26?
Get that. All right.
Ms. Dowell, were you asked to review evidence relating to a Metro Nashville Police Department complaint number ending in 0532?
Yes,
Okay. Does the crime lab assign unique lab case numbers to all the evidence it receives?
yes, it does.
Okay, and what was that crime lab number associated with that complaint number I just gave you?
Do you have the report?
Did you create a report in this case?
Yes, I did. Thank you. The crime lab number is CL-23-001060.
And what type of evidence did you receive from the police department for this case?
I received drinking glasses, empty bottles, and liquid residues, and liquid.
And what do you do when you receive evidence from the police department?
When I receive the evidence from my evidence receiving unit, I take it back to the unit, I photograph the evidence, then I open, inventory the contents, collect weights, sample, and then start performing my testing.
Ms. Dowell, where is the crime lab located?
It's located in Madison Precinct on the 2nd floor.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to show her state's exhibits 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we got all of them.
Yes, sir. Ms. Dowell, if you could just look at all of the pieces of evidence Mr. Evans is going to hand you and say whether or not you reviewed this evidence.
Okay. This is submission 008, and yes, I did test this evidence.
Okay, what is that?
This is a clear drinking glass, and I can tell that I tested the evidence because of the evidence tape and my initials and the date. This is submission 007, also a clear drinking glass. And again, I have to see the crime lab tape with my initials and the date on it, so I did test this evidence. This is submission 006. Inside the paper bag were 2 empty bottles. I also can see the yellow crime lab tape and my initials and date, indicating I tested this item. These are submissions 003, 004, and 005. They are amounts of liquid said to be removed from drinking containers. I can tell that I tested them because, again, the yellow crime lab tape, and they have my initials and date on them.
Ms. Dowel, 009 and 010, the comforter and the washcloth, did you test those pieces of evidence in the crime lab?
No,
And why is that?
because it was suspected to contain biological material, and we do not test biological material in the drug identification unit.
Okay, what do you do with that type of evidence?
It is outsourced to a third-party laboratory.
And is NMS Labs something the crime lab routinely sends evidence to?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
For that blue comforter and the yellow washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were these pieces of evidence given to you in a sealed condition?
Yes, they were.
Okay, would you accept them if they were not sealed?
I would make it, if they were not sealed, a note would be made in my case file and it would be included on the report.
How is property stored at the crime lab?
When it's received into the crime lab, it's stored in the evidence receiving unit in one of their vaults until an analyst has been assigned. And then once the scientist or analyst is assigned the case, they notify evidence receiving unit that they'd like to pick up the evidence. Then custody is transferred to the scientist and they will take the evidence back to their specific unit, so drug identification unit in my case, and then it will be stored in the drug identification vault, inside of my personal storage locker until I'm ready to perform the analysis.
And Ms. Dowell, you are not an expert in toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of generating your report in this case, does the report contain weight and the results of your testing?
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jury through what type of testing you did for the pieces of evidence you tested?
Yes. So 2 tests are required in the drug identification unit. Both of the tests that I performed on each piece of evidence involved a technique called chromatography. Chromatography allows you to separate components of a mixture. But to do that, you employ a stationary phase and a mobile phase. The stationary phase remains still throughout the whole testing process, while the mobile phase, which is typically a gas or a liquid, flows over the stationary phase. Thin layer chromatography is a preliminary test that was used in this case. A glass plate coated with silica is the stationary phase. The sample is then spotted onto the plate along with a solution containing known drug standards. That plate is then placed in a solvent system. As the solvent rises vertically up the plate, separation occurs. This happens because some of the components of the mixture react differently or more strongly to the silica. So if they react more strongly to the silica, they will not travel as far up the plate. If they don't react as strongly, they will travel further. Once the solvent reaches the top of the plate, it is removed and placed in a visualization tank containing iodine. Iodine vapor allows us to visualize those spots. and then we can compare the unknown sample spots to the known sample spots, standard spots, excuse me. The confirmatory test used in this case is called gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS. It is two separate instruments that are combined together. The gas chromatograph, again, allows for separation of components in a mixture. So in this case, the sample is injected into the instrument where it is vaporized, so it's now in a gaseous phase. It flows through a column, and that column has an internal coating, which is the stationary phase in this case. So a column, you can think of it like a long, thin straw. So if the inside of the straw is where the coating is. The mobile phase, in this case, is helium. It flows through the column and helps the components, it helps the components of the mixture travel through the column. Again, it depends on how strongly each component reacts to that column coating, how long it will take to travel through the column. Once it travels through the column, it enters into the mass spectrometer, where it is then bombarded with electrons, and it fragments. That fragmentation pattern is unique, and we can compare that to known drug standards.
And can you tell the jury what the screening method is?
Yes, so the screening method is what we use on the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. It allows for us to screen for a wide variety of controlled substances.
Okay, and is cocaine one of those substances that it would screen for?
Yes,
And that was done in all the pieces of evidence other than the comforter and the washcloth?
yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were you able to detect any sort of substance in all of the pieces of evidence you examined?
I didn't detect any controlled substances in any of the items I tested.
Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 minute.
Now, do we know if they actually looked at the, like, I need to hear a difference between the hospital vial samples, what the hospital saw, versus what was in the law enforcement collected blood draw.
Ms. Dowell, can you walk the jury through if any type of evidence would have been rinsed out or anything like that, if substances would have been picked up?
Yes, so there was a clear drinking glass that didn't appear to have any residue. There was no visible residue or contents. Those glasses were rinsed with methanol, so if there was some type of residue that I couldn't see visibly, I would extract it with the methanol.
Okay, and if these pieces of evidence had been rinsed out prior to the crime lab, is it likely substances would have popped up?
If they had been rinsed prior to coming into my possession,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't really speak to what happens to it before it comes into my possession.
So real quick here, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Real quick here, this doesn't mean that the state's theory is disrupted. It just seems like the state's theory now must encompass a conjecture, because I don't think there's any proof on the record. In fact, I think it'd be very hard for them to even make a common sense inference that, hey, something was used to put cocaine in it that was used to poison Miss Jade. And then the culprit, whoever did it, disposed of everything. Then that's why we can't collect the evidence, because the person did it intentionally and knew they must dispose of this thing. I think that's the logic behind the state's theory, that this was intentional, and the person who intentionally did this, which we're claiming to be Blaise, we're accusing Blaise, got rid of the evidence. And I don't see how they can make that possible if Blaise was taking selfies and then on phone calls where witnesses are saying he was heard speaking. We know from the 911 call that was his voice. We know his device was dialing his dad 30 seconds before that. We know from the EMTs he was a pest. He wouldn't get out of their way. So clearly he was present and not like running off and trying to like throw evidence somewhere where it wouldn't be found. And maybe the state will lean into, hey, our investigators were so bad that he left the evidence on the scene and they just never knew it. But that's not a strong position for the government to have. Additionally, if we're going with this, somebody did something but then threw away any evidence that would show such a thing, It might be that the friends that came over for dinner had more time to take things out of the scene. Then we also have the friend coming in, Lauren Bennett, going in sometime between 10 p.m. and 11:30 p.m.-ish when she says she thinks she arrived at the hospital. So you have someone going into the scene that could have removed something. You have the whole group of friends the next day. It's honestly unclear if anybody else visited the home between Lauren and the group visit. So if the state has to rely on the idea that somebody disposed of the evidence, who had the opportunity to dispose of the evidence reasonably? And it seems like their theory requires that somebody got rid of the evidence. So, I don't know. I don't know. Was it the ginger ale that NJ took with her?
Ms. Dowell, my question might have been confusing. Not something that you did or rinsed out, but if someone prior to you, not with Metro PD, would have rinsed it out with warm water, soap, anything like that, are these results consistent with that?
Potentially, if the glass contained some kind of controlled substance and it was washed with water, that could remove some of that controlled substance, yes.
And what else could remove controlled substances from any sort of drinking glass?
I mean, if it's a physical amount of solid material, you could just pour that amount out. It just depends on what it is and how much of it is there.
And you testified previously that the drinking glass did not look like it had anything in it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. And out of the liquids, you have a red liquid, a light pink liquid, and a clear liquid. There was no substances found in that either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those were from the actual bottles, correct? You tested the bottles?
Yes, I tested both, the bottles and the liquid.
And nothing was
Correct.
in either bottle, the drinking glasses, or the liquid?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could admit Ms. Dowell's report as the state next exhibit 27.
Okay.
Helps.
And so you were not provided the item that for the drinking glass that was used, your testing would not provide. And Ms. Dowell, if you were not provided with the item or the drinking glass that was used, your testing would not be helpful, is that correct? With this controlled substance in it? It would not have been detected?
If I was not provided with the drinking glass,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
If a drinking glass had contained a controlled substance, but you were not provided with that drinking glass, your testing on the other two would not have been helpful, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if the controlled substance had been in the clear drinking glasses, the two you were provided with, but had been rinsed out with water, warm water, cold water, soapy water, it would have removed, it is possible and highly likely that it would have removed that controlled substance.
Yes.
All right, I'll over the objection, she's answered. Any other questions?
No, sir. That's the state's.
All right, question on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Yes, they are. May I see the 27,
I think we're only going to get cocaine maybe in the vomit.
Good morning, morning, Ms. Dowell.
Good morning.
So you're only testing stuff that you're given, right?
Correct.
You don't really make any sort of investigative decisions about what's tested and what isn't tested, right?
I don't make any investigative decisions as far as what is submitted to the laboratory.
Sure. So things are submitted to you and you test what's submitted, right?
Correct.
May I publish Exhibit 27 to Ms. Dowell?
Were you given this? No. Were you given this? No. Were you given this? No.
This is your report that has been admitted as Exhibit 27. You identified it?
Yes, can you scroll to the last page where my signature is, please?
Thanks, Alex.
Sure. That's your signature there?
Yes,
At the front of this report, it says the submitting officer is Adam Reese. Is that right?
yes.
So he's the one who submitted the items to you?
No, he's the one that submitted the Form 282 or the forensic services request to our evidence receiving unit.
Oh, so he makes a request as to what gets tested?
In this instance, yes.
Okay. I noticed on here, items 7 and 8, there's a clear drinking glass, item 7, right?
Yes,
And then item 8 is identified as a clear drinking glass with light pink residue. Is that kind of your description of it there?
yes, that's my description.
Is that something where you described a process where you kind of do a rinse?
Correct.
Is that a process where you would do the rinse in that glass?
Yes,
And then you would test whatever comes out of the rinse to determine if there's controlled substances?
yes,
And in this situation, there were no controlled substances found in any of this, right?
that's correct.
And there were some questions asked by the state. Isn't it possible that some of these glasses were washed and maybe that's why you didn't find anything? That's kind of what was asked, right?
Yes,
Is it also possible that there were never any drugs in these glasses?
yes, that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can step down and be excused.
Right. Did this witness move the needle for you?
The next witness is Detective Tom Miller. He is going to be a bit lengthy, and there are some things that I need to show to defense counsel prior to him testifying.
Okay, is there someone else to call?
The next person is Dr. Carney, who is the expert, and he has to testify before her, so no.
What do they not have?
Well, from yesterday's testimony, there were some additional exhibits that were added to his testimony, so I need to show them to them before we put them out. That's true.
Okay, I need to proceed on, so if you have a witness, we can call anybody else other than two.
I could call and establish his qualifications, and then I could break after that.
Do that. I like that.
Do y'all know what she's talking about as far as the other exhibits you don't have?
Generally, I have not seen.
Can you give them to them and see if they need them?
Yeah, I just got them.
All right, so we'll speed this up, but we'll see if we've got this guy bringing over the evidence for them to discuss. Oh, okay, never mind. They're putting it by the clerk. I lied. All right, doesn't look like they. Okay, finally the camera pans. They're discussing. Got some hand lotion.
Yes, is there somebody else? We have two witnesses? Okay, is there someone else to call other than those two?
Multiple experts as our next witnesses, and there's a sequence to them. I'm prepared to call Detective Miller. I just need a few minutes with Mr. Brand.
Okay, what's a few? You had a few, so what else?
Yeah.
Do you have an objection to
I feel like
something?
we need 15 minutes because he does have an objection and he wants me to change something, which I'm more than happy to do it, but it's going to take me about 15 minutes.
no other civilian witnesses that you plan on calling?
I do, but again, I need the other two people to testify first.
All right, let's go to the jury. You'll step down the hall for 12 minutes.
All right, so now they're going to look over and they're going to pan to the seal, it looks like. But let's just see if they say anything.
What is it that the state's wanting to introduce that the defense hasn't had access to?
There were a couple of messages and artifacts from Jade Benning's phone that were added based off of witness testimony yesterday that happened very late last night. I have had people working on it last night and this morning to get everything updated. I just.
How about texts like from October, November of 2022?
There are messages from multiple different time periods. He has
So
had.
they didn't have the download.
He has had it. I am showing him what I am needing to publish, and he has a couple objections that he's going to change.
It's just commentary on the exhibits, that's all we're talking about. You're right.
Commentary. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, so whatever they're going through, the state is saying that they decided because of testimony from yesterday that this is stuff that they now want to introduce through another witness, I guess to counteract something that was established on cross or recross or re-recross of one of the witnesses yesterday. So it's not material that wasn't disclosed, it's just newly identified as something we plan to use at trial because of what happened yesterday. So, and she explained, she's like, we're working on it last night, and defense doesn't seem to have a problem with the timing of the disclosure. So this is just a short break. They didn't do their lunch yet. They're going to do a witness before they do lunch in court. And also, let's give a warm welcome to Nerdy Nirak becoming green. Big, big thank you. Thanks for becoming a member. And how did you get a K for your name, if your name, both words start with an N? I want to know. Curious minds. Okay, wait, I didn't skip far enough. The chat has a problem with it. The chat objects. I don't know, I wonder if whatever they're introducing, maybe it'll give the defense more leverage to argue, well...
I don't know, to get through Officer Miller's testimony, I don't know what else he asked, obviously, to go with maybe like 115 and then break.
I'm sure the clerk will stop me when we get to that. But I will try to.
Yeah, maybe we'll try to pick a time that makes sense before you get into something else.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the defense can be like, look, they introduced these texts, we want to combat what was said in those texts and introduce more texts that you didn't previously want us to bring in. It's going to be some ping pong. Hey, Butt Nuggets Mom, I think you can join live. This morning was law enforcement officers and drug ID from the crime lab who didn't observe any controlled substances on the items she was provided. Law enforcement didn't collect all that much, didn't seem to observe the scene thoroughly. And I think that's a good enough summary. You don't need to replay it right now, just to watch that.
Take another minute. Okay.
Oh, it's Karen backwards for the K.
Swear to
That's
testimony you're about to give to you the truth, so help me God.
all right. We got Detective Tom Miller.
Detective Miller, could you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Miller
And Detective Miller, where are you currently employed?
with the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And And what is your current position with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am assigned to the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit.
And what does the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit do with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Our primary role, or my primary role within that unit, is digital forensics. So I'm tasked with extracting or imaging data that resides within digital evidence, then processing that, analyzing that, and providing that information to the investigator of that crime.
And does that include analyzing cell phones?
Yes.
Is that kind of a primary focus of your day-to-day
That is
activities?
yes, that's a majority of the type of evidence that we receive in our computer lab, our digital forensic lab.
And how long have you been in that position with the police department?
3.5 years.
And prior to being at SISU, what did you do before that?
I started in patrol, as all police officers do. After a few years, I became an adjunct firearms instructor for our academy, where I taught firearms and tactics on a temporary basis, just while we had trainees in the academy and actually learning there in the academy. I would be assigned out there temporarily during their firearms portion and help instruct that. Then in 2019, I was assigned out there full-time, where I was our department's lead firearms instructor for a period, and then I was assigned to our armory, where I was in charge of issuing, maintaining, and repairing all the different types of firearms that we have and issue to our officers.
So you have a varied background. Can you describe specifically your training in digital forensics?
Yes, so it's a constantly evolving world, digital forensics. You guys all have cell phones, so we know that new cell phones come out on the market all the time, and then on top of that, it seems like we're getting a new update for our phones every week, a couple times a month. With every new make and model, with every new operating system, there's new bits and pieces for us to learn as investigators. So you're really a constant student is the best way I can describe it, is that things evolve so much and so quickly that we're constantly having to learn. I've had over 300 hours of coursework material and instruction. I've also had 3 years of working with tenured experts in this same field that oftentimes I would argue is better than in-classroom instruction, because you have just one-on-one education, people that have been doing it for years and decades. So that's kind of a bird's eye view of my education in this field.
Do you have actual certifications in digital forensics?
Yes, I have a number of them.
And I guess, can you estimate how many, did you train with other experts in digital forensics kind of at the beginning of you getting involved?
I did, yes.
And approximately how many devices have you analyzed?
Hundreds. It's hard to put an exact number. Approximately 1,000 devices come through our lab every year. And me being there for about 3.5 years, you're looking at roughly 3,000 to 3,500 devices. By no means have I put my hands on every one of those, but on a vast majority of those, I have assisted in some way in their processing.
And are there other people in the SISU lab that also analyze digital devices?
Yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you testified?
11.
Your Honor, at this time, I would proffer Detective Tom Miller as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay.
Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, jury, Detective Miller will be allowed to give his expert opinion in digital forensics, and a lay witness not be allowed to give. You can place such testimony, such weight on his testimony as you choose. All right.
Detective Miller, I'm going to ask that you be handed an item. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is Jade Benning's cell phone.
And can you describe, how
did you become involved in this investigation, and was that device, I guess, one of the initial pieces of evidence that you analyzed?
Yes. So the process of which we receive evidence in our lab, when investigators collect them from either crime scenes or from individuals that they're interviewing, there's a number of ways that they can turn them into us. One of which being a series of lockers that have charging ports inside of them. And they can insert the phone into the locker, plug it up, make sure that it's charging, lock the phone up inside of that locker with a chain of custody form and the appropriate paperwork. Typically, those phones reside in that locker until we receive some sort of legal process to then extract information from those devices. So whether that's a search warrant or a signed consent form or something giving us legal authority to do it. So it normally sits there until we receive all of that paperwork, and then we bring it into the lab, and that's when we start working on it. If we're there in the lab at that time, when the detective is wanting to turn it in, there's often times where they'll just knock on the door. We'll go and just receive that from them directly and bring it directly into the lab.
And did you analyze that phone in that same manner?
Yes.
And you were talking about the fact that you have to have a legal process. Did you actually run more than one extraction on that device?
We only ran one singular extraction on this device.
And can you describe what an extraction is?
Yes. So simplest way to describe it is it's ultimately a copy of the information that's on the phone. We have a number of pieces of hardware and software that have exploits that can break into phones, but also when you have the password, it makes things a lot easier, a little bit faster. So those tools will then remove the data, well, not remove it, but they will copy out the information. They aren't removing anything from the device, but they the tools will then extract the information from that device and then place it onto a computer, which then we plug into software that then processes it. Because if we looked at the data that came directly out of the phone, it's databases, and it's really ugly and hard to ingest. When we process it with our software, it makes it much easier for us to examine them, because it ultimately puts it into a form that's very similar to what you would be seeing on your own phone that we're all familiar with. So the software really helps out a lot with that.
The first time you did the extraction, once you have the extraction, what do you do with it?
That extraction then moves to our server from the tools that extract the data from the phone. That information or that data that is copied out from the phone is then entered into the software that I was just describing. That software processes it and then sorts it out basically and separates it into different folders and organizational systems to make it a little bit easier again for us to digest. Then it will then take the information that we give it from, say, the search warrant that might have a time frame. Typically, the entire device is not necessary for a crime that occurred on a specific day. So maybe months leading up to it, all investigations are going to be a little bit different, but many search warrants have a time frame. So when we input that into our software, it cuts out all the extra noise. So everything before and after that time frame is then just kind of set aside, and only that information within the time frame is then placed into the software for us to give to detectives.
And did you go through that process more than once for this particular device?
We did, yes.
And what was the, longest time frame that you used?
The longest time frame in the end would be from January 1st, 2022 to, I believe it was a day after the incident, February 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
And can you describe how much data was included in that time frame of approximately 13 months?
Forgive me, I can't speak to the exact number of gigabytes that were in the final copy. I know that the device itself had 127-ish gigabytes on it, but that may not sound like a lot, but when it's decompressed and then it's placed one piece of information on one sheet of paper, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper to display all the information within inside of that that device.
And have you taken certain portions of the evidence and artifacts from that extraction to put into a presentation for trial this week?
Yes,
Is this presentation indicative of everything on the phone?
absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be passed a multi-page document. I think it's approximately 121 pages, and a disc. This has all been shown to defense counsel, who does not have an objection.
No objections to any of it.
He,
I
you
think
want him to have them?
I really think this might have to do with like
I would like
Indiana.
them to look at it, yes,
Okay.
just to
That
clarify it. If I can move the iPhone into evidence as the next Detective Miller, do you recognize kind of the content of that document?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you retain it, and then it will be entered as an exhibit exhibit, which I believe would be 29. And the disc, I guess, can you describe, are there 3 video files within this presentation?
Yes, 3 slides have a video that are going to play for us.
Your Honor, I have his report in a digital format, if I may publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Detective Miller, this is the first page of that report. Can you describe what we're seeing?
Yes, so this is a consolidated page where I've taken information obtained from numerous different locations, but it's all pertaining to Ms. Benning's device.
And does it have kind of information about her user accounts as well as her phone number?
Yes, so there's a number of pieces of information that would be assigned by the cell phone or cell service provider, such as the cell phone number that would be down there towards the bottom. But a number of these pieces of information are actually provided by the user or the owner of the device, such as the name, the device's name, email addresses, things like that that are associated with different accounts that are, or applications that are set up on the phone.
And this is the second page. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a progress report from one of the tools that extracts data from the devices. This is just pointing out, referencing the portions of information that would have been added by the owner or user of the device, and again, the phone number for the device. Again, you can also see the suggested or the estimated partition size of the device, which is 129 gigs. It ended up being 127, but it's suggested or an estimated size of the device. And it goes on to explain a number of other things as it pertains to the phone that the user would have had 0 input from, the serial number, other numbers that are associated with the phone as well.
And page 3, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so again, this is user or owner input information. So the owner or user would have placed their photograph inside of their contact information, their name. They would have placed their address inside there as well. The interesting thing to note here is that significant locations, Apple has an algorithm that actually decides what your significant locations are. So she didn't even have to put that in, but the iPhone suggested that that was most likely her phone because of a number of different reasons. But just an interesting note there.
And is that one of the things that you're looking for, is kind of user activity on a particular device?
Absolutely, yeah. These are some of the first things I look at on any device to try to identify the user and or owner of any device. So these are definitely very, very first steps.
And this next page, which is number 4, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a consolidated list of text messages that occurred between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor for the final day of her life.
And are these a consolidation of messages from the evening of 2/24/23 through 2/25/23 at 6:55 p.m.?
Yes, and I know I did just say that it was from the final day of her life on the 22nd, on the 25th of February. The reason the two at the very top are listing as the 24th is because they were either read or reacted to on the 25th. So that's why those are there, because there are still portions of that conversation still existing on the 25th. That's why you'll still see that date up there at the top.
And this is page 5. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a series of texts. I believe this is just a different portrayal of what we just looked at. So just like you would look at on your own phone, all the conversation that you would be submitting, all the text that you would be submitting in the conversation, they'll be residing on the right side of the screen, or at least extending from the right side of the screen, and those responding to you or who you're talking with is going to be extending from the left side of the screen. So very similar to what we're all used to, and this is one of the reasons.
So, okay, let's just pause and read this. So, this is from the night of the incident, right? 2:25, presumably from Jade, saying, also, will you be free around 7? And then, like an hour and a half after that sent, Blaise is like, yeah, I fell asleep watching Outer Banks, then woke up to gun firing on the show with the laugh cry emojis, but yeah, I should be. And then 10 minutes after that, Jade says, LMAO, woke up confused ASF, like as fuck. Okay, I'll have plans for us. You can come dress comfy to my house. Says, okay, sounds good. That was like 30 minutes late. Well, yeah, like 30 minutes later. And then she says, okay, but what's the time difference here? Like 50 minutes after that, she says, sweet, I'm getting off now. So she was probably at work. So if he's planning to go over there, I mean, did he just run and coordinate this all with like a casual plan? Was he just like, all right, the next time I go there, I'm going to do this thing with no concern for anything else that might be going on?
The tools that we use are so helpful, just for everybody to understand a little bit better.
And for the record, can you read out the first message, who it's from, the content, and the date and time?
Yes. So anything submitted from Ms. Benning's device is actually going to be referred to as local user, and then it's going to have in kind of parentheses there the type and make and model of her device that she had, which was an iPhone 13 Pro Max. It was sent on, this first message was sent on 2/25/23 at 12:26 p.m. And it states also, will you be free around 7?
And this next page, which is 6, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a piece of location information that we located inside the device. It was where her phone actually stored her parking location when she parked at a Walmart as she was on her way home from work.
And that was at 4:05:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And I am going to go back to slide 5. Is that kind of that time frame of the last text message that she received from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Correct, yes.
And this next page, which is number 7, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's a series of texts between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, spanning from 4:27 p.m. to 6 p.m.
All right, so since she's just summarizing, I'll read them. So the last set left off with, how was work? And at 4:27, Jade's like, it was so busy today. Blaise is like, really? That's such a dry way to respond to that. And then I don't know how to read this dramatic. I don't know if either of them have dramatic voices. Jade says at 4:52, 4 minutes later, like, yeah, we had like 150 people on for reservations plus walk-ins. And then about an hour and like 15 minutes after that says, let me know whenever you're headed this way, because there was no response in between. So
Or around 6 p.m.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
fail you,
6:03.
Lady Di. My bad.
And the next image, which is page 8.
Again, it's another piece of location information that we located on the phone, showing that she had arrived home and parked her car there at her residence at 4:38 p.m. on 2/25/23.
And the next image, which is page 9.
This is where we start going into a timeline, and it's not necessarily a step-by-step-by-step timeline. So we're not showing every single thing that occurred in her phone, because if we really showed that, we'd be here all day. Because a lot of things happen under the hood, and when what she was doing on the phone, what she was using, or what applications she was using, who she was conversing with, and things of that nature. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what she was doing at her apartment with her device for that evening, starting at around 6 p.m.
And she receives a text message at 6:02 p.m. from Jarius Porter, and then she sends a text message at 6:03. Can you read out the content and the date and time of that message?
Of the 6:03 message?
Yes.
Okay. It says, "Let me know whenever you are headed this way."
All right, so whoever the other person is, Jade's phone is receiving a text from Porter Jairus. Maybe it's supposed to be Jarius and it just was typoed. It says, okay, just gonna chill for the rest of the day, question mark. And that was received at 6:02 p.m. And then to that same number, Jade's device responds back to Jarius Porter, or Jairus. Oh, this one's spelled correctly. Why is there a typo within this extraction? Their demonstrative has a typo. All right, so it's supposed to be Jarius. Now we're seeing it spelled correctly. Maybe. So then she says, yeah, I picked up stuff to make Alfredo. Najea might come over. And that's at 6:07 p.m.
And the next image, which is page 10, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, we're continuing on, and it's not going to be a minute by minute, just because we aren't necessarily doing something on our phone all the time, or at least most of us aren't. At 6:08, she received an email from one of her subscribed email groups that is subject is titled "Your Pregnancy, Week 23, Day 5." Then she receives a text from Mr. Taylor at 6:26 p.m. That states "okay," and then receives another text from Jarius Porter at 6:43.
All right, so since they're not reading them, well, maybe they'll read the Blaise one, but Blaise says okay at 6:26, and then at 6:43, Jade Sohn receives a text from Jarius Porter saying, Alfredo go crazy every time.
And the next image, which is page 11, can you describe what
We got an Instagram upload.
This is a post that Miss Benning posted to Instagram. Appears to be a picture of what she was cooking that evening, with a phrase that she placed on top of the photograph saying, "If you know, you know."
And can you describe the artifact information and what the created date and time, as well as last access, last modified date time, kind of what that means?
Yes. So depending on the application that was utilized to take a photograph, because we know that we can take a photograph with the typical camera application on our device, but many social media applications access the same camera tool, but you're actually taking that photograph with another application, if that makes sense. So when that's done, there's a number of things that certain applications will hold on to with that picture, and it will say it was taken on this date. Sometimes it'll say the location the picture was taken. Sometimes it'll say if the photograph was edited, so on and so forth. Number of different things that different applications hold on to. Typically, social media applications scrub a lot of your personal information to protect you as the user. So it doesn't have location information typically. So you're not posting that kind of stuff to the world to where somebody viewing it can say, oh, she's at home, or he's at home right now, or he's at work. So it's a security feature that the social media applications have. Ultimately, photograph was taken at 6:10 p.m. When it's last modified, that could be when she posted it, that could be when she edited it, if I could speak, I'm sorry. And those also could have been done at the exact same time, that as she was looking at the photograph that she just took with the application, she edited it and then posted it right after. So difficult to say exactly, but it's something along those lines.
And the next image, which is page, sorry, I need to go back. So we were just on 11, and so this next one is page 12. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of messages from Instagram.
And can you kind of rate out the content of them as well as the time?
Yes, so from Jade Tristan, which is Jade Benning's handle on on Instagram, that's her username or what other people would see her as if they're looking at her page. She states chicken spaghetti at 6:17 p.m. on February 25th. States looks good just moments later. And then at 6:19, Bridget Burks liked the message and then said, "Are you making Alfredo at work or are you off?" at 6:19:34. And then Jade responds, "I'm off tonight."
And this next image, which is page 13, can you describe what this is?
This is another post from Instagram that is posted with someone has written on there, "Guess what I'm making?" And it's in reference to the messages we just saw there.
And the time of this created, can you describe that?
Yes, so created is going to be 6:16:44 p.m. And again, last accessed or modified is at 6:16:49.
And can you describe, is there data within this artifact where you are able to tell if this was something created by Jade Benning or created by Bridget Burks?
So it's difficult when some applications require internet connection and communication with that application's servers wherever they reside. When we have a device in our lab, we are disconnecting them from the outside world to preserve the data, ultimately. So whether that's putting them in airplane mode or taking the SIM card out or a number of different ways, we are disconnecting them from the internet. So there's a number of things that are stored only on the servers for social media applications. There are some things that are stored on the device. They don't always coincide with each other. So when we disconnect them from the internet, there's a lot of things that we lose the ability to see, I guess, is the best way to explain it. So without serving Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or whoever the social media service is, without serving them with some sort of search warrant and them providing us information that's on their server, we're limited to what's only on the device.
Did you have additional information outside of the artifact information and the extraction from Detective Reese about this particular photo?
About this photo, yes.
And what was that information?
That it was submitted, that it was posted by Jade's mother.
And the next image, which is page 14.
So this is a series of Snapchat messages that were sent by Jade to a series of individuals, starting at 6:44 p.m. Well, I'm sorry, they were all logged at 6:44 p.m. She sent 3 messages via Snapchat to the listed individuals there.
And can you explain Snapchat messages as it relates to finding artifacts on a mobile device? Is that something that is consistent, or how does that work?
It's very haphazard. It depends on user settings. It depends on how quickly we get a device after the conversation occurred. It depends on how many people were involved in the conversation. And again, this is another one of those applications like I was just referring to. It requires internet information or internet access for it to function to its fullest capability. So again, we're limited to what we see on the device itself.
And so, depending on settings, there could be additional Snapchat messages that you wouldn't find on the device. Is that correct?
Correct. Snapchat inherently is kind of designed as a security-based messaging system that if one-on-one you're having a conversation with somebody, those messages evaporate fairly quickly. When you start adding people to the conversation, those numbers change slightly, but ultimately they're designed to evaporate.
And if you're looking at a particular time frame and user user activity, are there other databases within the extraction that you can look at user activity so that you can see if they were accessing the app? You might not be able to see what is happening within that app, but you could tell if they accessed it.
Yes, absolutely. There's a number of different databases. Well, ultimately, iPhones are running off of a series of databases. That's it. If you really boil it down, that's every application is its own database. If you look at an iPhone and their extractions, there are certain databases that Apple has created to monitor the use of the devices that are out there in the world. Apple does this for selfish reasons. They like to learn what we're doing as users, but they also are using that information to make better software, to make better hardware, and things of that nature. So a lot of those databases have a lot of good information that we will use in investigations. The other good thing is that none of those databases can be altered by the user. Some can be altered by the user, but not these databases that I'm referring to.
And the next image, which is page 14, can you describe what, I'm sorry, 15, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is referring to a series of photographs that was taken with Jade's device over about a 1 minute period, and it's of the table that she set with the crafts and things that she was also planning on utilizing for the evening. So it's just kind of a pre-event photograph, I guess.
Is that a
is
different
good way to
candle?
explain it.
And does this photograph include what appears to be some type of Alfredo
Yes,
as well as rolls?
yes.
And can you just give the first image what the created date and time is, as well as the last one in that set?
Yes, the created date and time on the very first photograph was on February 25th, 23 at 6:47:26. And the last one is same date at 6:48:07.
And the first image is labeled file name IMG_3406.jpg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 16, can you describe what's shown here?
It's just a higher resolution version of the one we just looked at.
And this next image, which is page 17, can you describe what is shown here?
So, as I was referring to earlier, depending on the application that takes the photograph, a ton of information can be stored within that information. We have a created date, we have the size of the actual image itself, original width and height, so if it's ever modified or cropped out, we can see if it is smaller. In fact, we can see that it was larger and there might be something more that we need to look for. This one has location information as well, which indicates that the photograph was taken at Jade's apartment, along with the make and model of the device that it was taken. Just lots and lots of information that's stored just for that one photograph.
And this next image, which is page 18, can you describe what's shown here?
The candle looks
Again, ultimately a wider angle view of what we just looked at. So kind of taking a picture of the entire countertop there or island that has, again, all the arts and craft and the dinner that Jade has prepared for the evening.
And is this the image that ends in 3407?
Correct, yes.
And the next image, which is page 19, can you describe what's shown here?
Moments later, another photograph labeled IMG_3408 is, again, just from a slightly different angle, but ultimately a very, very similar photograph to the last.
And the next image, which is page 20.
Again, moments later, this one ending in 3409 from the opposite end of the countertop.
I think this might be like a garlic butter for the rolls on this other bowl, because it doesn't really look like noodles, even though it's the same color.
But ultimately, the same photograph.
And the next image, which is page 21.
Ending in 3410.jpg, basically the same picture again, just a whole series of them.
And this next image, which is page 22.
So this is one of those photographs being shared with an individual saved in her contact list as B. This was sent at 6:48:26 p.m.
And can you explain what the, I guess, kind of object is under the message column for that communication with B?
Oh, under the additional detail, yes. So the software is only as good as it understands what Apple operating system is, how it's reading it. So as any software exists in the world, there's constantly updates, things are altered slightly, databases are altered slightly. At this time, so that being said, there's constant cat and mouse games of our software and our hardware being able to catch up and do and understand everything that iPhone is currently running at that time. So it's always a cat and mouse game. At this point in time, our software was not able to provide an exact sample image or a preview of that image that was sent in the message. So it shows that an object was sent with just a very basic icon saying an object was sent in this message. Looking at the artifact information for the message itself, again, it says an object just there to the right of the word message. But if we go down a little bit lower and look at the attachment path, and if we follow that all the way to the very end, you'll see that there's a title of the image that was actually sent. If you search for that title, then you can reference back to what was actually sent, which is how we identify the photograph that was sent in that message.
Okay, that does look noodly from this angle.
Which is page 23.
Between 6:51 and 6:55, a few text messages are shared between Blaise and Jade. Mr. Taylor,
Sorry, can you describe the content of the messages?
yes, on 2/25/23 at 6:51, message was sent to Jade from Blaise that states "on my way," and roughly 4 minutes later, Jade loved that image or hearted that image, or that message.
And what else is included on this page 23?
At 6:55 p.m., Jarius Porter received a message from Jade.
And is it received or sent?
So,
Oh, she sent
yeah, I'm sorry, I said that in a confusing way, but she submitted a text to him, she sent it to him.
And the next page, which is 24.
So this is a phone call that was an incoming call to Jade's phone from Mr. Taylor's device.
Okay, so he's
And
close.
can you give the date and time?
It was at February 25th, 23 at 6:59:49 p.m.
And what was the call duration?
It was 10 seconds.
Roger, I'm at somewhat of a stopping point if it is
Okay,
time for
that's
the board.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you going a little further. I think the court staff told you about an event that the court needs to go to just briefly down the hallway, and that will be also during the time you break for lunch. So remember what I said about not discussing the case, wanting any opinion about it, the other admonitions. We'll get back here, just say around 2:20, 25, something like that. You'll step down the hallway.
All this food talk, what's everybody doing for lunch?
Okay, just to give you all additional time too, we'll break till 2:30. That work?
Thank you, Honor.
Okay.
Reports on lunch? All right, so we're gonna have like half an hour. I have a bunch of timestamps I want to add to the timeline I started putting together yesterday, but we're going to run through that on lunch. We're going to try to get these times straight. I think one part of what we're doing here is we want to establish that, Jade's using her phone a lot. Probably her using the device. She's communicating. She's excited about this dinner. She's taking like 1,000 pictures of it. So she's excited to be hanging out with Blaise. And that if she's using her phone this much, maybe the state's going to argue on their timeline, when would Jade have had the opportunity to casually go ingest any type of substances on her own if it was something she did by choice? So maybe that's the argument we'll get. Either that or we're just going through a bunch of text messages because they're there. Also, I pulled this up. I pulled it off the screen because they were showing the exhibits. But if you guys are following the Terrion Arnold arrest, that is the Lions player who, relating to an incident that happened back in February of this year, and several others were arrested between then and now. He was not arrested until yesterday. He turned himself in, and he's facing three kidnapping, assault and battery. There's like a slew of charges relating to a kidnapping. The theory is that he was staying in an Airbnb when he was about to go to the Hard Rock Casino around Tampa, Florida, back in February, or maybe before February. Somebody robbed him, burglarized that Airbnb, and stole a bunch of his stuff. And this incident that he's being charged for now was supposed to be a retaliation in response to that burglary. The government says that the individuals that were kidnapped at his behest weren't correctly the individuals that would have robbed, burglarized the Airbnb, whatever. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of mess. Two of the girls who were arrested, they were allegedly used as lures to lure these three men who the group is alleged to have believed were the three people that originally robbed, burglarized this Airbnb, took plea deals yesterday. So I think those plea deals gave the state what they needed to pull the trigger on Terrion Arnold. So there is a pretrial hearing that's going to take place at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. That's going to be East Coast time, Florida. And that's coming from Moses Dupree relaying to us, to the chat, from Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. So maybe we can look at that before this starts up on Monday. Is there anything else going on Monday? Was that Courtney Clenny on Monday? Okay, never mind. On Monday, I might not be available to watch that because there's also an Andrew Hayes hearing. I put 9 a.m., but it is Tennessee, so maybe that doesn't happen till 10. Andrew Hayes is someone that Shelby County, Tennessee, the district attorney's office plans to not fight his team's efforts at exoneration. They have stated publicly that they believe Andrew Hayes is innocent, but he's just been stuck in the appellate process since that statement back in January. This hearing that's taking place on Monday the 29th was delayed from last month. So this poor guy has spent like over a decade incarcerated. All parties on both sides seem to declare he's innocent. I've looked at the case. I think he's innocent. And he's just been waiting months, half a year, since that declaration for any type of possibility of getting out. Just crazy. So I think I'll actually be preoccupied Monday morning, even court starts up. So, but just so you guys know, I will be paying attention to the Terrion Arnold case. But just can't work that date for the pretrial hearing. Thank you so much, Moses, though, and thank you for letting me know about the case last night. Also, Naka Brand became green. Big thank you for becoming a member. Tell us about your brand. Yet Jarius Porter, guys. I don't know yet who Jarius Porter is. Could just be a friend. Could just be someone from the restaurant. Who knows? Not exactly sure. But I did not see a mention in the text messages to Jarius Porter that, hey, I'm making chicken Alfredo for Blaise, or a guy, or someone who's coming over. I'm having a date. So those details were absent from those communications with Jarius Porter. Whether that means anything or not, I don't know. What else do we got? DJ King Sneeze says she made all that food and cookies, and Lauren talking about the house didn't smell like food, but it smelled like it was clean, but it wasn't the candle that smelled. And not for nothing, but if it was a red candle and there was another candle burning there, what if that candle, it was like a white jar with like white wax, and not all scented candles are colored. Most these days, I feel like it's non-colored wax. What if that was like a cleaner scent? Maybe just something like clean vanilla, like a combination scent, where it smelled a little bit like a dessert, but a little bit like fresh. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Especially because a lot of candles, like if you ever look at the bottom of a candle, it'll have like 3 different notes, some type of combination to make up the overall scent. Okay, the Black Sheep says that NJ testified yesterday that Jarius was a guy Jade was talking to, but wasn't ready to tell him she was pregnant by Blaise. Okay, so that's not Des then? I missed that name yesterday, so I just assumed it was Des. So where does Des come into play? Or was Des even in the picture by February? Maybe he was no longer in the picture after the November, like, calculation. Yeah, so there you go. There's why we're probably not having any mention that I'm cooking Alfredo for somebody else. I don't know. I don't know. Man. Look, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. But could be very relevant to this case. Certainly. And have we heard anything else about Des? Like, besides the calculation conversation is what I'm saying. Like, since that November conversation with NJ, with Njaya, do we have any conversation mentioning Des besides that? And the can you pick up shroom? Can you tell Des to get me some shrooms before I come over on the 25th? And we haven't seen that message on screen. We have not seen that text message on screen yet. We've just heard questions about that text message. But apparently there's a text message from Nigea to Jade right before Nigea comes over on the 25th asking if you can go get something from Des. So if Jade coordinates that, I would assume that we'll see some text messages, some additional text messages besides that one that we've heard about, coordinating for us to go get whatever Nigea is looking for. Or like a reply, right? Because so far we kind of have like an isolated mention of that just between Nigea and Jade, but we don't know what happened on any other end. So, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm glad we're finally getting into it. Yeah, Kimberly going back to the Terrion Arnold case is almost identical to the O.J. Simpson Vegas situation. Yeah, because there's this, from what the state's saying, that the individuals that participated were live streaming the abduction and the retaliation on a stream that Terrion Arnold had access to. Right? So he would have been like watching it go down, presumably. And that might not necessarily mean he was partaking. I believe some of the stuff that the state relied on to get this arrest warrant and bring these charges came from the text messages from the 2 girls that took the pleas yesterday. Because there were some text messages released earlier this year where Terrion's name was part of those text messages, saying things like, oh, Terrion will handle it when he's here, something like that. There were a few mentions. If you Google Terrion Arnold text messages, you'll pull some up from different sources that cover different portions of the available text messages. So, and just like this case, phone dumps, gotta have the intel. Gotta have the intel. And, man. The state's theory here in this case, you guys, is that a fatal dose of cocaine was purposely put into a pink drink that Jade then ingested unknowingly. And either the intent was to cause an abortion because there's felony murder charges, or the intent was to kill because there's the murder charges. But either way, criminal intent to cause some type of harm at that level. At minimum, to cause the abortion. and whatever bodily harm would be inflicted on the adult carrying the unborn baby to make that happen, or intent to kill. So, let's see. Play on Crime is like, oh, how much longer do we need to hang on this ledge? Man, listen. His Aaron says, have we established that was Alfredo? The first picture seemed to be from Bridget of the chicken spaghetti. But then we had like the fettuccine noodles in the second picture. More consistent with a chicken Alfredo. Let's see. I see Natka Brand saying, did I make the cut? Yes, of course, of course. You didn't even need to become a member. I appreciate you became a member. But you made the cut. You could hang out with the chat either way. Of course, of course. Yeah, guys, don't ask me if it's possible to drink cocaine without knowing it. I have literally zero clue. Zero experience, zero knowledge. Like, I don't even have anecdotes from other people that I could rely on to tell me, like, hey, is it like if you want to take an emergency powder drink, do you have to like really stir it for it to dissolve and you won't really know? Does it not taste different? Does it dissolve easily? I have zero clue. I have zero clue. And I feel like we need somebody to tell the jury how that would work. Especially me. I need to know too. All right. So without pulling up anybody's names, I don't want to imply that anybody has personal experience, but in the chat, we have suggestions that your mouth would get numb right away. Yeah. Yeah, your mouth would go numb. Well, and that makes sense because it seems like, okay, so dental cocaine is no longer used, but it used to be used as an analgesic. So that makes sense. Six Nine Fun Size says, ask the Law Pope, ask Nick Rekieta. I should. I will if you guys want me to, I will. We'll bring on an expert, a chat expert. Oh my goodness. Very grateful that Nick Rekieta many years ago decided to do this thing called Trial Watching Live on YouTube. Because here we are. Here we are. Okay, so cocaine has a taste and it burns your whole mouth. So, like, when Coke used to be used in the soda, did it not give it an odd taste? Like a unique, distinctive taste? And no way you could drink it and not know. And then the other thing is, I still need to know about this cocaethylene. I'm going to say it a million times. I'm learning to pronounce it correctly at this point. If there's a metabolite that only would happen if alcohol and the cocaine are ingested, like almost simultaneously. How do we not know that we're ingesting alcohol as well? And maybe an explanation for that is those metabolites can form even if it's just a tiny amount of alcohol. But I need to hear that. I need that explained to me. Lola, did anything shocking happen? We're starting to get into Jade's phone extraction, right? And we're just getting to the point where she's sending pictures of this dinner table being set, not much else. And I'm going to have to work that into this little timeline that I'm working on. It seems like Blaise might not live that far away. What was the timestamp where... Yeah, so at 6 in the evening, Jade texts Blaise saying, let me know when you head over. 6:07, Jarius Porter, I'm making Alfredo. Najee might come over. Does not mention that Blaise is going to come over. Does not mention that a guy's going to come over. Posting a bunch of pictures and talking with Bridget on Instagram about the food that's being made. And then Blaise texts Jade that he'll let her know. Okay, at 6:46. And then at 6:51, he says, I'm on my way. And then he's calling at 6:59. And it's a 10-second call, which to me, if something's a 10-second call, it's probably like, I'm here. Which door should I go to? And just real quick, or I'll come outside. So I doubt that's like, I'm lost and need extensive directions to get there. So to me, I'm concluding that either Blaise didn't text on my way until he was already driving, or he has a very short drive from wherever he was to getting to Blaise's house and saying, I'm here. And then that's where we left off before they went to this break. They're going to be gone for like another 15 minutes here. Let me pull up this little timeline. Open it. And this is such a rough draft, guys. I need to do some improvements on this. I didn't have time to add notes from yesterday, but this is what we're looking at. It's a gamma, but it's something I do sometimes when I have time to just gather information. If you want a quick reference who somebody is, I guess I got to add Jarius Porter to the people list. But really for this case especially, I want to do a timeline. I want to have this timeline here where we can go through and be like, all right, here's when we actually meet on Hinge. We don't start hanging out in person, but we initially meet on Hinge in January of 2022. Pregnancy, we find out, well, we don't know, but we heard that September 12th was the conception date. And she might not have known that. September 26th, perhaps. And then early 2022 is when we know for sure that Jade is discussing her pregnancy with somebody else, Nigella. And this is when they're debating, like, well, who was it? Who could it have been? And Nigella is insisting, like, I think it's more likely Des. You're having sex with him more frequently. And they're having this debate, and Jade ultimately lands and decides that it had to have been Blaise. So there you go. Although the defense is trying to put forth that even though Jade and Nigella are having this conversation at the beginning of November, Jade would have missed a period by like October 12th. So she should have been on alert or suspicious, perhaps, by middle October. November 6th, that's when we have this, look, I'm keeping the baby. And there were some conversations leading up to this moment that Nigella helped Jade prepare, like how to word things, did some wordsmithing. And Jade's position, he was not ready to have a baby. We didn't really know each other that long. Even though they met on Hinge back in January, they didn't really start talking to each other or get to know each other until 90 days ago. And then is trying to suggest alternatives. And what's interesting about this, and I think this might be some of the new messages we're going to get into today. Remember, we heard that the state wants to bring in new parts of the phone extractions that relate to some testimony that happened yesterday. I think it might be about the Indiana, possible go to Indiana for an abortion conversation. And to rebut that, we want to either show those messages or more context to that conversation, or show additional conversations from around that time that would suggest that Jade was excited about the pregnancy and would not even have been considering getting an abortion. So maybe that's what we'll see with these new messages that the state previously didn't think would be necessary. By the time we have the middle of November, we have the first ultrasound. That's with the Dr. Allison Mullally, who already testified, and Nigella goes with her to this ultrasound. Blaise doesn't. New Year's Eve, January, we had testimony that on New Year's Eve, the stepmom and Jade's father are with Blaise around this time. Jade doesn't consume alcohol. Not consuming any alcohol at this point, at least in their presence. And January, we have Blaise reaching out, and suddenly they're meeting up, and they have this long conversation at a park. Estimate is about 5 hours. So, long conversation. They agree they're going to try to do things that help them get to know each other. They discuss potential co-parenting. Blaise does want a paternity test, which seems reasonable to me. I think, seems reasonable all the time to ask for something like that. Maybe we should just be cool with asking for that and not assuming or getting personally offended by it. Just get it done. That's kind of my stance. But then Blaise ends up telling his parents, right? Blaise goes and tells his family, which is not something I would expect if I was so disgruntled and not accepting about this pregnancy that I would just run and go tell my parents. To me, that seems like acceptance, almost embracing. And it's certainly putting other individuals on alert that you had knowledge that this baby was going to be kept and had some belief, a stronger belief, that it was your child. So if you were planning on ways to conspire and get rid of, you're going to get somebody to get some coke for you and you're going to figure out how to do this, I don't see why we would put more people in the loop. I'm just not sure why that's consistent with somebody who is, 6 weeks from now, 7 weeks from now, going to be committing these crimes. Then we've got, they're spending more time together. We heard that they're starting to see each other like a few times a week. Jade wants Blaise to start coming to the medical appointments, and she's planning a gender reveal, but he doesn't attend because he's working. Jade's dating other men, according to the defense, but we're starting to see some text messages to others. And we have not seen this. I do not think we will see this physically. But in openings, we heard that in December, Jade sent naked photos to 3 different recipients. So whatever's going on with that is what's going on with that. Blaise was dating others. And then the week leading up to February 25th, Blaise is out of town on a work trip, returns early Thursday. So this is from the state. So I'm wondering if this is when the state's going to say, like, well, that's his opportunity to go get the cocaine, which, based on their theory of what happened here, is a necessary means for this all to occur. Maybe this was something he did on this out-of-town trip that's out of the norm, even though it's a work trip. But they haven't told us anything about it. We've only really heard about it in openings. February 24th, the day before, Blaise is texting Xavier Winford, who's a coworker, and I believe an ex that we're going to hear more about. I think Xavier's a she. And says, I love you and I need you to love me back. I don't know. That sounds messy. And Jade is planning a date night. Jade is planning a date night. And the state included that, of course, she's planning a paint and sip and dinner, but no alcohol because she's pregnant. So we get to February 25th, you guys. February 25th. We just went over some of the text messages leading up to 6:59 p.m. when Jade answers a call from Blaise that was 10 seconds long, like 9 minutes after he says that he's on his way. From 7 to 7:30 p.m., Blaise arrives here. And remember, this is at the new 2-bedroom apartment. She was previously in a 1-bedroom apartment and recently moved in preparation of the baby. And we heard from Najee yesterday. She volunteered that she wanted to move in together, but Jade ditched her. Ditched her was Najea's term. So Najee Jackson and Keontae Jones stopped by between 7 and 8. They're there briefly. To me, I got the impression from Najee, her perception of how long they were there was longer than Keontae Jones' perception. Keontae Jones was like, oh, he's playing cards. He was asking us to join him, but then he was like, we were there less than 15 minutes. Whereas Najee is like, we were there about 30 minutes. So I don't know. Make of that what you will, but both of them said that at that time they saw a pink drink present. They see the chicken Alfredo. So there's these bits of truths. They're saying they saw the Uno cards, and we saw from the picture that there was like the Uno instruction manual left on the table, because who needs the Uno instructions when you're sitting in the corner to play Uno? You don't need the instructions. So just leave it there. And now we can confirm that these witnesses are truthful. They're sprinkling in that bit of truth. 8:03 is when we have the leaving, because right after they leave, Najee said that Jade had texted her, or she texted Jade, that was a cute interaction. So they're using that text message as a frame of reference for, we must have left right around that time, because as soon as we were leaving, this text message was changed. So, and I guess we'll see that as evidence, but it came from the state's opening. Now, what I think is so critical is if between 8:03 p.m. and whatever time crap hits the fan is when Jade is dosed with something. When's the opportunity to get the stuff out of the home? Because right now, state seems to suggest that either their law enforcement officers didn't collect the right cup, which is why we don't have cocaine on something, or they rinsed it out and the cocaine wouldn't be present anyway, Or somebody could have removed it from the scene, which is why nobody would find it at the scene. The idea that Blaise himself would be the one removing something from the scene would have to happen between this time frame. So at 9:10 p.m., there's a photo of them painting these pictures. I guess we haven't seen that picture. Unless this is the one with all the words. At 9:24 to 9:28, 12 selfies are taken on Jade's phone, but they're with Blaise. So Blaise is physically with her at the time these selfies are being taken. And then the 12th photo ends up being deleted. Maybe we'll hear from this expert. Then at 9:29, this is when Jade calls Nigeria. And we have this whole, like, Jade's voice is wavy. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. You did this because you didn't want the baby. What's in your hand? Show me. And that's according to Nigeria. That's what she says she hears over this phone call. And the duration from the records is 6 minutes and 9 seconds. So, very small window of time, if you ask me. By 9:38, Blaise is calling 911. He's like, I think she's having an allergic reaction. And the guy operating the 911 call is within 2 minutes dispatching first responders. Within 10 minutes of that dispatch at 9:50 p.m., Andrea Rose says that she's arrived at the patient and says that Blaise is in her way the whole time. So Blaise is physically present while these EMTs are there. He's not like out running around doing something else, getting rid of evidence at 9:50. And then they depart to the hospital, and Nigeria and Blaise, they go to the hospital. Blaise was outside when the ambulance was there. So again, his presence is accounted for. And then sometime between 10 and 11, Lauren Weber goes to Jade's apartment. She testified that on direct, it was for the purpose of blowing out a candle because Jade's stepmom was concerned that there was a candle lit. And she thinks that Nigeria is the one that told her that there was a candle burning. And then on cross, she says 3 times that she went there just to get the keys and nothing else to establish that she didn't mess with the scene. As if she went to the kitchen island only, saw the keys were there, and then left. No longer mention, like, I also went there to go into the bedroom and blow out this candle. On cross, she didn't go anywhere else. She didn't touch anything. She was just there to get the keys, and that's it. And she says she believes she got at the hospital around 11:30. And then at 12 a.m., we have the body cam of Blaise speaking with Officer Pfeiffer. And then I've got to add in, I didn't add in the apartment timeline yet, but we know that at dusk the next day, so which I assume maybe like 6, 7 p.m., they're like heading over there. And by the time they get to Jade's apartment, that group with the gloves gets to the apartment when it's dark. But it's not quite dark yet while they're on their way there. So that would be the evening of the 26th. And then around 1 a.m., the homicide unit, 1 a.m. on the 27th, the homicide unit is at Jade's apartment. So that's our timeline. That's our timeline, you guys. And I don't know. Seems like a very narrow window of opportunity there for Blaise to dispose of baggies, clean up everything, not leave a trace. But at the same time, it's like the state has to necessarily rely on the investigators doing a piss poor job. I think they're going to try to embrace it and say, that's why we can't prove to you, jury, but you should just lean on the demeanor stuff that Blaise did this because we didn't swab for residue of a controlled substance. We didn't collect these million other glasses or cups or whatever types of vehicles that could be used to drink out of. All right, I think the state is going to try to, in a perverted kind of way, a completely bastardized fashion, weaponize the failure of law enforcement to say this is why we don't have evidence against Blaise Taylor. But his demeanor is enough. His motive is enough. And maybe that will be enough for a jury. Yeah, where is the ginger ale? So we know Nigeria said that she ended up taking a ginger ale, like with her to-go plate. Where is the ginger ale? And I don't know, if my pregnant friend only had 1 ginger ale, I don't see how I would be able to take that. I know people drink ginger ale all the time, not just when they're feeling nauseous. But if my pregnant friend has a ginger ale and it's their one ginger ale, I feel like, no, girl, you keep that. So that was odd. Thought that was odd. Moses, I think it falls under like excited utterance, unavailable witness exception. Technically for Jade saying things to NJ, if you're talking about the phone call, I would say those two bases are why it comes in. The judge is going to say that it's more probative than prejudicial. Of course, you're only asking about Jade, but of course the things that Blaise would be saying would be against party opponent. He's the accused. But was her call credible? I think the second call is a hot mess mystery, right? There's a second call. Nigea said that she was trying to convince Blaise to FaceTime her. When he's like, I'm trying to call 911. He's like, oh, FaceTime me. And maybe you could argue Nigea was intelligently trying to get somebody to get on video to show what he was doing, what was going on. Are your hands free? Show me what Jade looks like. Maybe it's just her version of a video call. But I don't know. I've watched a lot of cases where FaceTime is relevant, and the prosecution's always saying that when somebody uses FaceTime, it's to not be traceable. They want to make it difficult in advance of law enforcement trying to figure out what they were doing, what they were saying, who they were speaking to at a different time. Use FaceTime. So I don't know about that one. And then there's conflict. There's an internal inconsistency with Nigea's statements because she's purporting that on the second call, Blaise is somehow both saying that he needs to call 911, but that he also already hears the sirens of them arriving. So which one is it? Oh yeah, I'll drop this link again. I got to do some cleanup. I mean, you can see there's just like a hanging... It's just like an empty bullet point here. When I get more time. But this is the link. I'll end up adding it to the description as well. I got to polish it a little bit and, of course, try to add some more details from yesterday and today. And shout out to LexiTheLawNerd because I'm probably going to rely on her notes to go back and double check some things, clean things up. And also of note, I haven't gone through this yet. When I take something from my notes and pop it into Gamma, sometimes it takes creative licensing. Like these M dashes are not mine. So it's taking the notes that I feed it. And typically I like to review it just to make sure it doesn't do more than just change the grammar, right? Like I think some of this context about the painting where there were all the words written over the painting, like hope, love, grace. I want to make sure that we have this correct. So sometimes it takes some creative licensing, but Gamma creates automatically populates this pretty timeline for me. And I typically just give it the timestamps and one-line details. So usually I polish that before I share the link. This time I haven't had a chance to do that. Just forewarning. Uh-oh. Sheriff Chuck says she wanted to FaceTime to see what evidence she needed to rush over and clean up. Or maybe like, you know, I think in a panicked moment, short window of time, probably difficult for someone to think like, let me record what's going on. Let me document what's going on. So, you know, I don't think it would have been something to expect that somebody in this situation would think to record these calls. But it would be so interesting if maybe there was a FaceTime, we had some screenshots. I don't know. Win with Shell is like, I need evidence. This is not even circumstantial. Well, the evidence is this is who's on trial. Virtual juror with the 5, thank you. Says, thanks for this timeline. Where did you find the time to put together and also make it aesthetically pleasing? Okay, so sorry, I just answered that. It's, hold on, the URL here says gamma.site, but it should be gamma.app. Yeah, gamma.app. It's really meant for like quickly populating PowerPoint presentations, but they've developed other use cases. It's something that I was using for work for presentations and course modules, but I saw that they created like a little website option. So I started making these one-pagers for cases, and you just plop things in, and I could show you on the back end. Like, I paste in a Word document and it auto-generates these cards on the left-hand side. And then it just turns those cards into blocks on a pre-populated website. It does it all for you. And you just select your theme. So I apply my purple, my blue purple. And it's really, really a time saver. So while we're watching these trials, I think day 2 might have been my longest. Like, while I'm live, this is what I'm sitting here clicking and clacking and typing the whole time we're live. And it's rough, it's not pretty. I would just share this, but it's like so unorganized. But I take them at the end of the day, put the timestamps in the YouTube description for navigation, and occasionally for certain cases like this one, throw together over in Gamma to make it look nice for me. So that's the combination of things that I do. And I recommend Gamma because you can pay for premium. I pay for premium Gamma to have certain features, but you don't need to pay for these websites to have a place to live. They'll do the hosting for these individual web pages for you. And I think that's also a great, great plus side and service that's part of Gamma. Otherwise, you'd have to create like URLs or run a website and have blog posts for every time you want to talk about a case. And it just becomes too much to manage. So yeah, there's that. And all right, they're not back from lunch. I think I'm all the way forward. But they said this was about the time they'd be coming back. So, imagine a stream with Kat and Andrea. I love Andrea. She very graciously popped on after the Afroman verdict. We had a panel, it was like Defense Diaries. It was like Defense Diaries, myself, Nick Starro. I think Jim, Happily Angry Lawyer, was on with us. Maybe Ian. Did Ian Runkle pop on? And then Andrea popped on. She's about to go to dinner with her mom or her grandmother. And she's like, I couldn't not pop on. I was so grateful she took the invitation. She popped on and discussed all with us. It was like a highlight of my life. I love Andrea Burkhart. Big, big fan. So here we go.
Sure. All right, let them start.
Heck yeah, show Andrea all the love in this. Oh no, that's okay, virtual juror. Always love to share. Somebody's got a loud engine out there. Yeah, have you guys ever had, not like personal, like it had to have been you, but experience with either personal direct or a friend of yours dealing with a very overbearing friend that crossed the line outside of normal, reasonable closeness? It's a real thing. You guys are saying swim fan, cable guy. is it called Rent-A-Pal? I don't know if that was the name of the movie, but there was like a service in the movie called Rent-A-Pal where you get like a VHS of someone that like coaches you when you're like lonely in life. And the character in that movie finally found a girl to talk to, but then was like too obsessed with his pal that he ends up like killing the girl that actually things were going good with. Rent-A-Pal is the only thing I can remember.
All right.
You need a computer back up.
Mine is.
Okay.
Detective Miller, we left off with page 24 of the exhibit. This is now page 25. Can you describe what is shown?
It's referencing a Snapchat that Jade received on her device from an individual named Lauren.
And that Lauren has letters after it, but there's nothing about that that's connected to Lauren Weber as far as you know, correct?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Maybe not.
And the next page of your report, which is page 26, can you describe what is shown here?
Two text messages are identified, one from Najaya to Jade's phone at 7:02 on 2/25/23, stating he said he wants some pasta, and then laughing. And then at 7:07, Jade receives a text from Jarius Porter on the same date.
I'm sorry.
Just stating on the same date as well.
And the next page.
Can you describe what's shown here?
At 7:13, Jade answers a call from Najaya that lasts approximately 1 minute on 2/25 at 7:13 p.m. And then it also depicts a text message that was received from Najaya saying Blaise is probably going to like this. Blaise is probably like this expletive on 2/25 at 7:56 p.m.
And is the expletive followed by a couple of laughing emojis?
Yes.
And that was page 27.
Can you describe what's on the next page?
Jade receives a Snapchat message from an individual named Braylon, and that was at 2:25 at 7:23:01 p.m.
And there's an image with that. Is that, I guess, can you kind of describe, that's just a message, correct?
Correct. The picture in and of itself is the message.
That was page 28. This is page 29. Can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts that were sent within a minute of each other, starting with one from Jade to Najaya saying, LOL, I'm about to make the plate at 7:24:32. Najaya responds, okay, we're close at 7:24:48. And then Najaya sending again, I just had to have it, followed by two emojis at 7:24:55.
And this next page, which is page 30, is that?
You're not
can
saying why
describe
you made it?
What that is?
It's just a different way to display the exact same information, just a little bit more digestible is all.
And the next page, which is 31, can you describe what's shown here?
Depicts a phone call that was incoming to Jay's device from Najaya that was answered, and it lasted about 9 seconds at 7:33:58 p.m. on the 25th.
7:33 they get there.
And the next page, which is 32, can you describe what's shown here?
Between the hours of 8:03 and 8:29 p.m., texts are traded between Najaya and Jade shortly after Najaya leaves the residence.
And so there was no communication directly between Jade and Najaya from that 7:30 our last page was 7:33 until that 8:03, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next page, which is 33, can you describe what's shown here?
This is the series of texts again, just in a different format.
And can you describe, there's kind of a gray box and a blue box. Who is the person whose messages are in blue?
So, like I was referring to earlier, the messages that are extending from the left side of the screen, those are going to be the individual that Jade was communicating with. Those in blue that are extending from the right side of the screen, those are going to be Jade's statements or Jade's texts.
And for the record, can you read out the content of the text from Isaiah on 2/25/23 at 8:03:06 p.m.?
Yes. It says, "That was a cute interaction we all had. I hope you all had a great date night. Love you," with a handful of heart emojis afterwards.
And the next page is page 34. Can you describe what's shown here?
Another series of texts shortly after the previous slide that we were just looking at, a continuation of the conversation.
And specifically, can you read out the content of the message on 2/25/23 at 8:12:22 p.m.?
Yes. It states, "Oh, that was sweet of him," with 2 emojis following it. "I didn't want to intrude. We can definitely plan something soon, and he can teach us how to play spades."
And the next page, which is 35, can you describe the content of this page?
Yes, so this is one of those databases I was referring to earlier that Apple collects from all iPhones that they use to improve our user experience, to improve software, so on and so forth. This one specifically is from a database that they refer to as Knowledge C. And this portion of the database focuses on the locked states of the device. So when it was unlocked or when it was locked. So it has a period of time of when it started a locked state, when it stopped that locked state. And then there's a recorded line, another column that says recorded. That varies from time to time. That's just when it was entered into the database. The start and the stop is what you need to focus on, is what we focus on, I should say.
And can you read into the record the start and end date and time for the unlocked entry that is highlighted on page 35?
Yes, the unlocked state started at 2:25 on 2/25/23 at 8:29:36, and it ended on 2/25/23 at 8:29:52 p.m.
The next page, which is page 36, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a photograph that was taken at 8:29 p.m. This one held on to some XF data that actually has the location where the photograph was taken. Again, it was
There's
Jade's
the pink
apartment.
cup.
And this is of that same area that she had planned, or that had laid out dinner and some of these arts and crafts. And this is kind of a mid, in the middle of their crafting or painting that they were doing.
And is there anything specific about the type of picture file?
Yes, so this is a live image. Apple, along with other devices, they have live images now to where you have an option of kind of sliding through the image to focus on a singular frame in that video. A very short video that you can slide through, so if somebody was blinking or not smiling in a photograph, you can kind of pause on a different frame. That being said, there will be, with this one specifically, there will be an image and a very short 2 to 3 second video that's also titled the same as the photograph itself. They're just combined into one package. So when you take that picture, you're really just taking a short video, and it chooses a portion of that as its photograph.
And this picture is file name IMG_3411, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this next page, which is 37.
Oh, we got a video.
Can you describe what that is?
That is the video in relation to that photograph we just saw.
And that kind of moving file is downloaded to the disk that goes with this report.
Yes, that's one of the 3 that was downloaded to that disk, yes.
And so that will be 3411. And the next page, which is IMG_3412.
Yes, so this is an actual video that was taken, excuse me, a video that was taken shortly after that photograph was just taken, again, of their project, or of the progress of their project that they were completing.
Which I'm going to go back just a couple of screens. So you read out the unlock time is 8:29:36, and then the lock time is 8:29:52. This photo was taken at 8:29, but can you put into the record the seconds?
Yeah, it's 8:29:50 p.m.
And that's for 3411, and that coincides within that unlock time, is that correct?
Correct, it's within that window.
And that was page 38. We are now on page 39. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is, again, from that Knowledge C database. So again, this is some information that Apple, that they store on the device. This is a portion that is focusing on the Pinterest application. You can see over on the far left, the activity type column. You can see com.pinterest.viewSearch. All of these artifacts or these line items are processes that are occurring within the application of the Pinterest application. The one that's highlighted shows that it's accessing a URL very specific to a search. And if you follow the website, the URL, which looks like a traditional website, as we can all agree on, the www.pinterest, and continue on, after the search, you'll see a question mark and a Q and then an equal sign. The word motivational and then the words are actually her search terms that she searched within Pinterest. So she searched for the term motivational words and then received the results from that search and was able to scroll through them.
And the next page, which is 40, can you describe what is shown here?
This is just further detail of, ultimately I was explaining what was, this is again just another reference of that exact line item that we were just talking about.
And the next screen, which is page 41, can you describe what's shown here?
It's another snapshot of the lock and unlock or device states. And it shows that it was, her device was unlocked on 2/25/23 from 9:03 to 2/25/23, 9:01 p.m.
And the next page, which is 42.
This again is just showing a snapshot of the fact that she was utilizing the Pinterest application for this period of time. So the event date, if you go down that column, from about 9 o'clock to 9:07, she was searching and or scrolling on that application.
And does it show the next activity after 9:07:30 is 9:16:26?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 43, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a video that we were referring to a little bit ago. It was taken not long after the photograph, again showing their progress of their painting.
And so that Pinterest activity is happening after this photo is taken, is that correct? Kind of before?
Before, during, and after.
During
Yes.
and after.
Yes.
And this next page, which is 44, can you describe what this is?
Again, this is so what we were just looking at was a still shot of this video. So as it plays through, it's just her painting across the countertop, showing the progress of her painting and the progress of Blaise's painting.
And so that video, the IMG_3412, that would also be on the disk.
That is correct, yes.
And the next page, which is 45, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, just referencing the usage of the Pinterest application during that time frame.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up two pictures. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna play because I gotta delete some photos on StreamYard. But I want to compare the cup on the counter to the cup that was next to the sink. Give me 1 second.
And that kind of part that's highlighted is 9:07:30 p.m. to 9:32:08 p.m. Is that correct?
To 9:19:58 is the recorded time is not necessarily going to be the event time. That was just when it was recorded in the database.
And that's what I was getting to. I guess I was looking at the recorded time, but that last line, can you describe it? Doesn't actually go to 9:30-2:08. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's just when that line item was recorded in that database.
And so that activity is at 9:19:58.
Correct.
And that is page 46. We are now at page 47. Can you describe what's shown here?
We are looking at a still image of what Apple refers to as a snapshot. So ultimately, when we are closing down applications and we swipe up and we see kind of still states of all the applications that we had open, those freeze frames or those still shots of our applications, those are what Apple refers to as snapshots. Those are saved as a very specific file type within the extraction of the device. It doesn't look like it's not saved as a typical picture. It's not saved as a movie or anything like that. It's a very unique file type. So we know that that's what this photograph came from. But this is also most likely the last thing she was looking at on Pinterest when she was conducting her painting.
In the next page, which is 48, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so if you notice on the file name at the very end of it, it's .ktx. It's a very unique file type. I don't know of any other photographs that utilize that file type, but it shows a created date at 9:19:59 p.m. and on the date of 2/25/2023.
And if you were to swipe away kind of that open page on your phone, what would happen to that KTX file?
If I was to, I'm sorry, say that
If
again.
you were to close out that open app on your phone,
Okay.
what happens to the KTX file?
It still is stored for a period of time on the device.
Is it at some point deleted?
Yes, it's in a temporary folder, so it's one of those things that we all know that we open and close applications at varying rates. So it's not something that the phone wants to hold on to indefinitely because it's not really going to benefit anybody or the device or anything. So it's one of those that's an evolving database, a constant kind of a rollover.
And the next page, which is 49, can you describe what was shown here?
We have highlighted a window of a locked state and an unlocked state. The locked state, well, I start with the unlocked state because we're going in a descending. So on 2/25 at 9:19:49, it was unlocked until 9:20:59 p.m. And then it was locked at 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
And you just said it was locked from 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
That's correct.
And the next page is 50. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's a snapshot of a series of photographs that were taken with Jade's device between the times of 9:24 and 9:28 p.m.
Which you have just testified that her phone was in a locked state. Can you describe how is it possible that she is taking photographs?
Yes. So from a locked state, Apple devices and other mobile devices have realized that people utilize their phone as a camera just as much as they do a phone. So they make it a little bit easier for you to swipe either to the left or hold down on a little camera icon in the bottom right-hand corner. You can do this without ever entering your PIN, using your fingerprint or your Face ID to access that application.
And are there 12 photographs that are taken in a series?
Yes.
And is the first one listed at the bottom of this page 50?
The first one, yes.
Before one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
And this next page 51, can you describe what's shown here? Is that just more detail about
Ye-
these exact
yes.
12 photos?
Yes,
A
it's-
little bit bigger so you can see the exact time.
Just zoomed in a little bit more, yes.
And the next page, which is 52, can you describe what's shown here?
I placed a copy of the photograph and then a copy of the detailed information just to the right of it, so it kind of flow a little bit easier. So as we're looking through these slides, the photograph on the left, and then the immediate right of it is the detailed information for that photograph. So the first one being 34313.jpg was taken at 9:24:33 p.m. And it also again has the location information stored inside that photograph or in the details of that photograph that it was taken at her apartment. The following picture was, again, these will be kind of in a consecutive order as well because they were taken fairly shortly after the first one. Next one being 3414.jpg at 9:24:41 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, same.
I apologize, that's 53.
Page 53? Oh, yeah. Very first photograph at the top, ending in 3415.jpg, was taken at 9:25:17 p.m. Then 3416 was taken at 9:25:32 p.m. and then 3417 was taken at 9:25:51 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Same way we're looking at the extension of that same series. So ending in 3418.jpg was taken at 9:27:02 p.m. 3419.jpg was taken at 9:27:38 p.m. and then 3420.jpg was taken at 9:27:45 p.m.
And the next page, which is 55, can you describe what's shown here?
3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:54. 3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:59. And then 3423.jpg was taken at 9:28:20 on the 25th.
And the next page, which is 56, does that just reiterate all of the dates and times of those photographs?
Yes.
And this next page is 57. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is image 3424.jpg taken at 9:28:45 p.m. but then was also subsequently marked for deletion at 9:29:12 p.m.
And when you say mark for
Maybe he was like, nah, I don't like this one of me making the kissy face. What do you think? What do you think the reason for deletion of just this one picture is?
deletion, what user input is required for that?
Oh, you'd have to have the phone unlocked at that point. You would definitely have to have full access to the device in order to mark anything for deletion.
How hard is it to mark something for deletion?
It's fairly easy.
And the next page, which is 58, can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:29 p.m., Jade calls Nigea's phone. Nigea answers. The call lasts for 6 minutes and 9 seconds at 9:29:27 p.m.
And the next page, which is 59, can you describe, is this just added kind of the time of that call?
Oh, yes.
And can you give the duration for that call?
The duration for the call that's listed above, it was 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
And this next page, which is 60, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snapshot of the call detail records that were for Blaise Taylor's device, and it indicates a 911 call on the date of the incident.
And so lines 428 and 429, that's a duplicate entry. Is that something that is fairly common with 911 with the carrier records?
Yes.
And the time being 033858, it's listed as a GMT time, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe what's the correlation to that in local time if the call was made at 9:58 p.m. Central Time?
Yes. So ultimately, electronic devices are stored and are created with the concept of UTC or GMT time. Because we can't have a Tennessee-specific phone or a Italy-specific phone, we have to have kind of a zero starting point that all devices can adjust to, or at least adjust from, to get to your local time zone. So ultimately, that's kind of the zero starting point for the time. And if you apply our time zone during that time, which was standard time, not daylight savings time, because we were in February, it's going to be -6 hours. So just Central Standard Time at that time. So if you subtract that 6 hours, it takes us right back to 9:38:58 when the 911 call was made.
And this next page, which is 61, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, we have a line item highlighted for an unlocked state starting at 9:29:06 and ending at 9:35:49 p.m. on the 25th of February.
And the next page, which is 62, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so moments after the 911, I'm sorry, not the 911 call, but moments after the phone call to Nigea's phone from Jade's device, Nigea texts Jade 2 messages. First one at 9:30:17, what's going on? And then at 9:30:22 p.m., are you talking to me?
Which I'm going to go back 3 pages. And so that phone call began at 9:29 and 27 seconds, lasted for 6 minutes and 9 seconds. So it would have ended at 9:35:36.
That's correct.
And then going back to page 62, these 2 text messages are sent during that phone call. Is that correct?
Correct, not even a minute after it started.
And did you read the content of the message into the record?
I did.
Thank you. And the next page, which is 63, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a continuation of the text string that Jade and Nigea shared earlier, and then another depiction of the messages that I just read.
And the next page, which is 64, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so this is just what I explained before was the unlocked state. It ended at 9:35:49 p.m. It went into a locked state at that point until the following day at 6:44 a.m.
And obviously, you have some of your commentary at the top of this slide.
Yes.
The data is what is underneath the slide. Can you explain, like, what happens when your phone is in a locked state? What actions are still available?
So your phone can still
Who accessed
receive
your phone
text
then?
messages, it can receive phone calls, you will get notifications and alerts. If you had alarms set, those would still go off. If somebody else had control of the device, they could answer incoming calls, they could maybe even see incoming text messages, but they obviously would have to have the pen to open them up.
And the next page, which is 65, can you describe what the lock state date, start date and end date that's highlighted?
Yes, as I just referred to, the lock state started at 9:35:49 p.m. and remained locked until 6:44 a.m. the following morning.
And the next page is 66. Can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:47:11, Nigea calls Jade's device and it was answered, and it lasted about 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
And that was when the phone was in the locked state, correct?
That is correct, it was in a locked state at that time.
Detective Miller, we kind of went through the timeline of that 2/25 of 2023. Can you describe when you're analyzing your phone, are you the lead detective on the case and doing everything yourself?
Not at all.
And did you work with the lead detective assigned to this case?
I did.
And I guess, can you kind of describe how does that work with you locating information and y'all working together?
Yes, so there's a constant line of communication ultimately. Starting out, when we receive paperwork, we're going to have some initial information about when the incident occurred, what kind of incident it was, because we don't just work on homicide phones, we work on sex abuse phones, we work on robbery phones, like all different types of devices. So every investigation is going to be a little bit different. So, but we're constantly in communication with that lead detective. They had boots on the ground during the initial portion of the investigation. They know it inside and out, and I'm kind of a third party coming in, again, assisting in the investigation with the digital evidence. So I have to rely on those lead detectives anytime I'm working on a phone or on a report for a device, because I need to know a lot more information. So there's constant lines of communication.
And did he ask you to look for certain pieces of information during certain time frames?
Yes,
And was November 6th one of those time frames?
that was.
And the next page, which is 68, can you describe what was shown here?
So this is a snapshot of the notes application, or a portion of the notes application that was in Jade's device.
And can you describe when the note was created?
It was created on 11/6 of 22 and at 4:11:27 p.m. And a note is one of those that you can constantly keep modifying, adding to, taking away from. So it has a last modified date as of the 8th of that same month.
And can you read the body of that note?
Yes. I think that we might as well cut out the communication or whatever between us, because we can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision. You said how you felt and what you do or don't want, and I respect it and will not involve you at any point. My appointment is the 16th, so if your mind changes or anything, feel free to reach out at any time. But other than that, I feel like we will just be running in circles, continuing to communicate.
And can you explain, there's a summary section? Do you know how that's created?
It's created by the application and is actually just in the line item of all your notes. It'll actually give you just like kind of a little snapshot of what's in that note.
And the next page, which is 69, can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts between Nigea and Jade on 11/6/22, starting at 12:49:50 p.m.
And can you read out the time and the content of the text messages on this page?
Yes, at 12:49:50 p.m., Jade states, Blaise talking about the current situation in quotations. And then she follows up, again, Jade to Nigea at 12:50:06 p.m. I'm going to tell him today I'm not having the abortion so he can just get it out of his head. Nigea responds at 12:51:11 p.m. like he had the opportunity to talk yesterday and didn't. Nigea then follows up with, at 12:51:18 p.m., she laughed at Jade's, she responded to Jade's text by laughing at it or doing a ha-ha quotation above the text. And then she follows up with LMAO, get it out of his head because it's a wrap, at 12:51:30 p.m. Jade then responds at 12:51:38 p.m., literally, and was being awkward, trying to have other conversations to avoid. At 12:51:46, Jade responded to the message from Nigea, emphasizing her message about it's a wrap. Then Nigea texts Jade at 12:51:53 p.m. because it's happening. Nigea follows up with, do you think my story should have a song or no? Referring to a post or something along those lines, I'm guessing, at 12:52:08 p.m. And then Jade responding, he's gonna be like, but why? It just makes no sense for us. Like, expletive, shut it down. At 12:52:12 p.m. And then she finishes with, yeah, give it a little song at 12:52:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 70,
Same.
so it's more messages. between them.
Correct. Do you want me to follow up with reading them all?
Yes.
Okay. At 12:52:49 p.m., Isaiah says he most def is going to be on that. Jade responds at 1:10:44 p.m. It's all good though. It is what it is. Jade then follows up with, I told my dad yesterday. That was at 1:10:48 p.m. Isaiah says, oh, expletive, how'd that go? At 1:11:05. Isaiah then sends a photograph with no context, and then Jade responds, it went really good, he cried. I've never seen him cry other than my grandma's sister's funeral at 1:12:14 p.m. Isaiah responded, cried, question marks, and then a series of emojis at 1:12:24. And then Isaiah then followed up with, stop it, Dennis, at 1:12:29 p.m. And then Jade finishes this page with, but he told me basically the same as my mom, that he would support me either way at 1:12:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 71, can you describe what's shown here?
At 1:45:12 p.m., Jade texts Isaiah, I'm about to talk to this expletive. Isaiah responds like WTF. At 1:45:32 p.m., Isaiah then says, let me know how it goes at 1:45:36 p.m. Again, Isaiah sends a photograph without any context. And then at the bottom, Jade finishes up with, I think that we might as well cut the ties, communication, or whatever between us.
Is that a draft of basically that note that you've already testified to?
Yes,
And that's Jade sending that to Nigeria, is that correct?
correct.
And there's a photograph in the message that Nigeria sends Jade at 2:29. This next page, which is 72, can you describe what this is?
That's the photograph that she submitted in that message.
And the next page, which is 73, can you describe what's shown here?
These are responses that Nigeria sent Jade of edited versions, I guess is the best way to describe it, as she read the message that Jade was considering sending to Blaise. She shared it with Nigeria, and Nigeria gave her thoughts on it.
And that last message on this page is at 5:11:59 p.m. Can you describe what that is?
Jade sent Nigeria a picture with no context.
And the next page, which is 74, can you describe what that is?
It appears to be a Kroger website image of organic basil.
And is that the image that was in that previous message?
Yes.
And the next page, which is 75, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a message that Jade sent to Blaise Taylor's device with the final draft. Started in notes and then shared with Nigeria and edited a few times. This was the final draft that she texted to Blaise at 4:37 p.m. on 11/6/2022.
And can you read that to the record, please?
Yes. After multiple conversations, I think it may be best that we go ahead and cut the ties of communication between us. We can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision I have. We will continue to run in circles of communication about the situation when we know we are not in agreement with the situation. You said how you felt and stated that moving forward, you want no parts, so I will let it be just that. I will not involve you at any point. I will love this child unconditionally with or without you. I informed you that my appointment is on the 16th, so if your mind changes between now and then, the choice is yours to show up or not. So with that being said, There's nothing left for me to say. Have a great rest of your day, Blaise.
That's weird because there's more in that than when they showed the note on screen. When they showed the note on screen, there was more in the message they just showed that was sent as the final version to Blaise than the note app, because the note app was memorialized as November 8th. This version sent to Blaise was sent on November 6th. So the note app, I mean, was she using like a diary and going in and removing parts after? I can pull up the versions and compare. Before we do that, I said I was going to show the different cups. So this would be a good time to look at the screen. We saw this photo come up, and on the left-hand side, there is a tumbler cup, or perhaps a to-go cup. I don't know, it kind of looks like a frosty plastic, maybe a pinkish frosty plastic, with a red drink. And remember, there's two different drinks that could have been available. It doesn't just look like pink lemonade. Probably looks to me more like this V8 splash drink. And then by the kitchen sink, and I'm pulling this up through StreamYard, so I can't draw on the screen with it. But if you look near the sink, there is what looks like it could be a tumbler cup. Do you guys, I'm going to put up a poll. Do you guys think that this is the same cup? I'm going to toggle back and forth. We are looking at the cup next to the sink, next to the paper towel holder thing, and the cup with the white lid in this. And look closely. Look closely, because at first, I'm not going to give you guys my answer. I'll just say I put a third option on the poll for a reason. Flipping back and forth. And let me delete two other things. I'm at my limit of backgrounds and images and videos uploaded to StreamYard. They only let you do 100 at a time. Let me delete this one. I'll delete one of the pound cakes from the Afro Man trial. And one more toggle back. And get your votes in the poll. Alright, so let me know what you think about those drinks. Now, the two different versions of this note that Najea helped wordsmith. This was from the Notes app, and I'm going to pull you off the screen momentarily here just to read this one through. So, here from the Notes app, this was November 8th, and it is true what he said. You can edit this multiple times. For the Cellbrite extraction I have in the Courtney Clenny trial, there is a note. It's one of the last note entries in her journal notes, and it's Apple's Notes app, so I'm assuming if this is also Apple's Notes app, it works the same way. You can actually see the different versions of the revisions in the Notes app. And here, this version only reads, I think that we might as well cut out the communication or whatever between us, because we can't just keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision. You said how you felt and what you do/don't want, and I respect it, and will not involve you at any point. My appointment is the 16th, so if your mind changes on anything, feel free to reach out at any time. But other than that, I feel like we will be running in circles, continuing to communicate. And that's where it ends. Although when I was reading the Courtney Clenny notes, there would be a summary part that would be shortened, but the body would be the full note. So I'm not sure why it cuts off like that, or why they didn't show us a different entry before it was revised. Here, the message that this witness just told us was actually sent from November 6th, as he read, seems to be the same first half with a little bit of difference at the beginning. So after multiple conversations, right? We add that part in, that's different. After multiple conversations, I think it may be best that we go ahead and cut the tie/communication between us. We can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision I have. We will continue to run in circles of communication about the situation when we know we are not in agreement with the situation. You said how you felt and stated that moving forward, you want no parts, so I will let it be just that. I will not involve you at any point. I will love this child unconditionally with or without you. I informed you that my appointment is on the 16th, so if your mind changes between now and then, the choice is yours to show up or not. So with that being said, there's nothing left for me to say. Have a great rest of your day, Blaise. And then that was sent at 4:38 p.m. that day. And I mean, there we go. There we go. So those are the differences. And quick check on the poll here. There were 3 options. The question was, is this the same cup? We have yes at 20%, no at 41%, and 39 can't really determine either way. And if I did a certain poll, I believe the answers would be 100%. The question would be, should law enforcement have collected that cup next to the sink? And the only thing I can think of is it seems like the state and defense are in agreement that that's not actually the same cup that's shown in the picture. I don't know if that's really what they're thinking though. But 100%, we could have just collected that cup and maybe we'd have a better idea at this point in time. If it was the same cup, if there was anything we could determine by testing that cup. And we have none of that. We have absolutely none of that. So back to the trial. Well, actually, no, hold on. Thank you, KP. KP says, comes to find out I forgot how to YouTube. Don't we all? Please hit that like button, you guys, and subscribe if you have not done so already, with some loving strength emojis here. Thank you, KP. Thank you for reminding us how to use YouTube.
And the next page, which is
get you guys back up here.
Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's another view of her sending that exact same text on the 6th of November.
And is that the thread between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor?
That is the thread, yes.
And what is the next message that occurs after the November 6th, 2022?
Almost 2 months later, on 12/31/22 at 4:26:02 p.m., Jade texts Blaise's device stating, "I'll be off in about 30 or 45 minutes. I will call you when I leave."
And can you describe in Jade's iPhone, does it capture every single phone call that she makes?
Not all of her phone calls. Well, it does capture all of them, yes. Inherently, phones do capture all phone calls, but not, well, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it does capture phone calls.
Is it possible that that phone call occurred through a third-party app?
It is possible.
Because it appears she's responding to something, but nothing happened.
That is correct.
Did you look for evidence of what would have occurred between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor prior to her sending this text message?
Yes.
And did you find anything related to that?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a message or a text string between Jade and Nigea. Jade had texted Nigea a photograph of a missed call from Blaise. She had taken a screen capture of her locked phone that she had missed a call from Blaise. So it shows that on her screen, and she texts that to Nigea. Nigea responded as though you would think she would. She was surprised because it had been a serious period of time since they talked. And then
Show us.
Jade seemed excited about the fact that he was calling.
I don't feel like he should be speculating about what these messages, what feelings somebody had behind these messages. Show the message.
And can you describe what's shown here? That is 76.
Yeah, let's see
It's
it.
just further detail of the slide we were just looking at, the text.
And this is 78, which is kind of just talking about that time frame of November 4th, 2022 to February 25th, 2023. Did you specifically kind of look at any contact that they would have had during that time frame?
Yes.
And specifically, did you look at Jade's activity during that specific time frame?
Yes.
And do the next few slides kind of focus in on things related to her and her actual pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
And this next page, which is 79, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, these are a series of calendar entries that were on her device, and then just below that, a series of text confirmation that you would typically receive from like a doctor's office or something along those lines, confirming the dates and times of those appointments that were listed above, of some of the appointments that were listed above, I should say.
And the next page is 80, which is kind of a zoomed in image of a portion of the previous slide. Can you
Correct.
read into the record the dates of these appointments?
Yes, the titled doctor appointment at Vanderbilt Women's start date and time was 11/16/22 at 1:40 p.m. The following is a second OB appointment at 12/28/22 at 3:40 p.m. A third OB appointment or an anatomy scan at 2/2/23 at 9:45 a.m. I had to look this up, a non-invasive prenatal test for the blood work on 2/6/23 at 9 a.m. The following is a third OB with an Allison Mullally on 2/10/23 at 11:40 a.m. An ultrasound on 3/9/23 at 9:05 a.m. A glucose test on 3/9/23 at 11 a.m. And then a Little Sprouts Spring and Summer pop-up sale on 3/21/23 at 4:30 p.m.
And that first appointment was on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And this next page is 81. Can you describe what's shown here?
It's a detailed portion of a video that we're about to show that was taken at 2:34 p.m. on 11/16/22.
And can you describe what is shown here on 82?
It's a video that appears to be inside of a doctor's office, videotaping an ultrasound being displayed on a screen in a dark office.
And is that one of the video files that will be on the disk?
It is.
And the next page, which is 83, can you describe what's shown here?
It's the details for another video that we're about to display that was taken shortly after at 2:59:50 p.m.
And that is on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is the still image on page 84 of your report. Can you describe what that video is?
Yes, it is showing Jade walking out of the appointment, seemingly pretty excited to the point of having to remove her mask to show her smile.
And is that video on the disc as well?
Yes.
Or to speak.
And the next
What?
page 80.
Why is he allowed to opine like this? That might very well be the case.
And that is the still image on page 84 of your report. Can you describe what that video is?
Yes, it is showing Jade walking out of the appointment, seemingly pretty excited to the point of having to remove her mask to show her smile.
And is that video on the disc as well?
Yes.
And the next page 85 is a duplicate of the previous page. Can you describe, these are all of the appointments that she has, correct?
As they relate to the pregnancy, it's not every appointment that she had in her calendar.
Okay. And that Little Sprouts event, was there additional information on her phone about that?
I don't recall if there
Is
was.
it possible there were messages that related specifically to that?
Yes, there were. I'm sorry. Yes.
And that was scheduled to occur on March 21st, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes.
And this next page is 86. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, Jade had created two boards on her Pinterest account, one titled Baby Nursery Inspiration, the other titled Baby Shower Ideas. First one was created on 12/16/20, or started on 1/16/23
They're showing
at
the gallery.
8:48 p.m.
Right, they're panning the
And
gallery.
this next image kind of takes us a little bit out of sequence, but can you
All right, and I'm gonna gripe about this Pinterest board because Lauren Weber told us, "Oh, I was helping her with the baby shower planning," but the defense asked her, "You have no pictures shared about, baby shower ideas and all of that." So Jade clearly has Pinterest. She's looking for inspiration. And yesterday I was like, if I'm planning an event with somebody, I'm going to be showing them pictures and ideas and, oh, and isn't this cute? And clearly Jade's all over Pinterest looking for inspiration when she does her paint and sip. Now she's got 2 boards dedicated to a nursery and a baby shower. And none of this is being shared with somebody who claims that we were like this, planning this baby shower together.
Describe what is shown here on page 87.
Yes,
think
it's
we have a
a
credibility
series
problem.
of texts between Jade and Blaise on 9/28/22, starting at 9:45:35 a.m.
And this next page, 88, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a detail. It's the details for the very first text, just kind of giving a little bit more in-depth look at the starting of the conversation.
And this next page, which is 89, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a continuation of the same conversation, the same day, just a little bit later on at 6:52:01 p.m. Between, again, Jade and Blaise.
And can you read into the record the content of that message at 6:52:01?
Yes, that very first message from Jade to Blaise. I want to come stay with you again tonight. Blaise responds at 10:59:38 p.m. Yes, that's fine. So sorry, I definitely thought I had responded, just was getting ready for bed and was like, dang, she hasn't responded back. And it was me who didn't respond with an emoji. Jade then responds at 11:04:46. LOL, it's all good. I'm finishing up at the gym. I'll come there in a minute at 11:04:46. And then follows up about 6 minutes later with on my way. Blaise responds at 11:11:16 that his door is unlocked. And about a minute later, Jade responds loving his last text.
And were you specifically asked to look to see if they had contact kind of right there at the end of September?
Yes, I was.
And the next page, which is 90, can you describe what's shown here?
This is just a little bit more detail about the very last text that was sent in that string, just giving a little bit more information on it from the beginning to the end of the conversation.
And the next page, which is 91, can you describe what's shown here?
There were 4 notes located in her phone that were of a pregnancy mindset. 4 notes were started, one titled baby names, one titled baby list needs, one titled ultrasound appointment, and another titled baby shower.
When? What dates?
And the next page, which is 92,
Are we
can you
still-
describe what's shown here?
This is a series of line items from her inbox or her email. These are all email lists that she had signed up for that are all
No, camera, keep
either
going.
parenting related, baby related, pregnancy
Oh my God.
related, of that
Show the
nature.
screen.
So she had 5 of them that she had actually subscribed to.
When?
And the next page, which is 93, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a series of videos that I located inside of her device that were videos of an Amazon checkout, or like an in cart before you check out, so in your basket for Amazon. 2 of those for Amazon, another one for Old Navy, and another for another child-related website, all indicating items that she had in her cart ready for purchase.
And are all 4 of those videos between 2/20/2023 and 2/22/2023?
That's correct, yes. The detailed portion down there at the very bottom is in correlation with the still image directly above it. Again, these are all videos, so these are just a still shot of the video.
And this is 4 separate things that you
Yeah.
kind of consolidated? into
Correct.
one. Did you
Correct.
pull every single pregnancy-related item from Ms. Fenney's phone?
No, not at all. This is just a sampling of what I located.
Was it somewhat just constant?
Yes.
From the beginning of November until February 25th of 2020?
Beginning
Yeah,
of
it was
November. for
very,
the
very
emails.
constant.
And the next page is 94. Can you describe what's shown here?
An image that made me think she was treating herself right and working with the pregnancy by creating mocktails and posting that to some friends on Snapchat.
And did you specifically look for any evidence of alcohol use, marijuana use, things of that nature?
Correct, yes.
And did you find this kind of looking for that type of thing?
Amongst other things, yes.
And this next image, which is 95, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph of Jade at a local gym, or her gym, and she, I found it important to say that she noted that we made it to the gym today. So my inference is her referring to her and her unborn.
And what type of artifact is this?
This is a Snapchat artifact.
And what's the date for the record?
It was created on 1/11/23 at 1:03 p.m.
And the next page, which is 96, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a photograph that was taken on February 2nd, 2023 at 9:24 a.m. And again, it appears that she is in a doctor's office with a ultrasound image up on a screen in the room.
And can you describe what is an HEIC file?
It's a high-efficiency image container, and it's just a really fancy term for that Apple uses for their images. It's just a very high-quality image. So it's very normal to see that inside of an Apple extraction.
And the next image, which is page 97, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is another photograph. This one was just a few minutes after the one we previously looked at. This one's titled 3131.jpg, and it's a photograph inside of a doctor's office. Now, looking more like it might be Jade that's getting her ultrasound, because you can almost picture her laying down on her back, taking the picture from her side.
And the date and time of this image?
It's at 2/23 at 10:11:01 a.m.
And the next page, which is 98, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snap video that was taken on 2/2/23 at 9:55 a.m.
And the next image, which is 98 and 99, can you describe what's shown here?
Similar to the last. So again, another snap video that was taken just moments later.
Did you include every single image that has been taken from that February 2nd, 2023 appointment?
No.
Was it voluminous?
Lots of pictures, lots of them.
And was she taking them on different platforms, her phone, and then also within Snapchat?
That's correct.
And this next image, which is page 100.
This is image titled 3163.jpg. It was taken on 2/2/23 at 10:12:28 a.m. And again, it's a picture of her holding up her recently received sonogram printout.
And the next page is 101. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of text messages that Jade submitted to Blaise Taylor. First one on January 26, 23 at 11:29:08 a.m. She texted a photograph and then followed up with just reminding you that my appointment is next Thursday at 9:45. It shouldn't be longer than an hour. The photograph that she shared is pictured just below the portion that says OB, a third OB anatomy scan. She followed up with another text not long after that on January 26, 23 at 12:44 p.m. Okay, hopefully you can make it. I'd love for you to be there when I find out the gender. You coming to importance is very important, and that got cut off. Not so much the body of the text as the fact that she was texting him about the appointments is what I was trying to portray in these messages.
Trying to portray.
On 2/5/23 at 11:48 p.m., she texts Blaise, "Sweet dreams, though, about to try and go to sleep since I have to be up early for the appointment," followed up with an emoji. And then on 2/10/23 at 12:51:16 p.m., an emoji and then a doctor's appointment went well or went good. She said everything was normal, just waiting for the test to come back, which will be next week probably.
And that one, I think you read out the message read time. Was the message sent at 12:46:56?
I'm sorry, yes. I apologize. Read from the wrong column.
And the next image, which is page 102 of the report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph from a series of photos that Jade took in her kitchen on February 6, 2023 at 4:39 p.m.
And were you asked to look for specific information related to the camera that is portrayed in this photograph?
Yes, when you're looking at the details for images, I mean, that is one of the things that, depending on the application that you use, is identified in the details of that photograph. If you look down a little bit lower on the right side, a little bit lower than halfway, you can see that it was taken with an Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max, utilizing software version 16.1.1, which was the same as Jade's device.
Which I apologize, Detective Miller. I think my question was confusing. I was referring to the surveillance camera that was on the left side of the stove.
There's that too.
Were
I'm
you
sorry.
also asked to look for any information related to that camera?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 103 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken in that same series.
And the next image, which is 104, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken not long after, titled 3236.jpg in the same series.
And did you include all of the photographs that Ms. Benning took of her and her sonogram pictures on that February 6, 2023 date?
No, there was quite a few of them.
And the next image, which is 105 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yeah, it's a series of text messages between Jade and her mother.
And can you describe the one at 6:17:03? What, I guess, does that image indicate to you?
A series of photographs were sent in one singular message.
And does that time frame kind of match up to when she was taking those photographs in her kitchen?
It does.
And the next page is 106. Can you describe what's shown here?
Same. It's going to end up being a series of photographs sent in a handful of messages, all containing a series of photographs in each message.
And page 107, is that another image of the 9 images that she sent her mom that day?
Yes.
And the next page is 108. Can you describe what's shown here?
Jade texts her mother, took these today at 6:17:10 p.m. And her mother proceeded to start loving each individual picture.
And the next image is 109. Can you describe what's shown here?
Selfie taken on titled 3337.jpg on 2/15/23 at 1:33:20 p.m.
Detective Miller, did you capture every single pregnancy progress post that Ms. Benning took that would be similar to this one?
I did not. Again, this is just a sampling.
Was that something that she was doing on a regular basis during those months?
Yes.
And the next image is page 110. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a screen capture that was taken of Jade's device when it was in a locked state. She had a tendency of doing that when she was going to be texting someone else a screenshot of somebody who just called or just texted or something along those lines. But I found this one interesting to note. This is her lock screen with her sonogram in the background and a very staged photo that meant a whole lot to her for a number of different reasons. I felt that to be important to add.
And can you read the date and time of this message?
Yes, it was taken on 2/23/23 at 10:35 a.m.
And I misspoke. This is not a message. This is
Yes.
a capture.
Yes.
Which
dark the screen out just to. Can we just take it down for a second?
Detective Miller, you said that you worked with Detective Reese. When you were asked to search for things, can you describe some of the things that you were searching for? We've seen a lot of kind of the pregnancy of Jade Benning. Were you specifically asked to search for any information about Miss Fenney and her pregnancy?
Yes, so we, of course, this happened over a very extended period of time. This wasn't all in one day. This was over a period of weeks and months even, and over a number of different conversations. But there was many keywords that we entered into the software. There's an easy way to enter those in, and the software does a lot of the work for you and searches out and seeks out and lists all of the times that those terms are used within the device. We did that with multiple keywords based off of the nature of her passing. Once that was identified, harming yourself, harming other people trying to harm you, lots of different phrases, terms, and things of that nature.
And specifically, there was a text message in there that referenced abortion.
Correct.
Did you find any information that Miss Benning did not want her baby in those months of January, February?
I only saw indications that she wanted to keep the child and that she did not want to have an abortion. I saw that repeatedly. I saw nothing indicating that she wanted to have anything to do with abortion with this pregnancy.
And is it correct that you were specifically looking for anything that could possibly indicate that?
Yes.
And specifically, were you looking for references to cocaine?
Yes.
Did you find any references to cocaine?
I saw 0 references to cocaine in her device.
And no references whatsoever? When you're looking for references of her doing it, but did she have references to cocaine?
I did not see references at all in her device for anything related to cocaine or any slang term for cocaine that we could conjure up.
And did you look to see if there were other substances that she was using?
Yes.
And did you see activity of her using other substances prior to her learning that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Were there references to, and those substances, is that going to be marijuana?
Yes.
Can you explain what a cart is?
It is short for cartridge. It's what you would put into a vaporizing device, and it would be these specifically are thought to be THC based.
And were there a couple of references to mushrooms?
Yes, there were.
Was there any evidence in conversations that you reviewed that indicated that Ms. Benning used any drugs after she found out she was pregnant?
Nothing indicating that she used them, no.
Were there references of text messages where she asked someone for drugs for other people?
There's a number of those, yes.
And did you kind of follow those text threads to the other messages around them to look to see if it was for somebody else?
Yes, I did.
And was there evidence that it in fact was?
Yes, there were.
Did you search Ms. Benning's phone for information related to her relationship with Ms. Nigel Jackson?
Yes.
And were you specifically looking to see if there was any negativity between the two of them?
Yes.
Did you find anything like that?
I did not find one bit of it.
Did you find an enormous amount of communication between the two of them?
Yes, it was very clear that they talked on a very regular basis.
And is it fair to say that if you're looking for evidence of one thing, you kind of look at conversations with other people to see, it might not be in a text thread between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, but she might be talking to Ms. Jackson about something that happened?
And oftentimes you'll find true feelings in another adjacent text, yeah.
And were you looking at all of those messages, especially focused in that time frame of February of 2023?
Yes, very much so.
But looking at it back to the date when she finds out she's pregnant, but specifically looking for everything that she's doing in that month of February?
Yes, very, very closely.
And did you find any evidence of any connection between Mr. Keontae Jones and Ms. Benning? Did they even communicate?
There was no evidence of communication between those two. He was referenced a few times in a few different text messages, but she never communicated with him directly that I could find on her device.
If I can have just 1 second. I want to switch gears a little bit, which if we can get the screen back, that would be great. Did you receive any other devices in this case?
A number of different devices, yes.
And I want to reference you, was that the only device that you received really from Ms. Benning where she was the owner?
Yes, for her, yes.
At some point, did you receive devices related to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And can you describe what devices did you receive?
It was a series of devices over a period of time as well. Initially, we received, I'd have to refer to notes in order to list some of these out.
Is there an objection to him referring to his notes?
You're just wanting to list the devices?
I wanted him to generally explain the devices that he.
Okay. You asked about the list of them. What is the list that you have there?
So it's just a snapshot of some of the devices that were turned in, that were owned by him or used by him, by Detective Reese.
Is there additional case material on the notes?
I think it's James material. I don't know what notes he has. Nothing was given to me. I don't have.
What is your question?
I just wanted to know what devices.
What is
you
your
received.
question?
What devices did you receive related to Blaise Taylor?
We received a Microsoft Surface that was owned by the Titans that was in his possession. We received a iPhone 15 Pro. We received a GPS tracker. We received 3 different iPads. We received 3 more laptops, another Microsoft Surface, and 2 thumb drives.
And the cell phones that you referenced, did you receive any of those close in time to February 25th of 2023?
No.
The Microsoft Surface, is that the one device that you received earlier on?
Yes, the one that was owned by the Titans, yes.
And can you describe what, if any, information was on that device?
It was only work-related information that we could look at.
And can you describe what, if anything, did you do with or receive related to an Apple iCloud?
Yes, so Detective Reese, when he received his response from Apple, he submitted a search warrant to them. And in return, after a period of time, it takes them a while to consolidate the information that was requested. They submit that to him within the time frame that he requested in the search warrant. So they follow all the rules of the search warrant. Apple is pretty strict on only giving you exactly what you want, and they really only give you exactly what you want. So we don't receive the search warrant that they submit to Apple. We receive the data that Apple provides to that detective. Again, we will plug that information into our software that processes it just like a cell phone. It ends up looking a lot like a cell phone when it's done processing, or at least the software makes it look a little bit like that. Primarily because most of the information that's backed up on most iClouds is backups of phones and iPads, which again is like an iPhone. So we received that and we processed that information and gave that to Detective Reese to start looking through.
And this page is 111 of your report. The next image is 112. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is another consolidated bit of information that I obtained from a number of different sources when it pertained to his iCloud return that Apple provided us. You can see that we have the name that was associated with the account was Blaise Taylor, with his address listed as 1903 Ashton Avenue. A handful of email addresses that were associated with his account, along with a series of devices that were associated with his account, along with phone numbers that were associated with his account, so on and so forth.
And you listed off an iPhone that you received. Did you receive an iPhone 7 or iPhone 12?
No, nor iPhone X or an Apple Watch or anything from that list.
So you did not receive the actual cell phone device or any of the devices connected to the Apple Watch?
Some of these iPads very well could have been those iPads that were listed in that line item, but no phones that were related to this iCloud.
Did you receive any devices that had activity related to this time frame of November 2022 to February of 2023?
No physical devices.
And the next page, which is 113, can you describe what's shown here?
This is kind of a cover page, if you will, that Apple sends with their return data. Basically just saying who the account is associated with, name, phone number, address, email address, so on and so forth.
And does it list a time period?
That the time period, it says 1/1 of 23 to 7/4 of 23.
And is it correct that Apple sent data that they associated with that time period?
That's correct. Again, I didn't see the search warrant, but the assumption is that that's the search warrant that, the time frame within the search warrant that Detective Reese submitted to Apple, which is why they would have listed that there.
And do those generally include language related to backups?
Yes.
And the next page is 114. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of entries into the Apple wallet, and it could have been on any number of devices that were backed up on his cloud. But ultimately, these were just ways to further identify the information found in this cloud as associated with Blaise Taylor. Similar to what I was doing with Jade's phone, I do the same thing with clouds. Again, trying my best to identify who the owner or user of that data was.
And did you ultimately give that data to Detective Reese?
Yes,
Was it somewhat voluminous?
very.
And
Over 5 million messages.
is Detective Reese a little bit more familiar with kind of the contents of that iCloud return?
Yes.
Did you assist him with any questions that he had and kind of looking at some of that data to connect it to Ms. Benning's data?
Yes.
And you said that you did not receive any of those cell phones.
None of those that were listed in his account information from Apple.
Okay. The next kind of topic I want to get to is the blink camera that I pointed out in one of the photographs. This is page 115. Did you look to see if Ms. Benning's iPhone had any evidence of footage from that blink camera?
Yes.
And the next image is page 116 of the report. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, when the term blink was just entered into the search feature of the software, you can see that there's some recorded dates and times for activity with the device. Interestingly, a note to note, I should say, is that the device was showing offline starting on 2/22/23 at 8:37 a.m. And continued to show offline as the app reached out to the camera trying to access it. During that attempted communication via the internet with the device, it continuously showed offline.
And what's the next date after the 2/22/23 where there was anything in Ms. Benning's iPhone related to that camera?
The next date is 2/26/23 at 7:08 p.m. And that's indicating that motion was detected with that camera.
And the next page, which is 117, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's further detail into the motion that was detected on 2/26/23 at 7:11:31 p.m.
And the next page is 118. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is a still shot of the view of that camera inside of the kitchen, kind of looking over the stove there. It was created on 2/22/23 at 2:48:40 p.m.
And this image is on her phone, correct?
It is. It's stored within the database of the Blink app. It's a cached image, so it's most likely an image that would appear representing the view of the camera, not necessarily the current view of the camera.
Did you look for any and all footage related to this camera?
Yes.
And are these the only things that existed as an artifact on her phone?
There was a snapshot of the application being open, of the Blink application being open at one point when we downloaded her phone. That snapshot still existed there, but that's also very expected as well. But between these and that's all we could find in relation to Blink.
Which the next page was us getting to the snapshot for an actual image on the phone that
Yes.
wasn't that
Correct.
type of snapshot.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
This was the only thing that was there.
Yes.
And the next page is 119. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is the snapshot I was just referring to. So just that image that Apple stores for applications that are currently open, kind of just that snapshot that I was referring to earlier.
And can you read the created date and time here?
2/26/23 at 9:37:01 p.m.
Okay. And do you know anything about kind of when this image was captured as compared to when that KTX file was made?
When this image, this is the KTX image,
Right,
correct?
the KTX image, can you describe how reliable is that created date and time and access date and time?
So that's actually going to be a very reliable image, or date and time for that image, for that application state.
And can you explain the next page, which is 120?
So this is going to be the phone, the native phone application on the phone for an Apple device, specifically highlighted on the recent phone calls portion. Again, it's a KTX, so it's a snapshot of that phone application being open.
And so if someone had Ms. Benning's phone and they had the passcode and they swiped away a page, is that what would have caused that KTX file to be deleted?
The KTX file, that part gets deleted later on. When it's actually live is when the KTX file is created, when it's actually open on the phone. But when it's swiped away, it isn't automatically immediately deleted. It's just stored away for a period.
But these images are just those pages
Yes.
being open.
Correct. These were just applications that were actively open on the device at the time of extraction.
I can have just one moment. The parties are going to agree to put this copy of the exhibit into evidence, so if we can have this as well as the disc, I want
That
the
copy of that
record to be accurate. Thank you.
29.
Need the package.
I think that one's edited.
Thank you, Detective Miller. I don't
questions at this time, that you might end up being resolved.
Your Honor, maybe briefly for cross-examination.
Sure.
All right, little sidebar. Little sidebar. You know, I'm frustrated that this witness read 2/25/2023 for every entry from February 25th. But all of these other things, these like subsections, these other areas, it's like we're not giving dates all of a sudden. And I really just don't like that. I like to have the dates, unless the date is completely irrelevant, but I don't think the date's irrelevant to anything in this case. Why aren't you just giving us the date every time you're talking about the next item? It would just be so helpful. It would help me like ground what we're talking about. And right now we're talking about this Ring camera where she's asking about a deleted file entry. And I feel like she's just trying to say the word delete in front of the jury. And maybe I'm just not picking up what exactly she was trying to get at there. I don't know. And also that mocktail picture, look, if somebody was trying to show that they weren't drinking anymore, they were abandoning the party lifestyle, trying to hint that they were pregnant, had something in the oven, that could be why somebody was saying things like mocktail. Does it mean that it's necessarily a mocktail? I wouldn't say so. But do you think that's very compelling for the jury? I would think so. I would think so. Because that helps support the state's theory that, look, whether or not Jade was talking about stuff, that stuff ceased in November when she realized she was pregnant. And maybe there was some like overlap at the end of September and in October, but she didn't know then. She didn't confirm officially until November. We have a little bit of jump time too.
Go ahead.
That's 029.
Oh my god.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
It's fair to say, and I think probably won't be a shock to this jury, that there's an absolutely tremendous amount of information on a cellular phone, right?
Yes.
But you
And
chose.
You described a little bit of this during your testimony, but the way you conduct a review of a cell phone is you're not just kind of scrolling through information, are you?
To an extent, that's what you're doing, but there is somewhat of a method to the madness.
So you reference search terms, right?
That's one of the things we use, yes.
Okay. So you sit down with somebody and come up with a set of terms to help you kind of focus in on places to look on a phone?
That's
Curated.
one way we do it, yes, sir.
And in this case, was Detective Reese the person you sat down with?
Yes, one of the people, yes.
Who were the other people you worked with?
General Norman.
Okay. So you and Mr. Norman and Detective Reese at various points in time worked together to come up with terms?
Correct.
In addition to search terms, what are the other ways that you'll look through a phone?
So, having looked through a number of devices, I know where a lot of information resides inside of certain databases. So there's a number of repositories that I go directly to right off the bat that I find different things. Again, it's hard to say exactly in this order. It's hard to say it's the same for every single crime because not all of them are going to be the same. So all investigations are different. So I would have to say that the ways that I search through phones and analyze the evidence that we have extracted is going to be different every single time as well.
So one way might be, you know, a date, like February 25th, 2023. That's an important date, right?
Yes.
And you can create a timeline of everything that happened on that date.
That is one way you can do it, yes.
And that'll show you locations, right?
Hmm?
It'll show you all the communications, right?
Yes.
It'll show you some of this very, very technical, like every time the phone was locked and unlocked kind of data.
Yes.
Probably stuff none of us even know is going on with our phone.
Most things we don't know that's going on our phone is most of the information that's being displayed there, yeah.
Sure, but that's a pretty directed, I know a date and I've got to look at that date kind of investigation.
That is correct.
Generally, you're not going to like open up messages and look through thousands and thousands or even hundreds of thousands of messages.
Well, I mean, there's times for things of that nature, but I mean, obviously we know that looking through hundreds of thousands of messages is not a viable option. It's not as easy as it sounds.
So just for example, and we'll maybe talk more about this later, but when you were searching for evidence of drug use,
Yes.
did you just open up Jade's messages and start scrolling through messages until you found evidence of drug use?
Well, first steps were key terms, in that sense, yes.
Okay, so you did search terms, right?
Correct.
And what popped up that might have led you to look around those messages?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or identified individuals that we would have looked more at, or conversation threads, yeah, sure.
And in order to define in order to define those key terms, you had to know something about the case, right?
Of course.
Was there at any point, did you kind of on your own direct the way the search went in this case?
Of the device?
Yeah.
Of course, I was analyzing the digital evidence.
So as you find something, you might look a little bit further and bring that information back?
It might lead me to a different artifact that I find important or not important, and I share it with the lead detective. Yes.
During that process, were there conversations where the team says, we just don't want to look at this stuff at all, we'd rather focus here? This is big picture.
I don't know that there was at any point anybody saying that we aren't concerned with anything that occurred in this window.
Okay.
Look at his face. Rephrase your
Let's
question, bro.
Talk for a second about I want to go through a couple of the things that you that have been in your, I guess it's not really a report in this presentation that is
Yes, sir.
kind of prepared. The timeline that you did for February 25th, 2023, that was an important date, right?
Yes.
And so did you, during the course of your investigation, review kind of every single thing that happened on February 25th, 2023?
Most things.
Most things.
Yes.
Were there some things that you specifically did not look at?
Yes, as it relates to some of the processes that applications are completing underneath the hood that have zero to do with the input or use of the device that the owner or user of the device would have had anything to do with.
So really the really technical kind of nitty gritty stuff, you didn't worry too much about.
When you get to a granular point, it's so minute that it really doesn't have any bearing on you as the user.
But in terms of communications, you looked at all of those communications?
For that day,
Yes.
I would say yes. I've looked at all of this stuff a lot, yes.
Okay. And I apologize, I'm going to just have to flip right to some of these in this presentation. Do my best not to get these out of order. If I could publish this so you can do it. Thank you. At 6:43, there's a text message from, actually, I think it's a text message, received from, the name is Porter Jairus. Is that right?
All right,
That's
we're
how
back
it's stored in
on
her device.
225.
That's how it's stored in her phone. I think you refer to him as Mr. Porter or Jairus Porter.
I said Porter Jarius or Jarius Porter, one of the two.
I noticed that you put those text messages in there several times throughout this timeline. During that evening.
As texts appear, I was placing them in there, yes.
Was that a name that you had noted at other times during your review of Ms. Weber's phone?
I didn't analyze Miss Weber's phone.
I'm sorry, Miss Benning's phone.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Was that a name that you had noted at other times in analyzing Ms. Benning's phone?
Objection, Your Honor, is for relevance.
Go ahead, did you search that name?
I did search that name, yeah, on that date, yes.
Just on that date?
I'm sure I looked for it and saw it in other times throughout this extraction.
But you don't know?
Did you note a significant number of communications between Ms. Benning and Jairus or Jairus Porter?
I don't recall ever identifying a number of messages between them.
Well, I wanted to ask about some of these messages that we have. It's slightly less than 20 minutes after she received the text from Mr. Taylor, she talks to Mr. Jairus, right?
Well, she received a text from him.
Receives a text. And are there additional communications that you noted throughout the evening from Mr. Jairus?
I believe there's a few more, yes.
So at 6:55, she responds back to him?
Yes.
At 7:07, there's an additional text message?
Yes.
Were there any additional messages that you noted or were able to identify from Mr. Jairus after Ms. Benning was in the hospital?
Yes, he sent a handful of messages, yes.
And when were those?
I don't recall the exact date.
Remember if they were immediately after she was in the hospital or a day later?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact date or time.
And you think you did review all of their text messages during the course of your investigation?
I reviewed a number of things. I can't swear to saying I looked at every single text message between the two of them.
You don't have a general idea about the messages after she was hospitalized? Is that weird? I think that's weird. That seems like a critical day. Like those 3 days, you might want to look at literally every entry. Hey, Defense Diaries. Bob, specifically. Perfect time to pop up cross-examination of the guy that did the phone extraction and looked at whatever text messages he felt like looking at.
This text, or this Snapchat message, I know you indicated Snapchat is a little harder to track down. Based on your review, do you believe the time and date on this is accurate for the Snapchat message?
I do believe that.
And were you able to identify who the sender of this Snapchat message was based on your review?
No.
And this message indicating, I'm already fucked up, there was no follow-up to this message?
Not that I could find, no.
And that was sent at 2/25/2023 at approximately 7:01 p.m.
Yes.
And there's no other context for that message.
That I could find out.
Just hitting a couple things I noted. You testified about this location information that you believe was a Walmart,
Yes,
and that's because it says Walmart on that map?
and I'm familiar with that exact address and location.
Like you've been there, or you had to Google it or
It's
something?
like I was a patrol officer in that zone.
Okay, so you have personal familiarity, you've been there before.
Yes.
This location information, does it provide or is stored how long Ms. Benning's phone was at that location?
This is a parked car location, so it's not a time frame. It's just stating that the car was parked at that location.
Okay, so it just is like marking that the car was there. So there's no indication of whether it was there for 30 seconds or there for 20 minutes, anything like that?
Not based on this artifact alone, no.
And you didn't find in the phone any sort of receipts or messages relating to going to Walmart?
Nope.
We don't have any information from this phone as to why she would have gone to Walmart?
Not from this
Pick
device.
something up.
And from this device, we don't even know if she actually went into Walmart, do we?
That is correct.
Whoa, okay, defense, let's cook. So, and this is the type of thing I have highlighted on my notes to go back and rewind and digest, but are we having a Snapchat message that's sent? And I know Snapchat is supposed to like erases messages unless you set it to save. The sender's not identified. Maybe that's just because they didn't try to identify him. Maybe they tried and couldn't identify him. This guy doesn't give any info. They just don't identify this message. And then we have a trip to Walmart. Is the defense cooking a little bit?
Now, I presume since you looked through all of her cell phone information for 225, that you also reviewed the text messages discussing assisting a friend purchasing drugs on that day, didn't you?
Earlier in the day, yes.
Yes.
Earlier, see?
And
He knows. He knows exactly what the defense is getting at with the Walmart. Now, she might have been going to get some last minute ingredient, but I don't know. Does that really make sense when we've already seen all those pictures that the state wanted to show us? Right, because they gave a timestamp of around 7:02, right? So it looked like dinner was already done. Did anything else appear on that table after those Snapchat pictures?
And who were those messages with?
I don't recall offhand exactly who they were between.
If I were to pass you a set of messages, would it help to refresh your recollection?
It very well could.
Look into this witness. Look at this change. Shout out to the defense. Maybe state can redirect this.
Judge, the state is objecting to the relevance of any of the messages prior to 11/3 of 2022.
What date were you asking about? Did you look at text messages on what date?
My question right now is just about 225. I may have additional questions, but right now I'm just asking.
That's all I'm dealing with. Does this have anything to do with 225?
Yes, it's at the very end.
Okay, it starts on 4/6.
I'm just having to look at it for now. So, if you take a look at the very last page, I think it's last or second to last page.
Yes,
Do you recognize those messages?
I do.
And what are those messages?
Text messages between Jade and a contact that she has stored in her phone titled Danny, and in parentheses, weed.
And those are messages that you reviewed in the course of your investigation of this phone?
I reviewed a number of these messages, yes.
These specific messages between her and Danny Weed?
Yes,
And there's other messages as well outside of this?
yes.
What are the nature of the messages? Well, let's just talk about the 225 messages right now.
Danny
What were the
Weed.
nature of the messages?
So this guy is saved in her phone Or as whatever contact, as weed with the word weed in his name in the contact? Or is how do you not know this? You just stupidly, this is a beautiful setup by the defense. They started this cross by saying, and you looked for keywords, right? You came up with a group. You put your heads together, you came up with keywords. You would think weed would be one of them. And you ignore a user named first name whatever weed? Yeah, maybe it is his real last name. You know what? Could be. Could be. But this looks like a crock. Because what search terms did you peruse through?
225.
Attempting to obtain some items for a friend.
And what is she asking for?
Specifically on 225, hey, my coworker wants to get a half from you.
So she does say it's for her coworker.
And so that's the day of this incident, right?
Yes.
There's no specific follow-up in those messages, right?
Other than Danny texting back saying, I'll get back with you when I get back, or I got you when I get back.
I got you. Right?
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, that's all the way up to the day that she was meeting with Mr. Taylor, right?
Correct.
And there were, as you noted, a significant number
I agree,
of
Dietrich.
those kind of communications, right?
There was a few.
Thank you for being a
with
member.
large gaps in between them as well.
Okay. What's a few?
A few conversations.
Yeah.
I don't want to put a number on it. I can't say for sure, but I do know that in this text string, they would have 3 or 4 messages and then go 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes a month, sometimes 2 months, and then 2 or 3 messages. It was a sporadic text string.
But she was at least somewhat consistently obtaining or helping friends obtain drugs. Is that fair?
Depends on your definition of consistently, but
More than once or twice during the time frame that you reviewed the phone.
yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Maybe more than 5 times?
Maybe.
Maybe more than 10?
I can't say.
And in that message on 2/25/2023, they don't actually state the drugs that they're buying, do they?
None of that one, no.
Let's talk for a second about a phone that is on locked status that you described. When a phone's on locked status, can you open it without the PIN?
It depends on what you mean by open it.
You can make a phone call, right? Like if someone calls you, can you answer the phone?
Yes, somebody could answer a phone that is locked.
And you can open the camera function and take a picture, right? From the lock screen?
That is correct.
But could you open it up and manipulate the phone otherwise?
Not without the pen, though.
You would need the PIN. So you noted that, to the right page here. Page 35, that Miss Benning's phone was locked at 9:35 and didn't open again on 2:25.
Oh,
From February 22nd.
I don't know why I did that refreshy thing. Sorry. Feed does that randomly and it
was not
sucks.
opened or manipulated in any way.
It does suggest that, correct.
Wait, I think this sounds like just ahead of where we were. Phone being closed. Yeah, I think this is right where we were.
25 and didn't open again until 6:44 a.m. on 2/26. Is that correct?
Nope.
I know it's not the highlighted one, but it's
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure we were on the same page is all. Well, not literally, but figuratively.
There's
We're on the
another
same
page, but instead of me flipping through a bunch of pages, I'm just going to use this one.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So up near the top here, it's actually the one that's highlighted.
Yes,
So on 225, it says it's locked at 9:35 and does, on 225 and doesn't open again until 6:44 at 226.
that's correct.
So, other than answering a phone call and potentially taking a photograph, that suggests that the phone was not opened or manipulated in any way.
That does suggest that, correct.
Would you send your pregnant friend to go pick up drugs?
I want to ask you a few questions about the photographs that were taken of Blaise and Jade, Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning, in their apartment between 9:24 and 9:28. Okay? So this is essentially the list of those photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's just kind of a close-up of that metadata. Just to orient ourselves.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have the great digital versions of these. But all of these photos were taken in about 4 minutes, is that right?
In a short period of time, yes.
So if we go back to this. If the first photograph was taken at 9:24 and the last photograph was taken at 9:28, it's at about 4 minutes?
It's about that, yes.
Okay. So that's the first two. And these were all, none of these were deleted, right? These were all still on the phone?
That correct.
Just make sure I got it. These were still on the phone.
Yes.
These were still on the phone.
Yes.
These are still on the phone.
Yes.
This is the only one that you've indicated was found in deleted photos. Is that right?
From that series.
And the information here is that it's deleted about just under 30 seconds after it was taken. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you in your investigation able to find any information as to why it was deleted?
No.
Text messages, no notes, no nothing indicating why it was deleted.
Suggesting that I would find a text within 30 seconds
Yeah.
that she texted somebody else that she took a picture, deleted a picture she just took?
Yeah.
No.
So nothing on here is suggesting why it was deleted, right? It was just deleted.
That is correct.
Things
It's a
happen,
kissy
right?
face.
People delete pictures.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't. I got it. Just making sure there wasn't some suggestion. Hang on one second. I want to ask you a couple questions about the blink.
True.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the blink information that you were able to find. Okay? The first thing while I'm sort of pulling these up is, this was a new concept to me before this case. I'm sure you are much more familiar with it, and I know you kind of explained it, but it was a little quick. a KTX file is a special kind of file is it just an Apple phone or any phone?
Well, a KTX file is specifically in an Apple phone as far as I am aware. It could be in other devices. It is a file type. It could be in a number of different devices out there in the world. I can't speak to that, but I know that it's a unique file type that is identifiable with snapshots found within iPhones.
And it's not a screenshot, right? That's a different thing.
That is completely different, yes.
Is it the kind of thing, and tell me if I'm explaining this wrong, where you like swipe up your phone and you see a bunch of windows hovering there? Those little windows are the KTX files?
That is correct.
Okay. So those are the temporary files, kind of what we're talking about.
Yes.
In order to create a KTX file, does someone have to be using the phone?
I can't speak to that specifically.
Do you know if a KTX file can be created when it is in locked status?
I can't, like I said, I can't speak to that.
Well, help me understand, from your knowledge, how is a KTX file created?
It is created when when Apple decides a snapshot needs to be created of that application. We could work under the assumption, again, I can't speak to all of the in and outs of what Apple does in their software, how, when, and why they do it. Okay, they're a chef and they don't want to share their recipes to all of their specialties, right? So they don't share all their information with us. So I can't speak to exactly when it was created or when it's removed, but I know that it is created and it identifies an application that is open in the background of your device.
Based on and I appreciate that. Based on your understanding though, is it likely created when someone is using the phone in that manner? Like they're swiping up or doing something else that requires the creation of that temporary file?
Likely, but I can't say that it is. So, I mean, I can't say that for sure.
So let's say, for instance, on this 2/26/2023 at 9:37 p.m. KTX file, which appears to show the Blink application, right?
Yes.
And is it accurate that when you have an artifact on the phone where the created date, the access date, and the modified date are all identical, that's a good indicator that that artifact, that picture, KTX file, whatever it is probably accurate as to that timestamp?
It's indicative of software creating it,
Okay. So it probably was created at that time.
probably.
Is it reasonable in your experience and your expertise for us to say that that KTX file then was created by somebody doing something on the phone at 9:37 p.m.?
On the 26th?
On the 26th, yes.
Yes.
Now we have another KTX file. I did these probably backwards, but this is 9:27 and 39 seconds p.m. on 2/26.
Yes,
And the creation date, the access date, the modified date, they're all identical, right?
that's correct.
And this is another KTX file of kind of the call log, right?
The recents in the telephone app, yes.
So again, since that's a KTX file, that's like maybe from swiping up, looking at the phone, probably how that's created. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this is a good indicator of somebody accessing the phone somehow at that time.
Yes.
And just for reference, that's page 120. The one I looked at before is page 119. This artifact from February 22nd, 2023, this is page 118 of the exhibit. This is not a KTX file, right?
No.
This is an actual picture I wasn't totally clear. This is something that Blink itself saves
It's something that was stored inside of that application's database.
inside of Blink itself
Inside that database, yes.
from roughly 3 days before the 225 incident.
Correct. Approximately the time that it went offline.
Okay. This page 116 is a listing of the Blink sort of activity. Is that a fair way to describe it?
That's a good way to describe it, yes.
Okay. So we have on 222 a number of entries where it says it's offline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then for some reason, there's nothing between 222 and 226.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why or any indication based on the information you were able to obtain as to why there is no information between 222 and 226?
Most likely notifications were turned off or something along those lines with the application.
So these, the, number, mini is offline, those are likely notifications.
That's so similar to the social media apps that I was referring to before. Many software companies require a subscription. This data is not stored on the device itself. It's stored on servers. I believe, I can't swear to it, but I believe Blink is in that category that you can't store information or data on the Blink cameras themselves. So you would actually have to be connected to the internet to reach out and find those things and or serve a search warrant to Blink's company and obtain any kind of information or data that they have stored on that account. So I believe this is the device reaching out and attempting to see if there was any motion or activity or anything like that, but when it tried, it showed that it was offline.
So, do notifications on a phone, are you able to see those in any sort of specific way?
Yes.
Do you know Blink's notifications, did they come up like this? Did they look like this?
I can't speak to that specifically.
So that's kind of your best assessment, is that this is probably a notification?
This is probably something the software noted. I can't say specifically that it was a notification that the device received a blurb that popped up on a window specific to Blink saying that your device is offline. I can't say that specifically based off of this screenshot.
So you don't know why there's that gap in there. You don't know for sure that it's because notifications were turned off.
That's why I said it could be that.
Okay.
It could be a number of different things.
Do you have any idea why there is not an indication that the device is online again before we have a 226 indication that motion is detected?
Yeah, again, no, I can't speak to that.
But like we have on here, it's all of a sudden motion is detected, and we have several entries like that on
Yes.
226.
Correct.
But no real explanation for that.
No. Not based on the data found in the phone.
Sorry, I'm just a moment.
Oh, hey, Leslie B. Leslie B in the building. Leslie is in the courthouse today. And not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to assume you're going to do a recap.
The picture, instead of me flipping my way through all these pages, the picture you indicated that you found of Miss Benning having a mocktail.
Yes.
All right, before we get into that, guys, I just dropped in the chat a link to Leslie B. So go check out her coverage. Again, she was in person in the courthouse yesterday as well and already did a video on that. So make sure you check that out, especially she's going to do one later to talk about what she saw today.
Was that something you just
Mocktail
happened
picture.
to stumble upon, or did you
There we
find
go.
that during a specific search?
I did not search the term mocktail, so
Were you doing any kind of specific search for Miss Benning with alcoholic beverages or anything that looked like alcoholic beverages?
we did have alcohol or some variants of alcohol, I think, in our search terms, yes.
Did you note or did you find the video that she sent to someone named Dez of her in a club holding a beverage?
I can't recall that specifically, no.
You don't recall that video?
No.
Would have been around November 20th?
I can't say if I don't recall it.
Just wanted to orient.
Okay.
All right, jury is very engaged.
Any redirect? Yeah, you can do that.
I love an engaged jury. Thank
No,
you,
Your
Leslie,
Honor,
for
the
the
state
meeting.
may need to recall Detective Miller.
Oh, okay. All right,
Thank you.
Then take those on.
Yes, sir.
All right, I expect we'll get more phone stuff from Dr. Reese. Are they going to wrap up? I think they're wrapping up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, rather than getting into the next witness, which may be the medical examiner, we're going to recess for the day instead of splitting up the testimony from that witness. Remember what I've said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, looking things up, viewing media, anything like that. Leave your notes up here. That room will be locked. Tomorrow, if you report like you did this morning downstairs, 8:45, 8:50, we'll get you here. When you're all here as a group, we'll bring you up and resume the trial. You can step down the hallway with the court.
Oh, I don't think that was... We're going to have more witnesses with the tech stuff, guys. Because Detective Reese has the extractions. So I think we went into just a limited amount to show that this guy and his curation were dumb. Like, we're just going to ignore the guy
How
named
many
Danny
other
Weed.
witnesses does the state have? Dr. Carney?
Yes, I think we have, I think technically we have 10, but we might not have to call all of them. But maximum, I feel like 10.
And is one of those witnesses going to be Apple Denny?
Yes.
When would that happen?
I do not know that specifically right now, Your Honor.
Tomorrow?
It could be, if it's not tomorrow, it would be the next day.
So Monday?
Or
Yeah, so-
we can recess until 9 a.m.?
All right, they're starting on time tomorrow. We'll start an hour late unless it's Apple up first. He walks, look at him just like walking out of the courtroom. He is over it. I should make this my outro script. It's just this guy saying tomorrow we'll reconvene and then just walking off, and that will be the end of my
Till
stream.
9 a.m.
But they're doing Saturday court for real? Man, shout out to Leslie. This is important information. All right, guys, so keep in mind, we might be getting together on Saturday. Certainly, I'll be streaming for Saturday court. And the judge doesn't want it to run into the 4th. You know what? I love that because I really want to go in person to a hearing at the Miami-Dade courthouse on July 6th. That's the Monday after the holiday weekend. So, and I was nervous. I was like, if this runs longer than that, I'm going to have to tell you guys I can't cover whatever happens that day because that hearing's more important. That's the Rashawn Jones case. Leslie, thank you so much for that. Not only for telling us about Saturday court, but also, like, the judge really wants this. Because that just took a big stress off my mind. And guys, also, I dropped the direct link. I'll drop it again to Leslie's live. But now that we're paused, I want to say that it's scheduled for 8:15 p.m. Eastern. So that's about, like, just short of 2.5 hours from now. So she's going to talk about highlights of what was happening in court. And dropping that again. It's also, if you're on Replay Crew, check for the Creator Friends playlist towards the bottom of the description of my videos. Her live tonight is saved to that playlist, so you can find it easily. Yeah. I'm just going to call it tonight. So in the chat right now, it says tonight, and there's a link. And we are on the seal. There we go. There we go. Yes, and also, yes, that's what I saw yesterday. Yesterday I saw you were in court. So, and let me just look since I have it up. Yeah, like we have a 20-minute update from lunch yesterday. So that update, oh, are you going to talk about... Right? So your update was before, like, maybe Lauren Weber, Stephanie, and NJ. So are you going to talk about that tonight? No. I'm peddling my followers to you. And if you wanted a quick link, if you want to pop on right now, you're more than welcome. You have the invite. But I'm also, like, watch the full thing, get all the tea on Leslie's actual channel when she goes live tonight. Okay, so tonight talking about today. There we go. Yeah, Lady Di's all the way over there. And I guess we'll see what time they plan to start Saturday court, and we'll know that tomorrow unless Leslie knows real quick. But I don't have... If I had plans for Saturday morning, it would just be to cover something else, and that can be rearranged. So we'll get together whatever time court starts on Saturday, but I want to, like, repeat that out loud in case anyone's not really listening and maybe they don't realize they don't plan for their Saturday to tune in and watch with us. Let's see. And thank you. Sharon's redropping the link as well to Leslie's channel. And it's going to be a live, so make sure you go to the live tab. Dropping the StreamYard link in case, and don't feel like you have to. We're going to hang out and watch you on your actual recap, but if you want to pop up and say, hey, you're always welcome. StreamYard link in the chat that I just dropped is for the studio back here, so it's meant for Leslie. If you pop up and you're not Leslie, I'm gonna ignore you. I'm gonna ignore you. No offense to anybody else. Brooklyn here with the endorsement here saying Leslie's channel is great. If you know, you know. And Brooklyn always has the good recommendations. Brooklyn is how I found out about Joe Tacopina's interview with Neil Rockind, and it's one of my favorite attorney interviews of all time. Awesome. There we go. Thank you guys for subscribing over there. Hope to see you guys there tonight. I'll be cooking my chicken. You guys made fun of me having a cheese sandwich for lunch. I swear I'm cooking now that court ended early today. I have a whole chicken, so I'm going to actually properly cook it and not just do something quick. So pretty excited for that, and I'll probably be working on that while I hang out with you guys watching Leslie's recap of the day. So that's okay. Totally understand. No. Heist away. I don't know how to do a call-in. I just know how to drop the StreamYard link. I should set up a way to do a call-in. Maybe like a Google Voice number. and I can bring it on or something. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to set that up right now, though. Somebody that's got the experience in the chat will have to tell me what to do. Yeah, who's having chicken? I'm not going to make chicken spaghetti. Oh my goodness. For this channel, right? Gotta make it more official. Gotta start doing an outro. I'm a bit surprised we're ending so early because we had such a long stream yesterday. With that being said, I think the defense, I think the state has something to work with this idea that there isn't, like, there's this mocktail. Even if she's meeting up with some guy named Danny Weed, it could just be she's getting drugs for somebody else. It doesn't mean that she was necessarily partaking. But it is still either way, even at face value, that's all it was. It was just for somebody else. She was trying to be a good friend and go to the plug to get the thing done for them. It still could go to something bad happening at the hands of somebody else. It could go to maybe she wasn't making the most clean decisions outwardly. And there's still things that she's doing that she wouldn't be sharing with others. All right, I think Leslie popped up here. Let me see. It says device is not connected. So let me see if some seconds go by. And I think StreamYard takes a bit to connect when someone joins on mobile. And then I'll wait and see if we see that. Because right now I just see a Leslie B as a name. While we do that, guys, come up with your plug name. What are you the plug for? What are you the plug for? Yeah, Carol says the state should have just got ahead of it and just owned it, in my opinion, makes it look worse. Well, and like maybe they legitimately like just didn't look at it, which would mean that they didn't search for the search term weed, which is so weird. All right, Leslie, I'm going to bring up Leslie. There we go. Can you hear me, Leslie? I can't hear you. But you're not on video or anything. It's your icon. But hopefully you can hear me. I can't hear you. But in case you want to unmute yourself, you are here, ready to go. Oh,
Hey,
I hear
can
you
you hear
now.
me? Can
Yeah.
you hear me? Okay, I'm on my
Yep.
iPhone driving and I've got my AirPod in, so I was like, I hope it sounds okay. Don't want to ruin
No,
your
you sound
live.
great.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, I'm
Like
just
almost
this
like
was.
studio.
Well,
Oh, wait, now signal got funny. Give it like 1
here.
second and then talk
Oh,
again.
yeah, I'm pulling out of the garage.
That would make
Okay,
sense. You sound
yeah,
good
hold on.
now.
Let me just pay real quick. Hi, how are you? Good.
Make sure you guys show some love to Leslie while we're waiting for her to pull out of the garage. Let me share her channel
Mhm.
link
Oh,
because it
you're
goes by
sweet. I
clicking the
really just
chat.
want to share. Thank you. You too. I really just wanted to share because I'm always grateful when people share in other cities. So,
Yeah, I recently went to court for the first time and it was just,
yeah.
there's good reason for it because it seems like they're moving to try to cut media access out of the proceedings, in this case for Rashawn Jones down in Florida. But I didn't really
Mm,
know that at first. I just went because I didn't think a pretrial hearing would be televised. And it was just so great to be able to be the person that came back and shared what happened. So,
yeah. You really pick up so much. It's my first time ever going as well. I mean, I always follow on YouTube and God, there's just so many other details that you notice. And it's it's very eye-opening. I still prefer watching it on TV because the audio, it can be challenging. But I'm happy I've been able to go. I hope to go again next week, but I mean, I do work a real job, unfortunately.
well,
So
thank you for going while you had the time and for sharing.
yeah, but I'm happy to answer questions or but I gave y'all the jury. So there's 16. So I guess 4 are alternates and it's 9 women, 7 men. I mean, I wrote the racial background, but like I gave it on one channel and people like got all ticked, but then other people are like, no, we want to know. So
Yeah, a lot of people want to know, and not for nothing, guys, but if someone some people can look ambiguous. So there's always the expectation that if you describe someone a certain way, it might not be exactly the way you're describing. It's just a good effort to try to
Yeah.
explain to the jury
So
what the demographic might be.
yeah, so I'll tell you there's a bit of young people. I mean, I'm not the best judge on age, I will tell you I'm not. But I would say there are several in their 20s. There's two men, one that are both in their mid 60s, but of the seven men, six are white, one is black. One of the guys wears overalls, which I just find interesting. Um, nine women, five white and four black. And there's this lady that had a sweatshirt on that said, "I'm not for everyone." So
Oh, I love that.
she might be the four person. No, I don't know.
That
But
sounds
like
like the
there's,
type of person that will
yeah,
speak their mind in
yes,
deliberations and not just go with the flow.
yes. And this is just my perception, but I just feel like she was very annoyed, I felt like yesterday with Letitia. I mean, I almost wondered, like, did she wear that sweatshirt to send a message? I don't know.
Oh,
But not one word out of Letitia today, not one.
yeah, I do think Joshua Brandt has done a lot of the law enforcement type
Hmm.
witnesses, and for better or for worse,
Well,
it seemed to be what we had on the table today.
yes. And, he's here in Nashville, right? So probably better to go that route because the judge was just not having her. But he even got kind of stern with Jan Norman today. So
Did you stay until they recessed? Like, is that
yeah,
right when you left?
I walked in front of the camera. You would have seen me. I did yesterday, but I had like a black sweater and a scarf on. I was sitting over there, like on the side of Jade's family and friends. I did try to go sit on the other side for a little bit today because I thought maybe I'll get a different perspective, but it was awful. The audio was worse. I couldn't see the jury, and I
Oh,
cannot see Blaze. It's like he's so protected either by the podium or his attorneys.
oh well, the camera zooms right into him.
Yeah, right. But one of Jade's friends was like, I mean, has he worn the same suit 3 days in a row? I said, I don't know. I'm not looking at that. But his parents are there. They're his strongest supporters, front row right there.
Okay, sweet. Kelly in the chat was about to say, can you ask if his parents are there? So they are there right in the front
Yeah,
row.
so his parents, sister, I would say both have very strong support. So his dad is there, and I guess y'all know he's one of the football coaches at Texas A&M, coach, but one of the main coaches. And his mom has a PhD in social work, and I believe she's a professor at a university somewhere. His sister was there, and they're like very dressed up, professional. Um, but they are as far front row left as you can get, like close as you can get to the defense table. And y'all know he's out on $2.5 million bond, so they put up $250,000
Now,
for
so
him.
I mean, you live in Tennessee. You're not just like driving
Hmm.
over there because it's okay. Is
No,
is it
I live 9 miles from the courthouse. Yeah.
okay? You're right there. In your just like speaking generally, is
Hmm.
Tennessee the kind of state where it's usually pretty possible to get a bond when you're facing first degree murder charges like this?
So somebody that was in my chat last night, she's in Tennessee and she has four attorneys in her family. I don't have any attorneys in my family. And I can't remember her exact wording, but she said it's a US Constitution or a Tennessee constitutional law. I don't know if that's the right verbiage. Don't come at me. But that everybody, like even for murder, has to have a chance at bond, but they make it insane high. So very few would be able to get out,
Okay.
right? But I
Yeah,
think
sounds
he's
like what
under
we have in
house arrest.
Florida.
Yeah. Well, but like not if you're on first degree. I mean, like, so I'm obsessed with the Adelson case, if you follow me, or not the Adelson case, the Adelsons of the Dan Markel case. But they couldn't get a bond because Florida won't give it on first degree.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Hmm.
possible as long as they couldn't argue things like witness intimidation.
Well,
But I
I
often
don't,
feel like a lot of the
yeah.
Florida cases I follow, it's like second degree, second degree, second degree. It always
Right.
seems to be that second
Yeah.
degree charge.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what else, but I did talk to a lot of her friends and family today. The young lady Nija who testified late yesterday, I spoke with her for a long time today, because I felt like they were trying to make it look like she did it yesterday, or rewatching it, or I mean, they're just trying to throw doubt the the defense. But she got really upset today. I mean, it was definitely her best friend. Um, but the
Yeah,
family's all
understandable.
wearing purple and like bracelets, and it's just interesting. It's like his side, his they have a lot of like there's a whole other family that shows up today, and they're very, you can tell, close to the Taylors. This family's very well dressed, put together. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like the demographics are just different. If I don't know, I'm trying to be PC and that's just not going to work, but it's
When you
just that.
said that they were wearing purple, do you mean they're just wearing like something tiny in purple as like a symbol? Because I just
So
they panned at one point, and I just don't think that I envisioned like everybody wearing like all purple shirts.
no, like yesterday, several had on purple shirts, but they're all wearing like those purple bracelets, like everybody
Okay,
wears
yeah,
for a
yeah.
cause, and they're kind of thin, and they have a butterfly, and it's like justice for Jade. But like they've got purple fingernails, or I mean they've got something like that. Like one of her best friends today was wearing her purple blazer, and her mom, her actual mom, not her stepmom, was wearing a purple blouse, but then she had a jacket on over it. But her mom was very, very, very weepy today. I mean, as one would expect, when they were showing all the ultrasound and like the text that she sent to her mom.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
I would be too.
yeah, and then the texts that were pictures of her and Blaze. Um, I mean, the mom just had to like look down, and but the parents, they're divorced, but they're all sitting together with their new spouses too.
Do you
So,
think are people recognizing you, or did you say, "Hey, I'm
oh,
covering this case"?
oh no, I mean, people don't know who I am. I mean, they're just
Well,
there's
they
a lot of
will.
well, there's a lot of law students in there. I will tell you, like young, I mean, young, I'm 52. But they're young kids, and a couple of them were like, "What kind of attorney are you?" I was like, "Oh no, I'm not an attorney. Should have been, but no, I'm not."
You got the look.
Oh, thanks. But the court TV guy was so nice, and he came over to me. He's like, "Give me one of your cards." He's like, "Who edits your videos?" I'm like, "Me in CapCut." I mean, you know. Um, and then I was talking to a lady. She's the producer for 48 Hours.
Okay,
She's
so they got
there.
they got a 40. Okay, in person. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna
I
ask.
was like, oh, like I just thought this lady just. I never would have thought she was a 48 Hours producer. I mean, she just kind of like your typical Nashville businesswoman, and she's from Texas. And then there's another lady, and I am pretty sure she's Dateline. I didn't confirm it, but I feel like I've seen her at another trial. So yeah, I mean, it's got all the stuff, right? You've got NFL, you've got a family with some money. Um, but
Yeah, and
Trooper, yeah,
the
go ahead.
idea, I would say first 48, you have this idea that this first 48 hours, you've got people going into the house that aren't law enforcement,
Mm-hmm.
and then law enforcement
Mm-hmm.
doesn't collect these different like drink
Right.
receptacles and
Yes, that was infuriating.
yeah.
Um, it really, I mean, it just looks bad. No investigation is perfect. And I felt like when that sergeant detective guy was on the stand yesterday, I felt like he was definitely ashamed and embarrassed that they didn't do it. And I never really could understand, was it that he didn't really go after the warrant and he's just like, well, we didn't get the warrant to go get it. But like you're at Vanderbilt, she's on a ventilator. They're suspicious of a poisoning. To me, that's like that's that's important.
Yeah, especially hearing some other cases where there's cases like you get search warrants under like this pretext that isn't even a real piece of context. It's a
Mm-hmm.
misrepresentation or it's the tiniest bit and
Right.
you can obtain a warrant. And I'm not of the opinion that warrants should be the easiest thing in the world to obtain, but to me, this type of context
Yes.
seems like it should have been the type of thing that gets you a warrant. So,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they got one the next day, So, or whatever it was. Let's see. The lady that testified yesterday, though, how she said the house or the apartment was so clean and it didn't even smell like food because she had been cooking. So you would have thought it would have, because there's cookies out, and then she had baked the chicken Alfredo or whatever. Um, so it's definitely like somebody went back and cleaned, if you know what I mean.
And I'm wondering about that because I think the candle
Mm-hmm.
idea kind of makes sense. And
Oh,
then
like, yeah.
at the same time, to me, I think there is contamination with the witness recall because these theories seem like they were being shared contemporaneously among the group that went there. So if people are
Mm-hmm.
now thinking like, "Hey, it looks like somebody cleaned," or there was this washcloth, like
Mm-hmm.
is that something that we're working back and filling in the gaps, or is that something that's memorialized in a statement somewhere that we can pull up on screen or refresh someone's
Right.
memory?
Right. I don't know, but I was bummed that we didn't get to, I want to know like what about the stuff on the comforter and the washcloth, but of course we haven't gotten to that yet. Um,
Yeah, and they said under 10 witnesses. So I
mm,
mean, I would hope that's one of them. A toxicologist would be
yes, that's got to
nice to
be.
finally
I,
get.
I'm thinking like that's going to be what really is going to be the big, climax of their case in chief. I was really wanting to hear from Dr. Carney. Of course, she's kind of a legend in Nashville. Um,
Do you know how that's spelled?
I think it's Erin. I'm pretty sure it's a woman. Like, I mean,
Okay.
I could be totally like messing it up, but
In my
I,
notes so far, I'm spelling it. I'm thinking of the Karen Reed case. I'm spelling it like Aiden Carney's name from Karen
oh
Reed.
yeah,
So I'm
oh
like, my notes are going
Carney,
to be wrong.
Carney.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Because that way I can get my
hmm,
notes correct while because
yeah,
she's been mentioned. And so I've notated it a few times, but
yeah.
my notes are not going to be searchable correctly.
And y'all have to know, like, I'm just one of these people that just like I just notice details that really are probably not like matter, but it's just interesting to note whenever a Nashville, particularly an employee of the metro government that's a woman that comes to testify, like she always brings several coworkers. It's almost like they come to support them. Like the lady that was the tester in the crime lab today. I mean, there were like two or three people from the lab like that came in, sat, watched her testimony, and left with her. But I've noticed that several times with the 911 lady, and something else. I just thought it was interesting, but I don't notice it with
Yeah.
the men. um and then when they were showing photos of the apartment today, now I know Blaise was over there having dinner, but I was like, it's interesting the commode lid was up, which that means a man's been in there peeing, but not that that like means
You
anything. I was
said
just
you
like, oh
noticed different things.
yeah, I was like sitting there with Nija and then one of her friends named Morgan. They've all been friends since they were like little girls. And they were like, yeah. And like everybody was whispering, like the moms, because I don't know what's been excluded. Like I didn't even know about this trial until Sunday because I don't watch the local news.
Oh, you
So
heard about it right on time.
yeah, so I'm kind of glad though, because sometimes you just too much, if you know what I mean. Um, so it's all new to me, but yeah, it's have I helped? I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I'm
I was gonna say I don't think like some courtrooms when we listen, like there's a lot of chatter in the gallery that
mm,
you can't really hear the words, but it
mm-hmm,
interferes with what we're hearing. There's kind of like the white noise or the air conditioning machine sometimes. But in this
mm-hmm,
courtroom, the background noise doesn't seem to be like the chatter from the gallery. Like I don't feel like it's
yeah,
picking up any of that discussion or chattering that's going on.
right. Did y'all watch the George Pino trial?
Oh my
Um,
God, that was awful. I went in person one
yes.
day. I stopped
Oh
in
my
there. I went in
God,
for like
that
5 minutes.
that courtroom, if I lived in Miami, I would be like starting a petition, be like, okay, we got to redo this. It was like a storage closet. The audio was awful. Um, I will say, like in this courtroom, when the air conditioning does click on, now, because y'all are getting it off the feed, right, into the microphone, so you may not notice it. But for those of us there, it's so much better when the air clicks off. I notice a big difference for sure.
Yeah, I feel like we
But
had noticed it
yeah,
come on in the middle of the day today. Like it might not have been on in the morning when it was cooler, and then suddenly when they came back from a
yeah.
break, it was like psh, that like wishy noise.
And I was annoyed that Detective Miller, I mean, he just was like that. I'm like, come on, be a man, like freaking speak firmly. And then he had his head turned, so he was turned from the microphone. But to me, if you're going to be in a job where you have to go and testify in court, like they need a class on how you freaking speak. It just drives me
I
crazy. But
I can't get
let's,
over them not noticing Danny Weed.
yeah, I know, right?
It doesn't
It's,
look good.
yeah, yeah. I know. Well, I mean, her friend was like, yeah, I mean, they did stuff. She's like, but when she was pregnant, like, she didn't do any of that. So it'll be interesting. I mean, she was a chef, right? Anybody that's worked in restaurant scene will tell you it's a party hard scene.
Kitchen
Um,
confidential.
yeah. Um, this morning, so of course you have to go through a metal detector at the courthouse. And yesterday I was so scared I wasn't going to get in. I was like, oh my God, I got up at like 6 and my husband's like, are you going to work early? I was like, oh yes. Cause I didn't want to tell him what I was doing because he would have been like, you do not need to do that. And and then I didn't want like, if I didn't get in, I was like, I'll just go to work, And I
The
was like,
judge said it seems like Thursdays are just like that at this court. Maybe they do a bunch of
yes.
like calendar dates for certain.
That's what I think. So, because yesterday, like, I got through security. I mean, I was like, my stomach was cramping, like butterflies. Like, oh my God, am I gonna get in? I got there. There was nobody in the courtroom. 8:30. I mean, no one. I was like, oh, and is this the right courtroom? But then everybody started coming in about 8:45, and so then this morning it was 9:30. But I was still in line at the metal detector at 9:20, and I was in line with all these people with ankle monitors. It's like, oh my God. I mean, if you just know me, I'm such like a girly girl. And it's just funny. But
You should
for
wear an
me,
ankle bracelet tomorrow, like a
yes,
cute
I
one.
know that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that. But it was also sad because there were like families, like moms in the ankle monitor holding a toddler, husband's there. I was just, that was sad. But yesterday was insane. I guess there was also a lot of hearings, and there's 3 or 4 courtrooms on the floor that we're on 6, and there were people outside like cussing on the phone, like "F it, I'm just going back to jail," and
I think
it's
Thursday is
just
the
yeah,
exciting day at court.
yeah. But I'm like, I know what I'm doing when I retire. I'm just coming down here every day.
You got to do it. Make YouTube the like fun thing to do.
I know, I know. So, um,
I do have a quick question since you mentioned Pinot. Chat wants to know your thoughts
yeah.
on Pinot, about the conviction.
I was so torn. So at first, I'm like, oh my God, he needs to pay. Yes, he's guilty. He's guilty. I have a 24-year-old. So, like, we dealt with in high school. I mean, it hasn't been that long ago. The parents that are like total, like the cool ones who buy all the stuff. And like my husband and I, we never did that because we didn't want to get sued because we've seen people get sued for things. And so I was already against him for that. But then the weekend before, were the closings on a Monday? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. I really am, like, I was getting kind of wishy-washy. I mean, he wasn't intoxicated. I mean, as much as people want to say, yeah, it was 5 hours, but I ended up talking to somebody who knows the Pinot family down in Miami, and they were like, he is not a drinker. Like, he's not a big drinker. And I mean, I do think he was irresponsible, but um, I was kind of shocked how fast it came back, but it was just a jury of 6.
Do you think it
So,
paid off not to include those lessers if you were the defense team? That's
yeah, it
got to
was
be
a
a
hell of,
risk, right?
yeah. But I also think, it just is proof money can help because there's no telling the millions he paid that defense team. Millions.
Oh, I think Howard, like, if this had to go to appeal, I feel like Howard was so ready to make these
Mm-hmm.
arguments about like vagueness in and defense diaries helped me go through and helped a lot of us learn what the
Mm-hmm.
statutes are, what the case law is for things
Mm-hmm.
like culpable negligence in Florida, and then the updated statutes that updated in the middle of the trial. I feel like
Mm,
Howard's the type of person that really wanted to argue that to the
yeah.
Court of Appeals. Like,
I thought
we
he
got to
had a
fill in these
brilliant
gaps.
brilliant style. He was, a lot of times defense attorneys, you hate him, right? But he was so likable. I'm like, I really like this guy. And I
Oh,
think
I
Laura
love
Adams
good
just,
attorneys.
yeah, people just started not liking her, like worse every day, every hour, um, after the scream match. But I thought he was really good. I did. But it just shows, yeah, I mean, if he had had a public defender, it probably would have gone very differently in my
And
opinion.
that makes
And
me
look,
so
there
sad.
there are some good public defenders. I'm not saying there aren't, but I think for him, I think it paid off.
Yeah, I think it's
obviously.
difficult too when you're a public defender, if you're declared indigent, like you kind of have to go through the court for approval on certain resources. And I do think some courts
Mm-hmm.
are inclined to be a bit more liberal in approving that. That way there's no issue, right? You got to make
Right.
sure an indigent individual can get their defense. But sometimes it's not going to get you the private investigator hours or work
Right.
that you'd really need for a complicated case. And I think that's an
Yes.
unfortunate reality. It's a disparity. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
let those who can afford a good defense show us what it might take.
Yeah. They say murder trials, though, it's easily a couple million. And that's not for a Howard. I mean, to get all the investigators and all that. So,
Yeah, no, I want to know
yeah,
how
I
much
guess
that boat recreation cost.
I know, right? I mean, and that was
Oh,
the thing too. I was like, there isn't a speed limit. Cause so my husband used to have a ski boat. And I said, so what do you think about 47 miles an hour? He's like, I mean, yeah, it's fast, but it's not like, oh my God. I mean, he's like, he's like, Leslie, he's not going to go to prison. And he's not a crimester. So anyway, there you go.
awesome. Well, it's been so awesome to get your insights on the feel, like the vibe in the
Yeah.
courtroom.
Yeah.
Do you know what, are you going to go on Saturdays? Or would that have to be something you have to
No,
come up with an excuse to not be working?
no, I don't. I mean, I don't work on Saturday. I have a feeling it will be crowded because there will be people who don't work that go. And
Good point.
I mean, as much as I would love to just go and be there for all of it, I mean, my tailbone, like, I can see why people
Oh, is it
carry
like
cushions.
benches?
Yes,
Uh,
yes, yeah. But the jury has very nice, like, leather swivel chairs, so that's good. But
God, can you imagine being
no,
on trial and your jury was uncomfortable sitting on wooden benches for weeks?
no. I actually got to jury duty a few months ago, excuse me, federal jury duty, and we have federal courthouse here, and I was picked, and I got to be the foreperson. So I've just
Oh,
gotten
cool.
to experience that, and it's quite the experience. So I feel like I'm like hitting on my bucket list this year. So maybe this is like the end. I don't know, but
Oh, no, no, don't say that.
no, I'm teasing. I'm teasing, but yeah, but happy to share, and I'm hoping like to go back next week. And of course I would love to be there for the verdict, but I don't know. So what's your chat? Like what are most things so far?
We are all the way in reasonable doubt territory as of
Yeah.
now. I
Okay.
think a lot of us, and we don't always like want to see the same witnesses, but I think a lot of us are like really waiting to see about this toxicology
Mm-hmm.
and get this determination on, are we for sure that it was cocaine dissolved in the liquid or was
Mm-hmm.
there alcohol also ingested? And to me, that's
Mm-hmm.
the critical physical evidence. And
Yeah.
not to
Well,
speak
I'll
for
just
everyone, but the
say I
thing
think
that
you're
can we
gonna
put that
yeah.
closer to the beginning of trials, I think would be better.
I think I heard though it was the highest cocaine level they've ever seen in Tennessee history. I
But they
think I
said for
heard.
an overdose, and that's the type of thing I want clarification on as well.
Yeah.
Did they mean for something that's an accidental overdose compared to something that could be an intentional overdose? And does that
Yeah.
rule out, again, the state is making a case that she really was excited about this baby, but does that necessarily rule out somebody, unfortunately, choosing to like end their life in a certain manner? Which I think it's always a surprise when someone ends their life, right?
Yeah.
So can that really
I
be ruled out?
yeah, I definitely don't feel that she was doing that today with all the like baby prep and all the stuff she was doing, and there was no evidence that from what I thought. Jason Terry, I think, was the detective today that testified. But I mean, I am biased because like I've been seeing the family and talk to friends, so that kind of takes me out of like what the jury sees in that regard.
Have you heard anything about like defense witnesses specifically, like who they might be
Mm-mm.
planning to call?
I
Because
have
I'm just
not
kind of
heard
curious if they're going to
anything.
call their own phone text message person to read some of the stuff, or because they were a bit light
Yeah.
on what they asked the last witness. Maybe they're saving it for Reese when the state calls Reese,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe
Mm-hmm.
they also have their own witness.
Yeah,
So,
I have not heard anything. So I don't know, but I can tell you they have a whole slew. I think there's like seven or so. I mean, they've got so many people there in the gallery that are running around doing errands and all kinds of stuff for them.
well,
So,
I mean, again, that's a great thing when someone can afford the resources to have that power. It's like the type of
oh,
thing I
yeah.
wish everybody had the affordability
Yeah.
that they could
I think
have a
Blaze has
fully
always
dedicated
had
defense.
whatever he wanted. I mean, did you hear all the devices he had? It's like, damn.
Oh, I
I don't
didn't
know
know that
if
he
y'all
had them
heard
all at
that.
like one time.
Well, I mean,
I thought he had like two across the different time periods. They did the like iCloud return, so an iCloud can be all in one, but different
but he
devices
had
that would
like
have
two
pulled.
Surfaces, two laptops, three iPads. I was like, dang, like, I mean, it was a lot, but
We got to get those jobs.
yeah, exactly, exactly. But
Uh,
well,
and one
thanks for
final
letting me
question,
come
if you
on.
can.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
if you have to
yeah,
go,
no,
it's
no,
just
no, I'm fine.
the judge and running a tight ship. You mentioned it even seemed like he was going after Jan Norman today. Is this just, are you
Hmm.
getting like an efficiency vibe? Does he seem annoyed? Does this just seem like his demeanor?
Yeah, I just think he's grumpy. If I were to meet him out, and no offense to anyone, but I'd be like, oh, he's got to be an engineer or an accountant. Um, he's just, did y'all hear what he said yesterday at the end or right before lunch? He's like, sometimes I give advice, but I'm not doing it today. And he just
Yeah,
walks off.
about coaching
Like,
attorneys.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, coaching. I don't know. I just think he is a grumpy old man. But I
Well,
think he just wants to get it done. But yeah, it's you also want someone to have a fair trial.
yeah, I thank you for that context on him wanting to get this done by July 4th, because it
Hmm.
does add some color
Yeah.
to why we're like tight shipping here.
Yeah, and that was
And
actually told to me by Jade's friends today because I mean, of course, I know it's late June. I was like, oh yeah, 4th of July is next week, but I just hadn't even thought about it. So maybe he's got a big hot dog grill out planned or something. I don't know.
uh, you never know. Maybe he's fun
Yeah,
at barbecues. Who knows? Leslie, I will share
yeah,
your link again, chat.
maybe.
As you know, description for Leslie's link in the Creator Friends playlist just dropped in the live chat as well. And well, it's 8:15 Eastern. I'm Eastern, but that would be 7:15 Central time for you.
Central, yeah, yeah,
That you're going to be going live tonight.
yeah,
Tonight.
yes, yeah. So yeah, you don't feel any pressure. That's why I was like, let me just come on and just tell y'all because I get it. Like we're busy, and if they've been on with you all day, they're probably like, I don't want to get back on YouTube, and I totally get it. So happy to share.
Well, no, thank you so much for coming on. I'm always happy to share, and of course, any other days that you go, feel free to pop in the chat, and if you want to come up anytime,
Okay.
you're welcome, or let us know that you're going to go live. We will share it.
Okay. Well, that sounds great. Well, I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. Have a great one.
No problem.
All right. Bye.
All right, guys. So Leslie's link is in the chat again in the description. That was very nice of her to come up while she's got to go home, has been in court all day, and has got to do a live of her own later today. And then also, Michelle, wanted to say good to see you. Good to see you popping in the chat. Hope to do a Rashawn Jones stream live sometime in the future, and hope you can join that, chat with us. Hope you are doing well. Let's see. Uh-oh, Kelly says, I do social media for a living. My amount of devices would seriously concern people. I have a lot of my old devices, like physical devices, but like I've had a few devices that just like the screen would start turning green and get flashy and blank out, and who knows. So I don't know if they'd actually really power back on and anything could be extracted from them of use case. But if somebody wanted to, they could probably go back many, many years with the devices I still have. I do not trade in my devices when I change devices. So, but from my own perspective, I don't imagine there would be anything incriminating in my own devices. But from my experience watching some trials and the things that can be made to look incriminating, I guess you never know what can happen. So, you never know. You never know. And then we've got, Lexi keeps all the devices. Yeah, they live in the iCloud forever. Yeah, a lot of trials that we watch, it's like someone gets caught up by their iCloud. Even again, we were talking about the Courtney Clenny case earlier and the Notes app. They extracted, I think the Notes app itself, it's not pulling from the iCloud, but the Notes app syncs even when you get a new iPhone. If you continue to use Apple and sign into your same account, your Notes app will sync all of the old stuff. And they can go into your Notes app if you're using it to document things or wordsmiths, pretend to write things out, what you're going to say to somebody, the different versions of it. That stuff syncs across different devices, even if you change your physical device. So talk about footprints here, and I just heard thunder, I think. I don't know. I didn't even know we were getting a storm. Yeah, lightning strike detected. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with Florida's weather this week. My internet seems to work fine during storms, and I have like backup power supplies, so even if the power takes me out, I can usually stay live for a good amount of time to let you guys know. But when the Wi-Fi goes out, whenever there's bad weather in Florida, at least I'm on Space Coast, it's like 2 days later, some utility pole somewhere that's related to Spectrum Internet just decides to like give up 2 days after a storm. It's like it holds up through the storm. And then 2 days later, when it's great weather, the internet seems to disconnect. So now I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous that a storm today is going to come back to bite us 2 days from now. Anything else, guys? Anything that we gotta, anything in closing? Let's see. I'm Cocoa Beach. So I'm near Cape Canaveral Space. I always say the Space Center because I think that's what people around the country would recognize, that area of Florida. So not too far from the Kennedy Space Center. And moved here. I moved down here for work originally, but chose this area because I figured it would be rather insulated from hurricanes if they built the Space Center here, right? So I picked it for the better weather. So, yeah, Kelly says the amount of cases that pull up the Notes app is also crazy. People incriminate themselves there so much, right? And it's to yourself. It's like the selfest snitching that you can get. You are writing a note to yourself, just like a diary, but you're doing it somewhere where there is a footprint that will last much longer than like a piece of paper in a journal that could be destroyed pretty easily. So, Tonka's asking the chat, opinion on Pino verdict. I think it was the right verdict. I think it was the right verdict. I don't think, despite the way that prosecutor Laura Adams rested her case by saying the state rests after proving our case beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't think they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's see. Wait, Mav says, is Blaise gonna be okay? What do you mean? Today specifically? Yeah, his airness says the number of convictions based on social media is crazy. I mean, people are not learning. People do not seem to learn, or it's that idea, like, it'll never happen to me. Nobody will ever catch me. And then lo and behold, they pull up your entire social media history where you're bragging about the thing that you did online. And I have a major issue with some of the things that are just innocuous, vague, there's no nexus, and it comes in as evidence anyway in cases. But sometimes people really film and broadcast the literal criminal thing that they're doing. And it's just like, why? 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 Just a mess. All right, what else we got? I did try to look for questions while Leslie was on with us. I saw a lot of commentary. I didn't see so many questions, but I did try to get them, and I'm sorry if I missed any questions. But you can ask them tonight when she's live. What do we see? Yeah, lots of thoughts on Pinot. So guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm excited. Yesterday was a very long day, so I'm excited to have some time today to catch up on cleaning up some notes on this case. Court's going to start at 9 tomorrow morning, Central Time for Tennessee. We're starting an hour after court starts. Again, I'm East Coast, so that would mean I'm starting at 11 a.m. I think, is that around when we started today? So I'll start at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. That would mean 10 Central. So we'll be an hour after court. Other than that, guys, already looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow or tonight if you're going to come hang out with us and see what Leslie has to say. More details about court today. Sheriff Chuck. Sheriff Chuck's like, wait, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Sheriff Chuck, thank you. Shout out to Sheriff Chuck in the chat. Get some W's. Get some party chucks in the chat. Again, so Sheriff Chuck, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all of your support over the last few months. It's been incredibly generous. Like, I know it's in 4 figures. I'm scared that it's going to be approaching 5 figures eventually if you keep going. And you never have to do that. But just know I'm incredibly grateful, and it's enabling me to do this as you two, but also to feel comfortable enough to take trips down to court, to go down to Miami, to go to these proceedings I want to go to. And it was a major, major part of me making that decision 2 weeks ago to tell my job, look, I don't have the heart to make you guys a priority because I want to be able to go down to these courtrooms on a whim if I have to. And without you, I might not have made that decision. So much love for Sheriff Chuck. And with that being said, guys, I will get a outro song. And for now, we're going to give Mavka his favorite song. We're going to do the Can't Rule It Out from the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial. See you guys tomorrow. Love and appreciate you all.
Objection, you're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From songs to letters, they got no trace. Objection, you're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Letters on the table, custody fights in July, TPO dismissed, and they never asked why. Action glass saw, borrowed or stole, but no proof at all, just a story they told. Waffle House nights, Brookline Street, torso missing, but they call it complete. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt, doubt. Every path's open, they're throwing it wide. Can't rule it out when the facts don't align. Objection rising, cross on the stand. Every new theory slipping out of their hand. Christmas dinner missed, jail in the fall. 30 cops stormed in, but no answers at all. Paint chips, fibers, DNA won't stick. They're dancing around the truth, playing legal tricks. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. From source to cars, they're spinning it out. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to songs, from chords to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stands. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt.